Here. Alrighty. Oh. No point in waiting for too long here. How's it going, everybody? It's about damn time that I get around to actually doing the new event story. Not that it's really new anymore. It's almost over, in fact, but it'd be how it is. Well, usually these are with the multi-banner events that are usually voiced, so might save my vocal cords a bit. Whether or not I actually do both parts in one stream, I guess we'll see. Especially if there's 1.5. Alright. Let's get started then. Oh, actually cutscene. Beneath an abandoned mine, a meticulously organized base is operating in perfect order. Inside a clean, orderly, high-tech laboratory, a woman in a white lab coat has her feet propped up on the control console, lazily tapping at the keyboard while chewing gum. Nice. Voices. She turns her head, reaches out to enter a string of passwords, and then squints at the screen. In sharp contrast to her flippant attitude, the other researchers in the lab are solemnly focused on their work. Unimpressed with the tedium, the woman suddenly sits up straight and clears her throat with theatrical seriousness. As soon as she completes the log entry, she slumps back into her lazy posture and blows a bubble with her gum. She spins her chair and glides to another workstation, opens an encrypted folder, inputs the new data into the system, and labels the file Eden Synchronization Test. She drags the file into a database labeled Cocoon. Can I hear that again? You always gotta have these weird names that are impossible to pronounce. Chilolovig? Chilolovig. Okay. Alright. I guess I'm one to talk. I know my characters have whack names too, but still. At least those are a little more obvious with the pronunciations. Yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to know how to say this. Shilovig pouts unhappily, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Shilovig opens an encrypted email and begins browsing through the entries with interest. She opens one of the intelligence emails and reads it carefully. She opens the attachment. Inside is a photo of a girl whose hair spreads like wings, marked under surveillance. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible tremor passes through the room. The lab lights flicker. The others in the room show no reaction to Chilovig's exaggerated performance, as if they're already used to it. But suddenly, Chilovig springs to her feet. The playful grin vanishes instantly as she opens the comms channel with a flick of her hand. He moves quickly to the security console and enters a complex string of code under the puzzled gazes of the other researchers. Chidalovic stares intently at the surveillance monitors with narrowed eyes. The monitors display live feeds of every zone in the base. Everything appears normal, yet Chidalovic looks thoughtful. With a smile, she shakes her head and raises a finger to shush the researcher. Chidalovic claps her hands excitedly. Stunned by the sudden order, the researchers all remain frozen in place. Chidalovic clicks her tongue in displeasure, her face twisting into a ferocious, furious expression. The researchers jump at Chidalovic's roar. Panic spreads instantly, and they rush for the exit. Chidalovic turns around and blinks, her expression shifting back from icy ruthlessness to playful charm. Soon there is no one else left in the lab. She strolls back to her workstation and sits back down. The progress bar begins to fill. While waiting, Chidalovic tilts ahead, pulls a uniquely designed handgun from a drawer, and elegantly spins it in her hand. Transmission cuts off sharp abruptly, followed by a scream and the sound of bones snapping. Only static answers from the other side. Chidalovic shrugs and presses a red button. Instantly, alarms blare throughout the entire base. She brings the comms microphone up to her mouth. The receiver picks up a cacophony of chaos from the other end as alarms overlap everywhere. Chidalovic hits the mute button and slides her chair back toward the surveillance monitors. Watching the security personnel in Zone A get taken down with alarming speed, she can't help but shake her head. She squints at the high-speed blur that flashes past in the live feed, too fast to make out clearly even in slow motion. She quickly switches to the Zone B feeds and stares at it for a few seconds. She slams the desk and jumps to her feet, snapping her fingers and humming a tune, clearly exhilarated. She drops back into her chair and spins around several times. Then she grabs a small remote from the desk and presses a button. She presses the button again thoughtfully. The base's broadcast system suddenly begins playing cheerful classical music. On the monitor, the ghost-like figure pauses for an instant, seemingly puzzled. Watching the screen, Chilovic sets the remote down, hums along to the music, and gets up to whirl into a waltz with an invisible partner. But less than 10 seconds later, all the lights abruptly go out inside the lab and the music cuts off. Despite her complaint, she quickly hides, fumbling in the darkness to put on a pair of glasses and pressing a button on the frame. The dark room instantly brightens in her vision, and that's when she sees a figure silently dropping down from the ventilation shaft. She murmurs softly to herself. In the darkness, she locks eyes with the newcomer. Prepared in advance, Chilovic pulls the trigger first, but the intruder is even faster, dodging sideways like lightning and drawing her gun in the same instant to return fire. 2 consecutive rounds burst with lethal fire in the dark. Sharp pain explodes through Chilovic's knee and wrist, and she collapses to the floor. Sweat beads on her forehead as she lies curled up on the ground. She peers up at the computer terminal riddled with bullet holes from her own shots, sparks flying, and remarks dryly. The intruder steps closer and crouches down by Chilovic, her icy fingers wrapped around Chilovic's neck. Chilovic raises the hand that had been clutching her wounded knee and gives an exaggerated salute. Her palms sticky with nearly congealed filthy blood amidst a nauseating stench. Elva speaks coldly. The fingers around Chilovic's neck tighten into a chokehold as her other hand plucks everything from her person. 2 pens, some empty test files, and a magazine. None of that matters. What matters is she doesn't feel a heartbeat. Alva looks down at Chilovic with disgust. Chilovic shrugs self-deprecatingly. Chilovic blinks and lowers her voice slightly. Alva squeezes harder, making Chilovic suck in a sharp breath. Her eyes flick toward a hidden timer. 5 minutes left. Alva notices her glance, though she doesn't need to look to know what it means. Ignoring Shilovig's mad chatter, Alva releases her, then turns to the damaged computer terminal and starts extracting the data. Shilovig pouts with theatrical regret. An unnatural bulge suddenly appears on her cheek. Alva seems to realize something. She quickly grabs Shilovig's face and forces her mouth open. She forcibly wrenches out Shilovig's metal tooth. Shilovig starts coughing up blood, though it's clearly not just from having a tooth ripped out. She barely gets to the end of the sentence before her eyes suddenly widen. A few rasping breaths escape her throat, and her body stiffens and collapses to the floor in the next second. Her gaze turns vacant, yet the eerie smile at the corner of her mouth remains frozen forever. Alva turns away. She pulls a collar-like device from her tactical pack, draws out a data cable, and connects it to the still sparkling terminal. She takes out her tablet. As the cable connects to the device to the terminal, torrents of data begin scrolling across the screen. Facing the dense, complex interface, Alva flexes her fingers. She opens her palm, and hair-thin auxiliary fingers extend from her fingertips, spreading over the keyboard alongside her long fingers. Fingers and auxiliary digits become a blur as they dance wildly across the keys. The furious typing sounds almost like a sudden downpour. The vigorous motion abruptly stops. The screen's dim green glow reflects in Alva's teal eyes, and she freezes for a moment. The all too familiar contents make Alva pause, and she opens the file. The detailed experimental logs record everything from the host to the incubation process, down to daily culture dish, temperature, humidity, microbial conditions, and other data far beyond Alva's expectations. As is girls frontline to Delta. Also, what's up? That's not all. 43, number 19. It seems that more than one identical test subject was born in this base. But in the end, only one finished product ever made it out. Harrowing images sear themselves into Alva's eyes one after another. She glances at the data copy progress, then continues paging through 043's file. To her surprise, the logs don't end with 043's birth. In fact, the very title of the database, Cocoon, already sets off the alarm bells in her head. Fingers tap lightly on the keyboard, opening a data partition with even heavier encryption. The folder labeled Connection Project Girard Group appears on the screen. Alva is not at all surprised to see the Girard Group's name here, and neither am I. Despite the incident in Odessa never being made fully public, such information is hardly difficult for Task Force Defy to obtain. Information pairing Project Eden with the Girard Group is hardly rare. The project is no secret. On the contrary, the Girard Group has spared no effort promoting the technology, even using it to temporarily halt the free fall of its stock price. The publicity campaign conveniently began shortly after the Odessa scandal broke. According to the Girard Group, Project Eden is a brand new clean energy initiative. It's meant to deliver more abundant, cleaner, and revolutionary energy for all humanity. However, Alva knows better. Anything tied to Paradius can never be what it claims to be. While Alva is taking in the information, a series of epiphyllum cultivation data and radiation test charts appear on the screen, displaying shocking values and abnormal growth patterns. She scrolls and keeps reading. Just as Alva is about to dig deeper, an encryption wall blocks further access. She tries to crack it, but time is running out. Alva murmurs the project's name again, this time in an entirely different tone. Why would Girard work with Paradius to research epiphyllums? What are they after? What does Girard want? And what role does O43 play in all of this? As these questions swirl in Alva's head, a towering figure kicks open the laboratory door. Chloe Mastina steps in. Her silver-white hair is as neat as ever. Faint streaks of red glint within the silver as they sway with her firm stride. Alva glances toward the other end of the screen. Alva plugs the cable drawn from the collar into the port at her own neck. Green light instantly starts flashing across her eyes. While Alva retrieves the data, Voimastina naturally takes a position beside her, keeping watch over the surrounding area. About 30 seconds later, Alva unplugs the cable with a look of dissatisfaction. Voimastina frowns. Alva glances at Chilalovig's body on the floor, then returns her focus to the files. Alva slings her gun behind her back and pulls the vibrating communicator from her tactical pouch. The sight of that communicator stops Voimastina in her tracks. She stands rooted at the spot and stares at it in silence. The communicator is like a Rubik's Cube. Alva aligns its patterns with a few twists and turns. With a soft click, a narrow seam cracks open, and a thin beam of light spills out. Alva stares at the light in complete stillness, as if trying to decipher something. After a moment, she finally moves.
定ができた。彼女は戻ってきてくれるのか。いや、まだまだ財団のことを探ってもらわないと。私だって会いたいよ。でも今は任務に集中しよう。
Boy Mustina pauses and then finally asks.
彼女は何て言った？ジラードが焦ってる。私たちにはリビウに行って彼らの作戦を見守ってほしい。彼ら？非軍事勢力管理局。それも最大限の注意を払って。分かった。そうしよう。うん。行こう。
Giving no further response, Voya Mustina turns and heads toward the evacuation point with haste. Oliver rubs the communicator tenderly with her thumb, then slips it back into her pouch. She shoulders her weapon and sets off as well. Following their departure, Chilovich's body on the floor begins to slowly melt, her once human-like face dissolving into a shapeless puddle. The grotesque sight lasts only a moment. A massive explosion erupts, reducing everything into rubble, whatever that said. Yes. Okie dokie. Since I actually have a Voimastina somewhere here, yes. Hang on. I'm remembering. I only got her to level 43. Oh, I got level 50. Doesn't really matter. Just dismantle the fire team and just shuck. And Alva. Who knows what equipment they even have. I'll do Macchiato, and for shits and giggles, we'll throw Voimastina in. Jesus fucking Christ. I know she has the giant mech suit, but holy shit, does she have a giant mech suit. Okay, now I need to myself back on the right browser here. This one, yes. And minimize that because now I can see my chats again. Okay. I'll just roll with this. then just go auto. Because we always go auto around here. That's right, I don't even have, like, a better weapon equipped on her. Oh well. Again, it doesn't really matter for the event story stuff, because they're going to be, like, level 15 to probably high 20s by the end of it. I wake up in bed. It has been a long time since I last slept this soundly for so long. Outside the window, daylight has long since broken. Driven by its preset autopilot program, the Elmo cruises methodically onward. Its rhythm is as monotonous and steady as the scenery of the Yellow Zone. I cannot speak, apparently. After washing up, I head to the ops room early. Groza is on duty, monitoring the surroundings at the command console. When she sees me, she brews a cup of coffee and sets it in front of my seat, as she always does. I nod to thank her, look over the navigation trajectory, then raise my head and ask. After a stretch, I go through the various tasks displayed on the terminal. The screen shows green markers representing several squads currently deployed on missions. They are proceeding in an orderly fashion along their planned routes. The mission logs they transmit back indicate that everything is normal so far. I open the task list and check a priority watch item named Zucchero Squad. After several days of travel, Springfield and Macchiato are drawing closer and closer to their destination, Satellite City LVI-13, near Lviv. Even though the two dolls assigned to this mission are both highly reliable, when I think about all the attention we attracted back when the escorted target was still aboard the Elmo, I can't help but worry about them. I activate the Elmo's comm system, enter the code, and connect to the Zucchero Squad's scheduled contact channel.
大陸間列車で何かやるつもりはないでしょう。でも油断は禁物よ。今この瞬間も周囲にいるかもしれない。
おっしゃる通りです。十分注意します。
そうだ。ヘレナの状態は？
列車に乗った時からずっと安定して防御システムに守られたままです。検問を通るときは隠しスペースに入れます。スキャン対策のコーティングもしてあるので問題ないかと。通過の手続きは内通者が便宜を図ってくれます。ここ数日で政策が厳しくなってきましたが、今からやる約束の時間は間に合うはずです。
わかった。エルモ号もリビウに向かっている。そこで落ち合いましょう。
ええ、そちらもお気をつけて。
The call ends. After hanging up, I finally feel a bit more at ease. The mission to escort Helena is proceeding smoothly, and the previous operations were all completed without major incident. Hearing my remark, Gross pauses for a moment and then responds with a smile. Rosa and I finish our tasks with remarkable efficiency. I lean back in my chair and stretch again as I listen to the lively chatter of the other dolls on board the MCV. The dolls currently stationed on Yelmo have finished their own work and seem to be gathered together chatting. As their conversations reach a particularly lively point, bits of their laughter and chatter occasionally drift into the ops room. Butterflies, silent whispers, never sleeping. So that's why you didn't sleep all night? That's Kralik and Nemesis bickering with each other. Miss Mailing, may I ask what kind of breakfast you prefer? Me? Centrice, you must be preparing breakfast for everyone. Sheesh, do you have to wake me up this early? What time do you think it is? Get up and finish your shooting drill. Those voices, without a doubt, belong to Mikthi and Klukai. Maybe it's because recent events have been so turbulent, but this brief moment of calm or respite feels strangely surreal. And yet, not long ago, I was just an ordinary bounty hunter driving the Amo and drifting through the Yellow Zone. This kind of banal daily life should have been my reality. Is it because so many former companions are now aboard the vehicle? Besides Gross's team, there's now also Squad 404, Carol Squad. Never imagined I'd be lucky enough to reunite with everyone again, safe and sound. Each reunion fills me with the relief of having survived disaster. But I know this isn't the true reason for the nagging sense of surrealism. What shatters all illusions and drags me back to memories so heavy they stir my emotions whenever recalled is none other than that fateful confrontation with Paradius. Yes, Paradius. This evil force I nearly wiped out 10 years ago has appeared before me once again. 10 years of compromise brought neither stability nor even fleeting peace. It merely gave the enemy room to breathe, a chance to grow strong again. When I think about how they've been active right under my nose all these years, an uncontrollable anger wells up inside me. No, I will not allow this to happen, or rather to happen again. At the very least, let me. I switch to the external camera feed and adjust the focus to lock onto the helicopter. It's a brand new military helicopter, painted in the latest standard livery of the Neo-Soviet Union Army. The only jarring detail is the RNC emblem emblazoned on it.
言う通りに。
了解。誘導に従ってください。ようこそエルモ号へ。
Nampha. I take a deep breath and straighten my clothes. I've spent long enough psyching myself for this. This time I should be able to talk things through properly, right? But as the thought crosses my mind, the courage I'd mustered falters slightly. I shake my head, trying to push away those unpleasant thoughts.
私が対応する。むやみに手を出さないよう人形たちに通達して。
Grows and nods, then makes a small gesture of encouragement toward me.
あなたなら大丈夫よ。
ああ、ありがとう。
I head toward the top deck. The helicopter promptly lands on the deck of the Elmo, but after touching down, the engines are not shut off. The rotors above continue spinning at high speed, signaling that this is only a brief visit. The hatch opens. An officer in a neatly pressed uniform strides down, followed by a figure I haven't seen in 10 years. His hair is grayer than I remember, the lines on his face deeper. Yet even after a decade apart, that distinctive presence of his makes him feel anything but unfamiliar.
久しぶりだな、指揮官。
クルーガーさん。
5分まで。
He speaks to the officer beside him. The officer nods and steps back toward the helicopter.
何をそんなに驚いてるんだ。
いや、その。
カリーナが降りてくると思ったのか。焦らずともいずれ会える。
すみません。そういうつもりでは。
Krieger smiles and shakes his head. He glances at the helicopter and then turns back to me.
時間が限られてる。少し話さないか。
I look toward the soldier standing by the helicopter and more or less understand Krieger's intention. I nod to him and lead him further away. We walk to the edge of the top deck, where we get a view over the wasteland in the distance. The bitter smell in the air is much lighter than before. Sunlight falls on Krieger, outlining his figure clearly. He looks far older than he did 10 years ago. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are deeper, his temples completely gray.
忙しいところすまないな。カリーナの選択は全て彼女個人の判断だ。迷惑だったら彼女に代わって謝罪しよう。
そんな、あなたがそこまでする必要は。カリンがいなかったら、私もここまで来ていません。彼女に託された任務で、大事な情報を知ることができたんですから。
ああ、それはお前の、ひいては我々全員の心のしこりだ。
I don't respond and simply wait quietly for Krieger to get to the point.
単刀直入に言う。先日オデッサで起きた人形暴走事件だが、ロレン上層部の耳に入った。そしてジラードグループを全面的に調査する許可が下りた。
Krieger turns toward me.
奴らの背後にいる存在が何なのかは私が言うまでもないだろう。
パラデウス。
財団とパラデウスの関係には前々から注目していた。2年を追ってきた。そろそろ決着をつけたい。
というと。
十分な証拠を集められた。お前に託した O43 ヘレナもその一つだ。あの子を証拠扱いするのに不快感を覚えると思うが、それほど重要な存在なんだ。明日リビウへ向かい O43 を引き取った後、残りの証拠を法廷へ提出する。東欧行政区最高裁判所に起訴した。オルログ財団とパラデウスが結託し、違法実験を繰り返していることについてな。これからリビウにいるすべての罪人が裁判にかけられる。
裁判。
ああ。
拘 束はしないのですか？
確かに我々は法執行機関だが、許可なく動くことはできない。
訴訟は少なくとも1年は続きます。その間もきっと犠牲者が。それにイエローエリアには当局の力が及ばない場所もあるんです。たとえ勝訴できたとしても状況が変わるとは。
時には武力以外の方法に頼らざるを得ないのだ。財団が力を失えばパラデウスは最大のパトロンを失うことになる。死活問題だ。奴らの基地をいくら潰したところで新しい基地がウゴのタケノコのように建造されるだけだ。
それでも基地周辺の人々を助けられます。
確かにその通りだ。訴訟で根本的に解決できると思っていないのはわかる。10年前と違い、今の我々はルールにのっとって動くことしかできないが、やれることは想像以上に多い。
And some people can also escape the punishment they deserve through those same rules. I swallow the words that almost slip out and offer only a faint, bitter chuckle. Kruger catches my meaning. He bows his head slightly and decides to change the subject.
ズッケラが引き受けた輸送に問題が起きないよう手配した。彼女たちはリビウ周辺でカリーナと落ち合う手はずになっている。エルモ号の進路を見るに、お前たちもリビウに向かうつもりなのだろう。
はい。途中で非常事態に遭い、エルモ号に戻ることになりましたが、それも解決済みです。今後は全身全霊任務に取り掛かります。
まあ、お前のことは信頼している。協力に感謝する。お前には相応の地位が与えられるよう働きかけよう。その方がイエローエリアでも動きやすいはずだ。
お気遣い感謝します。ですが不要です。
我々のやり方は時間はかかるが、根本的解決には最も近い。逆にお前のやり方は一時的には効果があるが、根本的解決には至らない。身分があれば管理局との連携もスムーズに取れるだろう。その方がお互いの短所をカバーし合える。
クルーガーさん、私が協力しているのは身分のためなんかじゃありません。パラデウスを根絶するためなら、私は鬼にでも悪魔にでもなります。理屈で私は止まりません。あなたなら知っているはずです。そんな人間が相応の地位を持っていいわけがありません。
Kruger lets out a sigh.
お前は変わったように見えて、10年前のままかもしれないな。
局長、時間です。これ以上は行動ログが。
すぐ行く。最後に一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
はい。
なぜ過去にこだわる？
過ちを正せない自分が許せないんです。
それは傲慢だな。
申し訳ありません。
だが何かを成し遂げようとする人間は往々にして傲慢だ。辛い孤独な道になるぞ。
いつものことです。
局長。
Kruger takes a small card out of his pocket.
リビウに入るには合法的な身分が必要だ。今はこれを使え。
I hesitate, still not reaching out.
私たちが秩序を取り戻すところを見ているといい。カリーナもお前に努力の成果を見てもらいたいはずだ。
Kruger looks straight at me. There's a kind of force in his gaze. Much as I resist, I find myself taking the card in the end. He seems to let out a quiet sigh of relief once he sees me accept it.
助けが必要な時は連絡をよこせ。
ありがとうございます。
Kruger turns to leave, but stops again at the helicopter door.
10年前の最大の損失は何かわかるか？
グリフィンですか？
お前だ。
I stand rooted to the spot, and at a loss for how to react. On the deck, the helicopter is ready for takeoff.
クルーガーさん。
Kruger removes the headset he has just put on and looks toward me. And I shout with all my strength at a volume I believe can overpower the helicopter's engines.
道は違えど、私はあなたを尊敬しています。
Kruger smiles.
リビウで会おう。指揮官。
The helicopter lifts off and quickly disappears into the sky. I stand on the deck for a long time, staring into the distance, thoughts surging. Perhaps I'm not the only one who lost a great deal because of the decision I made 10 years ago. Why is it that no matter what choice is made, someone always ends up getting hurt? The emotions I once tried so hard to avoid surface again. I even regret not responding to him more warmly just now. I clench my fist and shake my head hard, forcing myself not to dwell on it. Now isn't the time to be tangled up in this.
リビウ。
I look at the card I've just received. Will things really proceed as smoothly as Kruger says? I can't shake the feeling that something bad is coming. Probably not wrong. It's always something. As a side gate primarily used to divert traffic from the central checkpoint, the queue for entering the city here isn't usually very long. But today, the entry security procedures seem especially cumbersome, causing a large number of civilians to pile up at this entrance. Guards stationed on both sides of the checkpoint hold their weapons at the ready, closely watching every movement within the line. The transport truck bearing the Zucchero logo spray painted on its cargo compartment passes through the security gate. It waits in the inspection area for an inspector to carry out the review process. From the pedestrian line beside the truck, the voices of a family drift through the half-open window and into the doll's auditory module.
ああ、検査さえ通れば新しい生活が始まる。
やったー。私、綺麗なお洋服いっぱい買うんだ。
お兄ちゃんの教科書も買えるわね。
The mother walks at the back of the group, gazing lovingly at her two children. She rests her hands on their shoulders, drawing them closer together. Springfield watches the family with a tender glimmer in her eyes. She's no stranger to scenes like this. Families willing to overcome countless obstacles for a better life. Seeing the hope in the children's eyes, she can't help but smile. Although people ahead of them are being denied entry one after another for various reasons, the father remains confident. To qualify for life in the satellite city, their family has endured a long point-based process and strict screening. He firmly believes nothing will go wrong. The transport truck finally reaches the inspection point. Its Springfield notices the fatigue and irritation in the inspector's eyes, along with faint, barely concealed arrogance. She lets out a quiet sigh, already foreseeing the possible obstruction.
通行証と貨物明細をお願いします。
Springfield hands over an elegant folder, neatly containing various documents. On the inside is a food exchange voucher. Even in the green zone, such vouchers can still fetch a high price.
こちらがすべての書類です。
The inspector takes the folder, his gaze lingering on the voucher for only a second before he flips it open and begins reviewing the papers carefully. Once he confirms that he's speaking to a doll rather than a human, even his veneer of politeness disappears.
人形なら最近政策が変わったのを知っているだろう。すべての団体ないし個人の名義下に置かれている人形は専用の就労ビザが必要だ。お前が提出したのはビジネスビザだ。就労ビザじゃない。
私はいかなる団体個人にも属しておりません。
つまり無所属なんだな。
私の権限は私が持っています。身分証明書を見てください。
The inspector flips through the documents impatiently, confirming the truth of Springfield's statement.
またこの手合いか。何しに来た？
私の経営しているカフェの支店を開こうと。売り上げが順調に伸びているので事業拡大をと思いまして。
人形がカフェ。
ええ、こちら建築と経営許可になります。オープンしたらぜひお越しくださいね。特製オリジナルケーキをご用意します。きっと気に入っていただけると思います。
The inspector ignores Springfield's invitation as he skeptically scans the supplementary documents in his hands. Meanwhile, behind him, the family in line is presenting their documents to another inspector.
準備は万全のようだな。車の中は？
食材や機材です。先ほどスキャンされたばかりです。明細を確認しますか？
そこに置いとけ。トランクの中身もチェックする。
開けるのですか？
Springfield's brow furrows slightly with concern.
でも、あの中にはむやみに動かしてはいけないデリケートなものが。
そうか。だがこっちには関係ない。
Nearby, the inspection of that family also runs into trouble.
もう一度ご説明いたします。先日政策が変わりまして、サミット開催にあたって危険分子侵入を防ぐため、今週火曜日をもって家庭通行証1枚につき最大3人までしか通せなくなったんです。ホワイトエリアおよび周辺都市入試規定の8条第3項の下の方に記載されているはずですが、アップデートされていないのですか？
ではいつまで続くんですか？その戒厳令が終わるまで待てます。
さあ、数日か1ヶ月か、あるいは今後ずっとかもしれません。心中お察しします。ですが、運が悪かったとしか。
Springfield watches the situation unfold with pity and concern. The mother's panicked gaze and the children's dejection make her heart ache. She sighs softly and then turns her attention back to the inspector in front of her.
なんとか通していただけないでしょうか。密封の甘い食材が多いので、もし破れたりしたら使い物になりません。それに中身が散らかってしまえばここを汚してしまいます。さすがにご迷惑をおかけするわけには。
She produces a small pouch from somewhere, preparing to slip it into the inspector's hand. But he merely gives it a cold glance and pushes it back towards Springfield.
人形さんよ。先週までならその手に乗ったが、今は違う。あそこで言い合ってるのが聞こえなかったか？サミットが開催されて各地の大物が集まるんだ。こっちの責任問題になれば、イエローエリアの集落に帰るしかなくなる。ピース日本人だ。手の裏にもならない。さあ、
Springfield puts the collapsed pieces away, maintaining her gentle smile. She subtly glances at her watch.
そうですか。承知しました。
Springfield opens the cargo compartment. Inside, layers upon layers of coffee bean sacks and baking ingredients are stacked neatly, with refined coffee machines and baking equipment secured on racks. The air is filled with the aroma of coffee and sugar. The inspector switches on his flashlight and shines it through the gaps toward the depths of the compartment. From the outside, it's pitch black, impossible to see anything clearly.
未開封の原材料です。
それもおろせ。中に入ってチェックする。
少々お待ちください。
Springfield efficiently unties the rope securing the cargo, unloading sacks of coffee beans and flour one by one. She moves them carefully, ensuring the expensive beans and Sucaro's specialty syrups don't spill onto the ground. As the items blocking the front are cleared away, a box covered with a waterproof tarp gradually comes into view.
これがその原材料か。
はい。特別なものなので、保管には特に気を使っています。
開けろ。
はい。ただいま。
Springfield turns toward the depths of the cargo compartment, her hand lightly brushing against a device hidden among the goods. No matter what, she will protect the mission target entrusted to her. Springfield glances around. Most of the nearby soldiers' attention is focused on the long line waiting outside the security gate. Meanwhile, the arguing and crying family inside the checkpoint also draws many eyes. She gently brushes her hair back. She soon receives a response on level 2.
まだか。そろそろ入るぞ。
どうぞ。
Springfield watches as the inspector climbs into the cargo compartment, stepping over the burlap sacks and slowly approaching the box deeper inside. And while he isn't paying attention, Springfield has already moved closer behind him. A suspicious target has been detected near Satellite City West Gate Number 3. All nearby personnel immediately close the security gates and coordinate with security forces to provide support. The suspicious target has been detected. Yeah. Springfield continues to smile. In front of her, the inspector, only a step away from opening the box, frowns impatiently and answers the beeping communicator in his hand.
3番ゲートだ。何が起きた。
チーフ、バリアーグの奴らが持ち込もうとした金製品が爆発しました。制圧しましたが、すでに通した人員の中に同じものを持っている奴がいるかもしれません。
わかった。すぐ行く。
The inspector thinks for a moment, then hollers for Springfield.
人形。
何でしょう。
Springfield steps out from behind him. The inspector urgently points at the innermost cargo.
じっくり検査してる時間はない。箱を開けて一瞬だけ見せろ。
Springfield's smile stiffens slightly. She adjusts her gloves on her hands behind her back.
はい。
Instead of walking toward the box, she steps closer to the inspector. Just as she gets into position, ready to take action,
誰だよ、こんな時に。あ、所長。はい。はい。すぐ行きます。
the inspector hurriedly jumps off the truck, not even sparing Springfield a glance.
今日の検査を中止する。全員3番ゲートに行くぞ。はあ。こっちは朝から並んでんだぞ。
そうよ。早く娘のお見舞いに行かないといけないのに。
Ignoring the surrounding complaints and curses, the security gate slowly closes. The soldiers responsible for security block the crowd attempting to rush the gate, and then begin assembling to head toward gate number 3. Springfield watches the gate behind her seal shut, leaving her and the truck stranded within the inspection area of the checkpoint. She can't help but sigh.
危なかったわね。もう少し早く助けてくださってもよかったのですよ。我らが店長なら切り抜けられると思ったからじゃない。
Springfield reloads the cargo back into the truck. She steps down, the barricade blocking the vehicle is instantly lowered, and the road ahead opens up to her. Springfield hops into the truck and starts the engine, her gaze falling once more on that family. In front of the truck, the family that had been beside her in line stands there helplessly. Springfield hesitates and issues a request through level 3. 2.
彼らも助けてください。今回だけよ。
Springfield shoots the father a subtle look.
言ってください。
どういう。
さあ、早く。子供たちを連れて。家族全員で新しい生活を始めるんですよね。
Just then, the gate in front of the family opens as well. The couple freezes for a moment, then realizes what Springfield has done for them. They bow deeply toward her in gratitude and hurry through the gate with their 2 children. Springfield watches them leave, her eyes gleaming gently.
どうかお幸せに。
The last transport truck to pass inspection accelerates away from the checkpoint. After exiting the not very long arched passage, the once empty passenger seat is now somehow occupied by a figure.
相変わらず世話焼きね。無駄に借りを作ったじゃない。
Macchiato props her chin on her hand glumly, clearly not in a very good mood.
せっかくリバさんたちが来てくださったのですから、ついでにですよ。そもそもフォローなんかいらなかったし。マキアートさんも陽動お疲れ様でした。ああ、それ思い出しただけで頭きた。タイミングバッチリ測ったのに、あの頑固検査員。グリーンエリアにまだああいうタイプの人間がいたなんてね。リバ？勝手に人のチャンネル使わないでよ。ごめんごめん。通信が安全かどうか確認しただけ。そしたらあなたたちが話してたのよ。盗み聞きはしてないわ。直接ゲートを開けられるなら、なんでもっと早く言わなかったのよ。セキュリティいじるのは簡単だけど、足がついたらまずいじゃない。スプリングフィールドの方でハプニングが起こらなければ、作戦通りの方が良かったのよ。とにかく無駄な血を流さずに済んでよかったわ。リビウはすぐそこだから、あと一息よ。ですが、守備は予想以上に厳重です。リバさん、サミットとはどういうことですか？ああ、それね。ジラードグループのことは知ってるわよね。あそこは業界最大手として定期的に技術交流の名目でサミットを開くのよ。各企業が交互に研究成果を発表するんだけど、ジラードの発表は決まって取り。技術交流とは言ったものの、要はジラードの自慢大会ってわけ。だとしても、これはやりすぎじゃない？あからさまに私たちのことを警戒してるわね。非軍事勢力管理局ですか？でもリビウにおける管理局の基盤はかなり固いはずですが。そうよ。だからカリンはここを選んだ。ところが風向きがちょっと変わっちゃってね。最近リビウ当局がかなり非協力的なのよ。クルーガーさんが到着するや否や、すぐにジラードグループ指定のホテルに招待されちゃって。軟禁されてるわけじゃないけど、管理局局長ともあろうお方がお手洗いに行く時ですら護衛がつくのが嫌よね。財団は政治の中枢まで食い込んだのですか？状況は予想以上に複雑のようですね。余裕はなさそうです。リバさん、引き渡しまであと数時間ですが、予定を早めましょう。カリーナさんにつないでいただけますか？待って、すぐ隣にいる。
Ava's voice disappears for a few seconds.
引き渡しを早めて問題ないわ。こっちはもう約束の廃棄倉庫にいるしね。 心ください。誰にもつけられていません。尾行車は浄化エリアの外で巻きました。
さすが、指揮官に任されたのがあなたでよかった。座標を送るわ。
はい、確かに受け取りました。
オーケー。じゃあ20分後にね。
Inside an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the satellite city. Two figures slip in through the warehouse's rear door. After confirming that the interior is secure, the human woman lowers the gun in her hand and nods to the doll beside her.
リバさん、もう一度周囲をチェックしてください。
了解。静かすぎるのが不気味？
はい。当然といえば当然ですが、なんとなく不安で。
Through her neural cloud, Leva runs a full check of all the cameras and detectors she has deployed. Under their surveillance, no one can enter this place unnoticed. Everything is normal. Leva nods to Kalina. Kalina relaxes slightly, then picks up the radio and contacts the outside.
偵察隊、状況は？
異常はありません。
サーモグラフィーのチェックは？
味方の熱源しかありません。
わかりました。引き続き警戒を。即応隊、そちらはどうですか？
戦闘準備完了。決済ルートはこちらのカバー範囲内です。どうしますか？
そのまま待機してください。
了解。
リバさん、
なんだか違和感があるのよね。
というと？
パッと見はどこもおかしくないけど、逆に嫌な予感がするのよ。レナ、そっちはどう？屋上からの眺め、いい景色だよ。どころかアリの一匹もいない。リバネーと持ち場交代してもいいよ。いいわ、そのまま景色を楽しんでおいて。ありがとう、リバネ。北西方面のエリアをもう一度スキャンして。軽微な信号の乱れをキャッチしたわ。信号源はわかる？今スキャンするね。信号なんかないよ。ない。あ、かりんね。スプリングフィールドたちだ。昔と全然変わってないや。
Kalina glances at the time. It matches exactly the time Leva and Springfield had agreed on earlier. She raises the communicator in her hand.
目標が予定通り出現。総員、第一種警戒態勢。
了解。
車を入れてください。
Outside the warehouse, the hum of an engine draws closer, and then gradually comes to a stop. Leva and Kalina exchange a look and pull up the rolling shutter that covers the warehouse entrance. Once the vehicle stops, Springfield hops down from the driver's seat first. She gives Kalina a slight bow.
カリーナさん、お待たせいたしました。長旅、お疲れ様です。順調でしたか？少々トラブルがありましたが、皆さんの協力で無事解決しました。すみません。もっと手厚くサポートできたはずなのですが、こちらもやむを得ない事情がありまして。とんでもありません。今までずっとお世話になっていたのですから、これくらい当然です。本来のルートが狙われていなければ、私とマキアートさんでリビウまで運ぶべきなのですが。それは適切な判断です。後のことはこちらに任せてください。はい、お願いします。指揮官はこの件を非常に重視しています。ヘレナさんやパラデウスについて。
Hearing Springfield's words, Helena's expression grows grave.
指揮官には私から説明します。よろしくお願いします。
While Kalina is conversing with Springfield, Leva looks past her toward a distance, as if confirming something. Meanwhile, Macchiato walks in and sets down the sealed container that had been hidden deep in the cargo hold. With a heavy thump, the container hits the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust.
なんでこんなに重いのよ。中身は女の子なんでしょ。あれだけの自動防御システムがあるんですから。
Kalina steps closer to the container, but it suddenly starts to quiver.
これは警戒態勢に入ったようですね。来る途中にこうなったことは。いいえ、出発前、指揮官が私とマキアートさんの識別情報を書き換えたのですが。
Which means company.
なるほど。リバさん、一歩下がってください。
Leva eyes the container warily. With a frown, she follows Kalina's instruction and backs away, but the container continues to shake. Leva looks up at her surroundings. Within her neural cloud, feeds from the cameras and scanners flash by rapidly, but whether in the outside world or within her neural cloud, the situation is the same. All is still and quiet. Yet this very stillness makes Leva highly incredulous. Through level 2 in her neural cloud, she senses a faint but persistent connection request still flickering.
近くにある通信要請信号を感知できる。通信要請信号？
Springfield looks at Macchiato in confusion. Macchiato shakes her head as well. Wait, I might know what's happening here.
何も
Is it finally time?
せんが。
If it were an enemy, they wouldn't be so brazen about it. Then there's only one possibility. Leva raises all the firewalls in her neural cloud to maximum. After a moment's hesitation, she accepts the request. The connection is established. Nothing happens. Then, after a long while, a string of characters is transmitted.
これはパスワード。いや、16進数のコード。偽り。
Ava activates the key. In an instant, her neural cloud is assaulted by what feels like crashing waves. Her offensive firewalls immediately counterattack, but the opposing signal vanishes at once. The firewalls sever all connection interfaces, isolating Leva's neural cloud once more. Forcefully disconnected by the attack, Leva suddenly realizes something. She takes stock of her surroundings, only to find fully armed mechanical units all around them. Ava immediately raises her hand and strikes the mechanical unit that has already approached the container.
隠れて。どうしました？セカンダリレベルに侵入されてる。待って、カリンは見えないの？何がですか？
Lena looks around in confusion, but still draws her sidearm warily. In Leva's view, the mechanical units are drawing their weapons as well.
全員伏せて。私のマークした位置を攻撃。
Springfield and Macchiato immediately draw their weapons. Leva fires controlled shots at the enemy positions she can see, while the other dolls raise their guns and fire at targets invisible to them. The mechanical units are hit precisely and collapse to the ground.
セナープロトコルはまだある。はい。二人とも。セカンダリレベルを切ってセナーにつないで。
Springfield and Macchiato do as instructed. The moment the connection is established, they too see the mechanical units on the ground sparking.
どこから入ってきたのよ。さっきから何のことですか？人間の目を欺くなんて。
After the mechanical units are destroyed, the container finally stops shaking.
レナ、敵影は？リモート制御で私につないで。これでどう？どれどれ？あ、外使いされたじゃん。
There was no response over the radio.
困ったわね。どこのドイツかしら。今ね、敵が倉庫に突っ込んでいったよ。私たちと合流して総員戦闘準備。
These wonky looking things. Exactly. What are all these? I can't believe they got this close without me noticing. Against dolls, it's electronic attacks. And against humans, probably something like hallucinogens or poison gas. I'm afraid it's something like that. I'm not worried about electronic attacks. I'm just afraid that Miss Kalina's been hurt in some other way. Now let's wrap this up quickly. We'll take care of any other business after we take them out. Oh, I'll help too. Indeed. As it kills over half of them.
脅威を排除する。これで全部？そうみたいね。
Suddenly, a series of noises come from outside the warehouse. Kalina frowns as she hears them.
パトカーの音です。
Outside the warehouse, the screeches of vehicles braking hard can be heard, followed by multiple sets of footsteps drawing closer and closer.
LVI-13 警察署だ。全員武器を捨てろ。
我々は非軍事勢力管理局です。これは正規の手続きにのっとった任務です。あなた方に介入する権限はありません。
黙って指示に従え。武器を捨てろ。一人ずつ身元を確認する。
From the extremely forceful tone, it's clear that they are prepared to attack at any moment. Kalina signals Leva to stay calm.
警察です。撃つと厄介になります。強奪するのに失敗したから絡め手に出たわけね。とはいえ、向こうもむやみに撃ってこないはず。隙を伺いましょう。
Kalina gestures to the other dolls, who quickly move to conceal the container holding Helena in a hidden corner.
増援を呼びました。15分以内に駆けつけます。それまで持つといいけどね。
Kalina nods. She clears her throat and calls out toward the outside.
武装解除しました。入ってください。それでは警官の皆さん、倉庫を調べてください。中にいるのはおそらくロレンの交換。くれぐれも丁重に。
Armed PSA personnel enter the warehouse. Kalina raises her hands and presents her credentials.
私は非軍事勢力管理局第三支局293次兼地域安保担当です。繰り返しますが、これは正規の任務です。
任務の詳細は。
そちらに知る権限はありません。
Under Kalina's imposing sense of presence, the armed officer doesn't dare act rashly. He takes the credentials, flips through them, then hands them to someone who appears to be the team leader. That person walks off and passes them to another indistinct figure in the distance. The moment she enters Kalina's field of view, Kalina's nerves snap taut. The one now standing before her is not a human, but a meticulously dressed third-gen doll. Yeah, I fucking figured it was her. Her suit is perfectly tailored, like a I knew that voice, a highly trained senior butler from a noble estate. Her every movement radiates elegance and composure. She inclines her head slightly, examining Kalina's credentials with irreverent courtesy. Her fingers, fluid and graceful, turn the pages lightly. Then she looks up, a gentle and polite smile on her lips, while her eyes resemble fine porcelain displayed in an old mansion. Wow, details. Vol is on the surface, but hiding something deeply unsettling within. Okay, that's not who I was expecting.
これは大変失礼しました。有無を言わさぬ割には随分と丁寧なんですね。優雅かつ効率的、常に最高のサービスを提供する我々にとっては美徳とも言えるでしょう。
Her voice is rich and smooth, her tone refined and courteous, yet this near-perfect politeness carries an irresistible sense of authority.
警察があなたのような高性能人形を保有しているとは思えませんが、何か事情でも。お目が高い。私は一時的に警察に協力しているだけです。
The doll gives Kalina a slight nod.
申し遅れました。ジラードグループ所属、リビウおよび周辺地域安全管理担当のイグラです。
Gerard, well, yeah.
この近くに不審な動きがある知らせを受け、ハセ参じました。
Sure.
私の肩書き通り、当グループはリビウとその周辺の安全管理も請け負っております。警察からの出動要請があれば、それに応えるのが義務です。近日中にサミットが開催されますし、私自ら現場に赴いたわけです。この様子だと、相当激しい武力衝突が起こったと見受けられます。よろしければ情報を共有していただけますか。この町の治安を守ることは双方共通の目的なのですから。
Igla's gaze rests gently yet intently on Kalina, and then casually sweeps toward the corner behind her. That seemingly idle glance feels as though it sees straight through everything. Her smile never wavers, polite and composed, yet exerting invisible pressure.
任務でここを訪れた途端、素性不明の機械の攻撃を受け、これを撃退しました。それはお気の毒でしたね。
Igla inclines her head gracefully, offering a perfectly measured gesture of apology, as though expressing regret for an inconvenience she did not cause. Her expression remains impeccably pleasant, save for the intense focus in her eyes, like a predator locking onto its prey.
ですが、その襲撃、明確な目的を持って行われたものだと思われます。
Igla looks toward a spot, the very place where the container is hidden.
管理局の安保担当なら、衛星都市内での発砲の重大さは理解していますね。その上、都市部の安全を脅かす危険物の侵入を許してしまいました。失礼ですが、こうなってしまっては、あなた方には署までご同行願うほかありません。この付近にある危険物も徹底的に調査いたします。異論はありますか。先ほどから申し上げておりますが、我々は正規の任務に当たっていただけ、そちらにとやかく言われる筋合いはありません。速やかにこの場を立ち去ってください。私がそうしたくても、ここにいる警官の方々が果たして納得するか。これも治安を守るためです。面倒ごとにならないためにも、ここは協力してくださりませんか。制度上、自治体の警察には非軍事勢力管理局への捜査権が与えられていません。ましてやあなたはただの業者です。どうしても権力欲を満たしたいとおっしゃるなら、リビウ主席を通して令状を取ってください。非協力的な態度を取り続けても何のためにもなりませんよ。
Igla raises a hand slightly. The surrounding PSA officers immediately raise their guns. The dolls raise theirs in response.
おやおや、驚きました。
Igla turns her gaze toward Leva, who smiles back while leveling her gun at Igla.
第三世代人形だからってうぬぼれていない？おっしゃる意味がわかりません。どうだか。
Beneath their smiles, countless streams of light flash through their eyes. Within Leva's level 2, a signal source at point-blank range attempts to forcibly connect to her neural cloud. Massive amounts of data crash violently against Leva's offensive firewalls. The signal source launches high-speed, high-density attacks against all her ports, but the key activated earlier provides Leva with a complete decoding logic, allowing her to dismantle those lethal viruses within the limits of her processing power.
あんまり舐めた真似はしない方がいいわよ。そっちが先に仕掛けても返り討ちにできるし、サンジの身に何かあれば、ジラードグループ全体が畑の肥やしになるけど、それでいいの？
Igla frowns slightly, then resumes her original smile and addresses Leva.
ご冗談を。そんな失礼なことはいたしません。でも確かに、サンジの身に何かあれば大変ですね。我々では責任を取りかねます。
Igla casts a meaningful look toward Kalina. Leva's gaze is drawn there as well. Lena keeps her gun trained on Igla, but suddenly her chest heaves. She coughs several times and collapses into an uncontrollable violent coughing fit. She covers her mouth and nose, but blood spills through her fingers and drips onto the ground with each cough.
これはこれは。もしや急性放射性症候群では？早急に治療を受けないと取り返しがつかないことになりますね。
Lena drops weakly to one knee, but immediately raises a hand to signal that she can still hold on.
大丈夫。放射線耐性は強い方なので。
Bracing herself against her knee, she forces herself back up, wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth, and raises her gun at Igla.
死んでもここは立ち去りません。
Igla shows the same confident smile as before. She bows lightly and gestures for the other armed personnel to lower their weapons.
少しだけ待ちましょう。
Suppressing the urge to shoot the wench named Igla in the face right there and then, Leva rapidly calculates how to eliminate every enemy present as quickly as possible. They have cunningly deployed human armed personnel, all wearing full coverage helmets. There's no telling what's been released into the air. As for Igla herself, just defending against her electronic attacks is already taxing. Crippling her through electronic warfare is nearly impossible. Judging from the PSA's setup, they must have prepared for Namfa reinforcements. The chances of Namfa reinforcements reaching the place in 15 minutes are smaller than her winning the lottery. And Kalina clearly can't hold on out in her current condition. She already has a history of Elid. Her life will be at risk if this continues. While Ava's neural cloud is racing, a massive explosion suddenly erupts deep within the warehouse. Almost simultaneously, the dolls all look toward the same spot, the location of the container now shrouded in smoke. Igla doesn't hesitate for even a second. Abandoning the dolls she had been facing moments ago, she immediately rushes toward the explosion. Lena tries to follow, but her legs give out and she collapses. Ava rushes to her side at once, trying to help her up. Lena pushes her away and issues an order. Ava shoots a furious glare at the PSA personnel Igla has left behind and roars at them. Thrown into chaos by the sudden explosion and Igla's departure, the PSA officers fall into disarray. Their leader starts calling for medical support over the radio. Leva gives Kalina one last look, then dashes toward the site of the explosion.
闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これで先に進む。
When Mestina sprints at full speed with the container slung over her shoulder, the box is shaking violently. She clamps it tightly with her arm to keep it from slipping free. Alva runs alongside her, but unlike Mestina, she keeps her head down, continuously working on the terminal in her hand. Alva doesn't look up, her fingers still flying across the terminal. Okay, so it was from her. The terminal emits a crisp, unlocking chime. The container on Voimostina's shoulder stops quivering. Alva finally turns to look at Voimostina. Oh, lets out a quiet sigh. Voimostina pauses slightly, and then nods and says no more. Silence between them carries an unspoken mutual understanding. In the distance, the sound of running engines and footsteps draws closer. Voimostina watches Alva leave, and then silently she turns in the opposite direction, checks her weapon, and runs toward the enemy, heavy deliberate steps. After taking down the last pursuer, Voimastina scans her surroundings. When she confirms that the area is secure, she prepares to relocate. Just as Voimastina is about to move, a razor-sharp gaze, one that seems to pierce through every electromagnetic disturbance on the battlefield, locks onto her like a precision-guided weapon. Her instincts trigger instantly. Before conscious thought can catch up, her body pivots. In 0.1 seconds, her right hand draws her MP-443 tactical pistol, the muzzle snapping precisely toward the source of that gaze. At that very moment, Voimastina's system experiences a rare stall. She stands in an open tactical zone, deliberately chosen to maximize attracting enemy fire while ensuring clear line of sight for battlefield control. Her first assessment is that the enemy has deployed a sniper team for long-range suppression, but her wolf eye's full-spectrum scan detects no thermal signatures or electronic traces of conventional weapons. Yet her intuition has never been wrong. Tempered through countless battles, it has become an integral component of her combat system. She raises her head slightly. Wolf Eye automatically shifts to maximum magnification, piercing the night mist to lock onto a distant target. On the edge of the battlefield, over a kilometer from the engagement zone, atop a high-rise overlooking a warehouse district, a slender figure stands in silence. Even with Wolf Eye, Voimastina must run the system at full power to clearly capture the figure's image. It is a woman dressed in an elegant masculine formal suit, poised and graceful, with neatly styled short hair and movements that radiate her near-perfect refinement. Her gaze meets Voimastina's across the vast distance. Voimastina maintains her firing stance. Rational analysis tells her a standard pistol is meaningless at this range, yet a more primal combat instinct refuses to let her lower her guard. Across such an immense distance, every sensor in her body simultaneously enters maximum alert, a phenomenon she has never experienced before, not even when she infiltrated Avernus alone. Her combat instincts scream a single conclusion: this person is a genuine threat. As if sensing Voimastina's wariness, the elegant woman tilts her head slightly and says something to a fully armed operative beside her. Through her wolf eye, Voimastina sees the operative salute, open a specialized case, and respectively present it to the woman. With a flick of her wrist, the equipment is revealed in full, a tactical spear forged from a special ultra-high-density alloy, its surface glinting coldly. Such weapons are typically ceremonial ornaments, not tools of actual combat. But in the next instant, the woman's movement sends every one of Voimastina's senses screaming. She grips the spear gracefully, spins it into motion as fluid as a dance, and then something utterly unbelievable happens. Holding the spear in one hand, she leans back slightly and, with flawless throwing posture, hurls it toward Voimastina over a kilometer away. The air shrieks as the spear tears through it like a silver bolt of lightning, traveling at armor-piercing round velocity across an inconceivable distance. Voimastina's system calculates hundreds of evasion patterns, but her body makes a different choice. She holsters the pistol, lowers her center of gravity, and precisely catches the spear mid-air with her right hand. The colossal impact force carves deep grooves into the ground beneath her boots, sending her skidding several meters before she stabilizes. The ground surface fractures under the force, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. This is not power a normal human could unleash, nor an impact a standard T-doll could withstand. Voimastina looks down at the spear in her hand. Etched delicately along the shaft is a single line of text. Looking forward to making your acquaintance, Igla. What kind of messages is going on here? What's up, Psychro? The call ends. Voimastina lifts her head and looks toward the distant buildings. The dull numbness pulses through her wrist. The impact was too much even for the components on her arm. A sensation she has never experienced before surges within her. A sense of inevitability, like two planets being drawn together by gravity, destined to collide in a spectacular catastrophe someday. However, the elegant woman in menswear has already vanished into the night, as if she had never been there at all. The night wind is bleak. Only the heavy spear in Voimastina's hands proves that what had happened was not an illusion. Hold up. I'm seeing something. Let me switch to the correct window. Friggin' windows. Did the stream title not change properly? Why? No, it says the right thing. Yeah, I'm good, man. You actually got Grok behaving. Oh, yeah, I wasn't on the right category. My chat window's vanished. Yes. Dull sound tears through the air, and a blazing fireball blooms in the night. A jeep racing down a narrow road is struck dead on by a precision-guided rocket. A shockwave throws out a ring of heat, shattering all the nearby windows. Just then, a string of precise gunshots cuts off the security team's transmission. Alva and Voimastina appear simultaneously from cover 3 blocks away. They are covered in light dust and scorch marks, yet their combat efficiency remains completely unaffected. Ah, gotcha. Their perfectly coordinated crossfire suppresses the entire pursuit squad. The private armed security forces bearing the Gerard Group insignia clearly did not anticipate this. Task Force Defy has not only evaded encirclement, but has already completed a countermaneuver, turning from prey into ambushers. I'm actually kind of surprised you're hitting a limit. You must have been genning a lot, dude. Because, usually when you're paying for Grok, you have a much, more leniency on the gen limits. Without wasting a breath, Alva gives a slight nod and swiftly adjusts her comms to standard encrypted mode. She then shoulders the capsule containing the critical cargo and leaps nimbly into a gap amidst the dense architecture of Lviv's green zone. Her figure melds into the neon-lit steel jungle, vanishing into the night in an instant. Voimastina remains where she is, deliberately exposing her movements to every surveillance system. She is the decoy, the core executor of the diversion. The night in the satellite cities around Lviv should be lively and bustling. Colorful neon lights illuminate the commercial streets lined with buildings that blend Eastern European tradition with modern design. This place should be packed with nightlife seekers and tourists, mocking those who struggle desperately just to survive. Yet now the streets are completely deserted, as if the entire city has been evacuated by some invisible force. What's up, Deathswalker? Quality, huh? I mean, outside of the server issues they were having, I guess, yesterday now, I don't know if that would really be a persistent thing, more just, you know, AI things. Voyamistine looks up directly at the armed helicopter flying toward her. A searchlight of the light tactical chopper illuminates her figure in stark clarity. On this empty battlefield, she stands like an unshakable mountain, awaiting the coming storm. The helicopter's side gunner excitedly confirms the hit. The launcher, still smoking in his hands, gives proof to his precise strike. What kind of hiccup? Like, it not finishing generations kind of thing, or are you talking it just doing like weird things? The thick smoke and dust from the missile explosion blanket the entire area. Combined with turbulent heat currents among buildings, infrared imaging is nearly useless, just as the helicopter descends to deploy the confirmation team. A violent unnatural gale erupts from the center of the smoke. A dark shadow rockets upward, breaking free of gravity's pull. The figure is still wreathed in lingering smoke, like a Valkyrie from myth taking flight. A hand seemingly clad in steel clamps firmly onto the landing skid. Immense force tilts the entire helicopter to one side, its frame emitting a dangerous metallic screech. Lamastina hauls herself into the cabin and immediately delivers a precise crushing punch that sends the nearest armed operative flying out of the open hatch. The fully equipped tactical soldiers hurled hundreds of meters away, vanishing into the night like a feather. The helicopter crew consists of 13 tactical elites, all specially trained to counter high-performance T-Dolls, veterans of two-person coordination and squad combat. Well, the first and third things are definitely just AI oddities that always happen. At least with the third one, it's really easy to fix because you can just tell to remove text and stuff, or specific text in specific locations of the image, if you have intentional text. In addition, 4 non-biomimetic droids are deployed inside the cabin, mechanized combat tools more efficient than humans, executing orders with absolute merciless precision. The weapons all lock onto Voymastina before the humans can react. However, faced with the true difference in power, even the finest training, the most flawless coordination, and the most advanced equipment are nothing more than meaningless numbers. Blades slice through arteries and cables. At extreme proximity and speed, weapons clatter to the floor before a single shot can be fired, along with bodies that have grown limp. When the pilot turns at the sound behind him, his eyes fall on the bodies strewn across the cabin, and a T-Doll standing at the entrance, making a silencing gesture. When Mustina gives the pilot one last look, when she's certain he won't attempt anything dangerous, she leaps from the helicopter as it continues circling at low altitude. She lands solidly on the rooftop of a mid-rise building. The impact fractures the concrete, yet she merely bends her knees slightly to absorb the force before straightening once more. She's deliberately spared the pilot to prevent the helicopter from crashing out of control and causing unnecessary civilian casualties. Even though this exposes her position, Defy has its own principles. Besides, her current mission is to draw attention, to create space for Alva and the extraction team. Drones airdrop combat droids near Voimastina, but both the enemy and she herself knows this is nothing. I didn't catch the ending, but I get the idea. Yep. I hate that it auto fades the text box like that. Every time, man.
みんなのために脅威を排除する逃がしたっての私が終わらせる
I have to say, whoever designed the third generation T-dolls really has a certain aesthetic they like. At last we meet, AK-15. Your reputation precedes you. It is truly an honor. I hope you like this welcome gift. Please grace me with a demonstration. Show me the power of the strongest from the previous generation. Come. Amidst the wreckage, Hila surveys the site of devastation, lifting a hand to her head and rolling her neck.
あの AK-15 とこうして出会えたのは得難い経験と認めざるを得ません。残念な結果に終わってしまいましたが。
Squad after squad of Gerard's armed security forces rapidly encircled the area, professionally raising their weapons and establishing a perimeter. In fact, these units have been observing the entire battle from a safe distance, but after witnessing a confrontation that defies comprehension, not a single person dares to intervene. If this were an ordinary firefight, some brave soldiers might have approached the battlefield. But the clash between Igla and Voidmastina has already exceeded the boundaries of conventional combat power. The suffocating exchange of force compels every combatant present to wisely choose observation over interference.
新しい服を用意してください。今と同じもの。それから今回の戦闘データをすべて記録し、2時間以内に報告書にまとめて私のデスクに置いてください。
Igla's voice is smooth and velvety, her phrasing polite and refined, yet carrying an elegance and authority that brooks no refusal. She inclines her head slightly and offers her subordinates a proper smile, as though they were merely attendants at the salon. Perhaps it's because she fully understands the nature of her own power that she does not reprimand those who fail to provide support. Instead, she shows a hint of approval for their wise decision to keep their distance. Igla pinches the slightly damaged cuff of her sleeve, her movements focused and graceful. She extracts a pristine white handkerchief from her breast pocket and gently wipes the remaining blood from her cheek as if powdering her nose at a banquet. Her gaze drifts to the steel spike on the ground, stained with her own blood, while the flawless smile on her lips never falters.
それであの二人はどこに？
はっ、依然逃走中で地下施設に侵入した模様。位置はロストしました。
なるほど。
Igla narrows her eyes.
逃げるのが目的ではないようですね。
Although she admits the encounter has been an enjoyable diversion, she must also concede that she has no time to continue playing games with the two from Defy.
では帰りましょう。警備隊はそう言い、私と本部に帰還せよと言ったのです。
はっ、
どんちゃん騒ぎを起こして収穫はゼロ？
Just as Igla is about to issue orders to pursue, a female voice tinged with unmistakable mockery suddenly comes from nearby. A small figure steps slowly out of the shadows, entering the glow of the streetlights. Igla looks slightly surprised. She hadn't sensed the approach of this doll at all.
リバさん、驚きました。てっきりカリーナさんのそばから離れないものなのか。三児の身の安全は重要事項でしょうに。
医療用人形でもない私がつきっきりでいたところで無駄よ。
大事な事案ですか。
Igla tilts her head slightly.
は、何のことでしょう。
例えば奴隷政府機関の任務を妨害し管理局の高官に傷を負わせたある人形を捕まえることとか。
それはそれは。これほど重大な犯罪を犯した人形がいるなら、ジラードグループとしても看過できません。可能な限り協力いたしましょう。ぜひ十分な証拠をお渡しいただければと。
ええ、そのうち揃えておくわ。というわけで、これは非軍事勢力管理局の正式な捜査。邪魔したりしないわよね。
ええ。
Igla makes a polite gesture, clearly uninterested in further entanglement with Leva.
逃走した危険分子を追わねばならないので、他にご用件がなければ、ここで失礼させていただきます。
おう、忘れるとこだった。
Just as Igla turns to leave, Leva speaks up again, her mocking tone now carrying a hint of threat.
最初に私たちを襲った連中。彼らはあの二人の危険分子の仲間じゃないみたい。どこの誰か心当たりはない？イグラさん。
情報のご提供、感謝いたします。犯罪者は誰一人とて逃がしません。
Igla gives Leva one last look, then bows to excuse herself before turning away. Her silhouette, elegant as ever, quickly melts into Levia's nightscape.
やっぱりね。
After confirming that Igla and her forces have withdrawn, Leva swiftly drops the mocking expression from her face. She then looks toward the direction where Voimastina and Alva have disappeared.
本当に彼女たちだったなんて。反逆正体、何をするつもりかしら。戦闘終了。脅威はすべて排除しました。これで先に進みます。
After spending some time on the deck of the Elmo getting some fresh air, I head back toward the ops room. The dolls who had been watching the spectacle through the glass earlier have already vanished without a trace, leaving only Mei Ling in the hangar servicing the drones. She waves to me in greeting as I come in. Rosa can probably tell that I'd rather be alone. After brewing me a cup of coffee, she says she's going to inspect the goods freshly delivered by the underground brokers and excuses herself. I take a sip of coffee and sit down at the command console. I take out the card I received earlier and glance at the route displayed on the console. It's still half a day before we reach Lviv's satellite cities. Lately, I've been leaving the Elmo again and again, and every time nothing good ever comes of it. With a sigh, I toss the card aside and clasp my hands behind my head and look up. At some point, a flying diner gate has already come to hover above me.
どうしたの？しみったれた顔しちゃって。
脅かさないで。
クルーガーと昔話ができてご機嫌かと思ったのに。
Friggin' dandelion.
どう考えたらその結論に至るの？
だってほら。
The diner gate flies over to the card on the desk, circles it once, and starts projecting Dandelion's image.
最高ランクの通行証よ。これがあればリビウのどこにでも行けるわ。武器を持とうが戦術人形を連れていようが誰も文句を言えない。
そんなものが。
お役人様の特権ね。いちいち検査受けてたら仕事にならないもの。通行証、ちょっと見せてくれる？
I raise the card. A scanning beam shines from the diner gate's eye and rakes over it.
20名分のマスター権限と5つ星ホテルのスイートルームの予約情報が入っていて、ホテル周辺の建物のキーカードにもなってるわ。さすがクルーガー、用意周到ね。武器も人形もなければエルモ号を降りられない誰かさんのことをよーく知ってるようで。
うるさい。
I wave my hand dismissively, shooing the bothersome diner gate aside. I peer at the card and think about what Kruger said to me earlier. Things really aren't what they used to be. Bounty hunters can't change anything if they only ever stay in the yellow zone. If I had greater authority, maybe the dolls around me wouldn't need to risk themselves, and we could handle more, bigger problems than before. But still, even with Kruger and Kalina on my side, I find the Non-Military Forces Administration and the URNC as a whole repulsive. Especially that man. I recall that final phone call I had before leaving Griffin, and the frustration and anger start creeping back in immediately. Dandelion studies my expression, tilts her head, and decides to say something.
そういえば、前の地下研究施設から抜き取った情報をさらに解析してみたんだけど、興味ある？
ん？そうね。
あそこに誘拐された人々が非人道的な実験に使われたのは知っての通りよ。警察の資料にも同じような事例がいくつかあった。実験がかなり前から行われていた証拠ね。注目すべきは、実験体となった人々と実験の過程そのものが全てカテゴライズされていること。そしてその情報は闇ブローカーの情報送信ルートを使用して定期的にいくつかの場所に送信されていたわ。
特定できる？
いやね、この手のルートなんて何重にも偽装されてるのを知ってるくせに、普通は無理よ。
普通はでしょ？
Just as I expected, Dandelion smiles in satisfaction. She quirks an eyebrow and goes on with pride.
そうね。ロレンの情報機関でも果てしなく時間がかかる。こんなこともあろうかと思って。ベ
別のタスクを処理していた時にヘリの演算力の一部を使って数日で済ませたわ。
そんなことして平気なの？
大したことじゃないわ、今のところはね。とにかく全ての情報は楽園計画というワードにつながってる。そしてその計画を立ち上げ援助しているのがジラードグループ。ジラードグループの本社はまさにリビウにあるわ。
リビウか。となるとジラードグループはパラデウスと手を組んでヘレナやブージャムの実験に関わっていたというの？
個人的には連中がそんな大それたことをできると思わないけど、ジラードの他にファルベンっていうグループの情報も出てきたわ。ジラードよりは存在感が薄いけど、グループとしての力はファルベンの方が上ね。現在の形勢を見るにジラードも結局は利用されているに過ぎないわね。
トカゲの尻尾切りか。なら裁判でパラデウスを倒すことは無理じゃないの？
そうでもないわ。ジラードは大事な資金源だから深刻なダメージを与えられる。隠れ胸を失うことにもしかなり生きづらくなると思うんだ。
そうね。何もしないよりはマシ。
それであなたはどうするつもり？
I rest my chin on my hand and nod slightly. Maybe things really are moving in a better direction. Maybe it's also time for me to make some changes.
情報を集めて。ジラードと管理局、両方ともね。リビウに行ってジラードの行く末を見ておきたい。
かつての仲間のもとへ帰るの？
いいえ、ただ様子を見たいだけよ。今から書くことをもとにルートとプランを練って。
I sketch out my thoughts on paper. The diner gate flies in a circle overhead as Dandelion withdraws her projection.
わかったわ。
念のためプランは3つ用意してほしい。今すぐできる？
今？
あなたならこれくらい一瞬でしょ？
相変わらず無理言うわね。
イエスと取っていいのね。
I pick up the communicator. Rosa picks up almost immediately.
指揮官。
404、ズッケロ。そよ風のみんなを指令室に呼んで。話したいことがある。
リビウに行くつもり？
さすがね。
了解。呼んでくるわ。
Soon enough, the dolls file into the ops room. The scene looks almost identical to the pre-mission briefings from years ago. They are chatting about their previous missions. Once I see everyone is present, I step up to the command console and clear my throat lightly. The room immediately quiets. All eyes turn to me as I gather my thoughts and begin.
エルモ号は現在リビウ周辺に接近中よ。先ほど来たクルーガーさんがそこで使える通行証を渡してくれた。私はリビウに入ってカリンから託された任務を完遂し、パラデウスの調査を行いたいと思う。
あなたならそうすると思いました。
The other dolls nod in agreement.
みんなヘレナちゃんのことが心配ですから。店長たち、今頃何をしているのでしょう。
The dolls start discussing among themselves again, but it doesn't last long before they turn the question back to me.
私たちはどうすれば？
I bring up the regional map on the console. The dolls step closer to look.
3組に分かれてほしい。1班は私とリビウに入り、管理局の作戦に参加する。2班は予備戦力兼情報収集。3班はエルモ号の防衛と必要に応じて他班の撤退の支援。詳細はダンデライオンが話す。
Diner gate flies above the console, drawing everyone's attention.
仰々しいけど、こんなの観光みたいなものよ。まずは一班、エルモ号をグリーンエリア外縁の隔離壁付近で止めた後、コルフェンとグローザの護衛のもと、大陸間列車に乗ってリビウへ侵入。乗り換えが少なからず発生するけど、通行証があれば問題ないはずよ。わかった。2班は乗り物を用意して武器と設備を市内へ持ち込み、セーフハウスを確保して1班の周囲を観測して。リーダーは来る会が適任ね。メンバーは404の一番隊とそよ風。指揮官が泊まるホテルはここよ。周囲にセーフハウス候補がいくつかあるわ。まずはそれらすべての下見が必要ね。こちらに土地勘はないから、現地の道路や社会情勢といった情報を集めておいて。緊急時の撤退ルートも2班の担当になるわ。そういう状況にならないと思うけど、念のためにね。
404ではこれくらい普通よ。よろしくお願いします、クルカイさん。人間と接触する必要がある場合は、私たちにお任せください。
3班はいつでもヘリコプターを飛ばせるように待機してて。もちろん怪しい奴がいればその迎撃もね。メンバーはズッケルの2人とグローザ正体の残りの人形よ。
最善を尽くします。
ちゃんと守るから安心しなさい。マップとルート、その他諸々の情報はすでに全員に送信したわ。不明点があればいつでも聞いてちょうだい。
Everyone nods in unison. The dolls assigned to different tasks begin refining their plans in their neural clouds, while teams that need to cooperate start coordinating.
今回の目標は大きく2つ。まずはヘレナを無事引き渡すこと。何としてでも安全を確保して。その次はジラードグループの調査よ。管理局の捜査に協力して、可能な限りパラデウス関連の情報とヘレナやブージャムの実験の情報を探す。半日後にエルモ号は目的地に到着する。みんな準備に取り掛かって。
With all the tasks assigned, the dolls head off to make their respective preparations. Lukai does not leave right away. When most of the dolls have already gone, she walks over to my side and begins to speak.
指揮官の護衛ですが、
Lukai stops mid-sentence and glances toward Groza. Groza is currently focused intently on the map displayed on the command console.
グローザと詳細を話した方がいいと思います。
そうね。ありがとう。
Lukai nods and leaves the ops room as well. I walk over to Groza. She lifts her head and looks at me.
どうしたの？作戦に何か気になるところでも？
そうじゃないわ。ただ人間との会話は得意じゃないわ。街に入ったらあまり役に立てないかも。それに今はもっと強い人形がいるわ。護衛も私よりいい人形がいるはず。
I scratch my head. Rosa never shows it outright, but it's obvious she's still upset about what I said back then. She doesn't look any different than usual, but with her eyes fixed directly on me, I find myself weighing my words with extra care.
そのリビウには一番息の合うパートナーに一緒に来てほしい。あなたより適任な人形はいないの。それに今までは人手不足で隊長役が務まるのはあなたしかいなかった。けど今は違う。あなた以外にも現場の指揮が取れる人形がいる。となると私と一緒に動いた方がベストよ。
Groza looks away and turns her gaze back to the command console. I feel a quiet sense of relief, like I've just been let off the hook. I nod.
もう見て見ぬふりはできない。
わかった。
Rosa looks up again and offers me a sincere smile.
今度こそ大丈夫そうね。あなたの言う通りに行きましょう。
Rosa looks out the window. I follow her gaze and stare into the distance. As the Elmo advances, the road stretches endlessly ahead. Perhaps it's... Yeah, it did again. Perhaps it's time to do something or other. I don't know. You know. Somebody can pause and read that. Hurried footsteps kick up rhythmic splashes that echo through the vast underground passage system. In these narrow yet intricate tunnels, sound carries a long way, yet its true source is difficult to pinpoint. Leaves' underground maintenance system is nothing like the conventional impression that people tend to have of such places. Within this complex subterranean network, there is almost no odor at all. Clear water flows through the channels, having undergone multiple stages of purification. Every junction and ventilation shaft is precisely engineered to ensure the system's efficient operation. All of this thanks to the fully automated maintenance works deployed by the Gerard Group. The entire system requires virtually no routine human upkeep. Even scheduled inspections only call for a small number of professionally trained dolls to carry out standard maintenance protocols. Since the establishment of Lviv's satellite cities, this underground system has never suffered a security breach or operational failure, and today is clearly not a scheduled inspection day. Alva checks the status of her weapon. She removes the magazine, smoothly racks the charging handle, and a round pops out of the chamber. She catches it in her bare hand. She presses the round back into the magazine, then takes out another pack of ammunition and loads loads it one round at a time. Once the magazine is full, she seats it back into the weapon and chambers it. Alva hesitates, uncharacteristically unsure how to describe what she just witnessed. She saw the entire exchange with her own eyes. Voimastina, Erwin, AK-15, the strongest doll in the Neo-Soviet Union, perhaps the strongest doll in the world. In a one-on-one frontal engagement, she gained no advantage at all, and was even suppressed at one point. This wasn't the first time. Long ago, Voimastina had lost once before, just once, and that single defeat had a deep and lasting impact. Alva has partnered with Voimastina for 10 years now, longer than even her time with the previous Snow Wolf. And yet, at this moment, she still doesn't know how to begin. She doesn't know what Voimastina would think.
確かにあの人形の性能は私を超えている。正面戦闘で勝てる確信はない。
Voimastina's voice is calm and devoid of emotion, as if she is merely stating an objective fact.
思ったより冷静だ。
感情的になったところで事実は変わらない。それに別に落ち込んだりしていない。
私はあなたに負けたことを何年も引きずったけどね。
技術は常に進化するものだ。10年前のショーの設計でここまで持ったんだ。不満はない。
Voimastina pauses, then continues in the same even tone.
最強の素体がなくとも私は私。反逆正体の AK-15 だ。
Alva shakes her head with a faint smile.
逆に慰められちゃった。
Alva looks up at Voimastina's calm face and quickly regains her usual composure.
ケビンと彼女からの情報が来た。あの人形はイグラン。ジラードグループ所属の第三世代人形。財団内では最強の第三世代人形って呼ばれてるみたい。
だが作戦を中止するわけにはいかない。どうする？
O43 を連れたままだとリスクがある。作戦を少し調整した。
Alva sends her revised plan to Voimastina, who frowns slightly as she reads it.
今のところ下水道はまだあの人形の盲点。でもいずれ気づくと思う。囲まれるのは時間の問題。
直接接触は避けられた。お前の判断は正しい。
一時的にはね。いくら下水道が複雑でも出入り口は限られている。だからケビンに O43 を連れ出してもらう予定は取り消す。町の警戒レベルは高いし、彼にはまだ生きてもらいたい。
とはいえ私たちが連れたままなのも違うだろう。任務を最優先して箱は管理局に託すべきだ。
これは言いたくなかったんだけど、彼女に O43 について調べてもらって分かったんだけど、ジラードグループの総裁オレク・ジラードはとっくの昔に管理局と協力関係を結んでいた。じゃなきゃ楽園計画の中心と言っていい O43 をわざわざジラードの目の前にあるリビウに届けさせた理由の説明がつかない。
彼女たちも一枚噛んでいるというのか？
いや、多分無関係。そう信じたい。組織としてジラードと手を組んでいたのは事実だけど、管理局に所属している全員が承知しているとは限らない。
だが管理局にジラードをかばう理由はない。
これは推測だけど、ジラードは自分たちが身代わりになるのを察知して管理局に寝返ったんだと思う。とはいえ裏が取れるまで組織としての非軍事勢力管理局は信用できない。それも彼女の意見
なら作戦の継続も彼女の判断を仰ぐべきだ。
Alva lets out a sigh.
本当なら彼女の邪魔をしたくない。あと少しで財団とパラデウスの真相にたどり着けるかもしれない大事な時期で、余計な連絡を取るのはリスクになる。でも他に方法はないか。あの人の座標だけならすぐに調べられるかもしれないしね。今はもうとにかく相手の意表をつくしかない。
同意だ。
Alva takes out the cube-like communicator once more. Voimastina watches her quietly, then she suddenly pipes up.
パズルを解いたらキューブが喋ったりするのか？
いや、これは16進法で暗号化して物理回路を通した保護設計で。
Alva looks up.
もしかして 私に気を使って冗談を。
Boymasina closes her eyes.
冗談が言えるようになったと彼女が知ったら、きっと喜ぶよ。
いや、笑われるだろう。
Boymasina falls silent again, looking decidedly sullen. Alva gently shakes her head, her lips curled up in a small smile, and redirects her attention to the cube. She flexes her fingers. Microdata ports extend from her fingertips and connect precisely to the terminal's secure interface. With another flex of her fingers, hair-thin auxiliary digits emerge and insert themselves into the cube as if they had a mind of their own. Data flow through the auxiliary digits and interface with Alva's neural cloud. Boymasina watches silently, periodically scanning both sides of the tunnel with her wolf eye. The cube gradually lights up. The link on the other end has successfully been established. Boymasina casts a questioning glance at Alva, but remains silent. After several seconds of processing, Alva finally speaks.
ウォッカが欲しい。
Boymasina frowns. She suppresses the urge to question Alva about what is going on while looking back and forth between the communicator and Alva's tightly knit brows. After a long silence, Boymasina finally decides to ask. But at that very moment, the light in Alva's eyes abruptly goes dark, and the auxiliary digits extending from her fingers retract at once. The cube drops to the ground, producing a crisp, muted blast as its built-in emergency self-destruct protocol wipes everything.
信号がブロックされて逆探知された。
Before Boymasina can ask, Alva has already delivered a concise status report. Her expression turns grim. After only a brief pause, she rises swiftly and starts moving in a certain direction.
座標データは取得できたけど、こっちの位置もバレた。進もう。
Boymasina replies tersely with no superfluous words. She quickly grabs O-43's container and adjusts its position for optimal ease of carrying. Inside a highly integrated tactical command room, rows of display screens cast a blue glow over the faces of technicians at work. The hum of data analysis systems and communications monitoring equipment weaves together into the distinct tension of a battlefield.
信号ロスト。追跡時間 1.24 秒です。
1.24秒。賞賛に値する反応速度ですね。
Agla stands elegantly before the main control console. Her brand new uniform is immaculate with not a wrinkle in sight, her movements unhurried, as if she is enjoying a refined performance.
これはイグラ様。どうやら例の信号、グループ内部のネットにいるようです。
筋は通ります。やはりグループ内部でした。
まさか知っていたのですか。
先の包囲作戦でこちらが最善を尽くしました。それこそ非公開の技術を使ってまで。それでも失敗しました。なぜだと思います？
確かにどう考えても隙のない作戦でした。
詳細を知ることができるのはその技術のテストに関わったグループ内のわずかな人員だけです。そこから導き出せる推論は
情報漏洩。
そういうことです。
Igla turns gracefully and returns to her command position. She folds her hands atop the desk, her posture composed and dignified. Her gaze settles on the sewer topographical map continuously updating on the display, and on the search perimeter that is steadily shrinking. Her expression is calm as still water, yet deep within her eyes flickers a light much like Alva's when she enters analytical mode. A traitor? Or a long-embedded spy? How long have they been lurking? How much critical intelligence have they obtained? and how much has already been passed on. Igla's gaze remains serene and courteous, but on anyone who knows her can sense the restrained anger beneath that elegant facade.
聞いても無駄だと思いますが、その信号追跡できますか？
いえ、あまりにも早く消えたもので。
でしょうね。
Igla gives the security officer a polite nod and steps out of the command room. She takes out an exquisite-looking communicator, frowns slightly, and presses the call button.
お望みの品が奪われました。
やっぱ私の言った通りじゃん。ああ、なんかかけとけばよかった。
Igla's frown deepens. She reins in her emotions and continues speaking into the communicator.
箱の位置は特定できました。強奪しに来た人形は反逆少年。あなたの予想通りでした。
あの二人は厄介だからね。あんたが最強の第三世代人形でも油断しちゃダメだよ。
ご冗談を。万全の体制で迎え撃ちます。ところで、奪われた箱を利用して、あの二人を追跡できませんか？
箱の場所もわかんないのにどうやって。ああ、箱は見つけたんだっけ。
ええ。彼女たちの通信を傍受して、大体の座標を割り出せました。今彼女たちのいる下水道は、ジラードグループの信号増幅装置が設置されています。それを使えば。
そういうことね。すぐやる。見つけた。位置情報送るね。50回出しちゃおっかな。
ちょっかい。
いくら強くてもこの状況を打破できるかな。面白くなってきた。とにかくこれで足止めできたはずだからさっさと行った方がいいよ。みんなのために。
脅威を排除する。
Mm-hmm.
狙ったっての。配置完了。昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
Part 1. We're almost at the end. I'll probably do 1.5 and then we'll call it after that because by that point it will have been quite a while. The dull sound of dripping water echoes through the empty sewer passageways. The metal walls, once refined by meticulous engineering, are now marred with scorched black marks left by ammunition, clearly recording the firefight that took place not long ago. The air, once heavy with disinfectant, now carries a faint scent of gunpowder, reminder of what has just unfolded here. Alva and Voy Messina sit with their backs against the wall. Their combat suits are already soaked through, punctured by several fresh bullet holes. Silver Great Pod lies quietly nearby. Despite the fierce battle, its surface bears not a single scratch. Voimastina remains silent. She methodically checks her weapon. The metal rustles and clatters occasionally while she works the parts. Alva fiddles with a slightly singed lock of her hair between her fingers, thinking through their next move. Even as the enemy closes in again and again, she maintains her composure, as if all of this has already been accounted for in her calculations. The silence continues until Voimastina finishes checking her weapon. She looks up at her partner, her tone calm yet resolute. Alva freezes for a moment, clearly not understanding what her partner has abruptly uttered. Voimastina glances toward the pod lying not far away. Voimastina puts forth her argument grimly. She seems to have anticipated Alva's reluctance, but she speaks her mind anyway. Just as Voimastina expected, Alva rejects her proposal outright. It has always been this way. Sometimes Alva accepts Voimastina's suggestions, sometimes she does not. 10 years have passed. Alva is no longer the doll she once was. Now, not even she can easily sway Alva's decisions. Alva gazes at Voimastina somberly. Also, yes. First time chatter in Twitch. AN94 is cute, yes. In the past, she could never read Voimastina's thoughts. Standing before her, Alva would feel nothing but unease, as if facing a slab of cold steel. But in time, she finally understands why she always calls Voimastina an open book. Her emotions are simple and straightforward. Alva remains patient.
それこそ彼女にとって大きな苦痛が待っているかもしれない。ここで破壊するのがせめてもの情けだ。
The debate is suddenly interrupted by a clear, childish voice coming from right between the two of them. Both of them startle at the same time, instinctively jumping to their feet into combat stance as they turn toward the source of the voice. The silver-gray pod that had been sitting quietly nearby somehow opened. A doll-like little girl steps out. Behind her, the pod itself splits into countless tiny components, which then regroup into 3 spherical clusters. Drawn together by a force that appears to be magnetism, they form 3 metallic orbs that float at the girl's side. The small figure peeks out from behind the middle spheres, waving her tiny fists as she shouts excitedly. Alva recognizes her. This is Helena, the immune individual designated 043 mentioned in the files. Her expression is innocent and bright, clearly unaware of what those words mean to Alva, Voimastina, or even to herself. Looking around, everything she sees is vastly different from what she last remembered, and a surge of fear threatens to overwhelm her. When she notices the 2 T-dolls watching her, Helena quickly retreats several steps. 3 metal orbs immediately reconfigure into a simple barrier, partially shielding her body and leaving only a pair of wary eyes exposed.
特別な手順でしか開かないはずなのに、もしかしたら遠隔操作で開けられたのかも。
私たちが圧倒的に不利だな。敵は明確に彼女とリンクしている。潮時だ。
いや、まだなんとかなる。この子を守るよ。
Helena stays on guard behind the metal barrier, her gaze darting back and forth between the two as if assessing the threat. The 3 metal orbs vibrate faintly, ready to react defensively or offensively at any moment. Voimastina's wolf eye attempts to scan Helena and the spheres beside her. The system displays flooded with error messages of failed analysis. She pays it little mind. This has not been a rare occurrence in the past 10 years. She takes a small step forward, intending to investigate further, but the movement immediately triggers Helena's alarm. Helena's voice is filled with fear, yet edged with threat. The 3 metal orbs instantly shift into a more aggressive formation. A flood of warning alerts erupts in Wolfeye, and Voimastina is uncharacteristically frozen in place.
ボイマスツナ、止まって。私たちの、特にあなたの動きを警戒している。
Voimastina halts, looking at the clearly overstressed little girl with some bemusement.
ヘレナ、
Alva speaks up, deliberately softening her tone in an attempt to lower Helena's guard.
大丈夫。傷つけたりしないから。嘘だ。前たち悪い顔してる。
The metal orbs shake more violently, reflecting her emotional instability.
確かに私たちは強引にあなたをここまで連れてきた。でもそれはあなたを守るため。
Alva's brow furrows slightly as she comes to a sudden realization.
そうするよう指揮官に言われたんだ。指揮官。
Helena's attitude softens a little. The glow of energy within the 3 metal orbs dims, though she remains highly alert.
やっぱり嘘。指揮官、どこ？指揮官は後で迎えに来るよ。今は大事なお仕事に行っているだけだから心配しないで。本当に？うん。そしたらイルモ号に戻れる。私たちは昔指揮官と一緒に戦った人形なんだ。信じて。人形？じゃあいいやつ？
Helena lowers the hands she had been holding up in front of herself. The metal orbs descend as well. no longer looking ready to fire.
今までのこと覚えてる？例えば洞窟のような場所、地下にある祭壇。
Elena tilts her head, clearly not understanding what Alva means. Alva thinks for a moment, then decides to try a different angle.
じゃあ楽園計画は知ってる？
Elena's body stiffens at the mere mention of Project Eden. The metal orbs floating around her abruptly freeze in place. Alva clearly sees the pure terror flash across Helena's eyes. The little girl clenches her fists, her body begins to tremble uncontrollably, faint whimpers of fear escaping her. Vlamastina registers Helena's fear, but she lacks experience in dealing with such emotional outbursts. She maintains her guard while turning her head slightly toward Alva.
安心して。誰にも連れて行かせない。絶対に。
Alva gently comforts the frightened girl with far more practice. She cautiously extends her hand and takes hold of Helena's. Though it is only biomimetic, her physical warmth is clearly transmitted to Helena's palm.
約束する。うん。指切り減慢しようか。指切り？約束をするときにこうやってお互いの小指を引っ掛けて。
Alva hooks her little finger around Helena's.
あなたは楽園計画が怖いの？
Helena, whose emotions have just begun to settle, visibly tenses up again when Alva brings up Project Eden once more. She shakes off Alva's hand and stumbles backward several steps. Instead of chasing after her, Alva stays crouched where she is and continues to speak softly and patiently.
私たちもそれを悪いものだと思っている。だから止めに行こうとしてるんだ。でも何も知らないと止めようもないの。知ってることがあれば何でもいい。教えてくれる？変な女がドア開けようとして。ドア？どこの？
Just as Alva is about to press further, in an instant, a thunderous explosion erupts from deep within the passage, shattering the suffocating silence and cutting off Alva's thoughts. The shock wave, carrying rubble and debris, spreads rapidly through the tunnel, causing visible structural damage. Multiple walls are blown through, forming irregular holes as stones, dust rain down in thick clouds. Helena lets out a terrified scream. The three metal orbs emit erratic high-frequency vibrations, clearly entering an emergency defense mode. Vlamastina turns toward the source of the explosion, instantly entering full alert. Wolfeye activates wide-spectrum scanning, attempting to assess the threat level of the approaching enemy.
追っ手が罠にはまった。移動する。
They're following us really closely. Looks like our movements were revealed after all. Withdrawal point has been marked. Got it. Be careful. I'll protect the objective. In the narrow passage, the sound of flowing water is completely drowned out by movement. In its place are 3 distinct sets of footsteps, along with breathing rhythms distorted by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks. With the metal structural layers penetrated, the reinforced concrete underneath becomes exposed. Craters and burn marks from thermal weapons form an irregular pattern. Spent casings and debris of the walls litter the ground in chaotic disarray. A few emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the exhausted figures of Alva and Voimastina. Helena keeps a safe distance from Voimastina. The metal orbs hover around her, forming a mobile defensive barrier. However, she now at least allows Voimastina to move within a 3-meter radius without triggering a defensive response. Her body language still shows caution, but the hostility in her eyes has lessened. Voimastina suddenly halts and turns back toward the way they came, Wolfeye activating its remote acoustic analysis module. The advance of the pursuing forces is precisely captured and analyzed, indicating they are closing in step by step in a tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds are coming from other tunnels as well. The enemy has likely pinpointed their location and formed an encirclement. Voimastina casually peels off the severed limb of a combat automaton still clinging to her, then touches the broken military knife at her waist with only the hilt remaining. With her current combat parameters, breaking through the outer blockade is theoretically possible. However, if the third gen doll known as Iglo arrives on the scene and engages them in direct confrontation, Voimastina will not be able to cover Alva and protect Helena. Alva notices her partner has stopped. Standing a few steps ahead, she turns back with a questioning look. Voimastina's voice is low and resolute. Alva considers this briefly. Voimastina stubbornly stands her ground, not accepting Alva's decision as readily as she usually does. Alva doesn't argue right away. She falls silent for a few seconds, a complex light flickering through her eyes. Her expression sharpens with unusual focus as she turns her head, clearly thinking something through. Voimastina's eyes widen in extreme confusion and dissent. This decision completely overturns their decade-long division of roles and operational patterns, exceeding every tactical plan she has preloaded. Voimastina finds herself paralyzed. She wants to voice further objections, but her available vocabulary fails to provide an appropriate way to express them.
寝ぼけているのか。戦闘力は私の方が上だ。
だからこそあなたがヘレナを守るべき。それにあなたはこんなところで止まっちゃいけない。研究室の位置はこの真上。私の連絡を待って。
Alva's eyes flash with resolve and unquestionable confidence. Voimastina understands that, at this moment, she has no choice but to trust and obey. Alva nods to Voimastina, then walks over to Helena and gently strokes her hair to calm her. She points at Voimastina and speaks as softly as she can.
このお姉さん、顔は怖いけど優しい人形だよ。お姉さんについていけば指揮官に会えるから。ね。
Helena is still highly wary of Voimastina, but sensing the urgency of the situation, she carefully trots along behind her. Voimastina leads Helena off in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she turns back and says to Alva,
幸運を祈る。
Alva checks her chamber, then plants herself firmly in the very center of the passage, waiting for the arrival of the strongest doll. The sharp clicks of high heels striking concrete echo through the hollow passageway. Surrounded by a cluster of combat automatons, the doll approaches from the distance with unhurried grace. Igla's steps are calm and rhythmic, her arms folded neatly before her chest. A finely designed tactical rapier hangs at her waist, and an air of elegance utterly out of place in this environment radiates from her. When she spots Alva standing alone at the center of the passageway from afar, a flicker of surprise crosses her face. When she reaches a distance of about 15 steps from Alva, she comes to a stop, her posture straight and composed, as if greeting a guest. Behind her, the combat automatons immediately spread into a standard tactical formation, weapons trained on Alva, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Igla raises one hand, casually halting them. Alva remains silent, offering no response to the seemingly offhand question. Just as she's anticipated, the third-gen doll before her possesses not only exceptional combat ability, but also sharp analytical and observational skills. Iglu gives a light, polite clap. Alva still says nothing. In this situation, every second of delay is precious time bought for Voimastina's retreat. Since the other party is willing to spend time on this exchange, Alva is more than happy to oblige. Quite too fast. So beneath that elegant exterior lies such arrogance. Alva studies the doll's exquisite face as her index finger lightly brushes the trigger on her weapon twice.
十分な内容でした。 AK-15 司令塔の AK-12 は第二世代人形としては驚嘆すべき性能を誇っていました。そしてもう一人、反逆の名にたがわぬ人形もいましたね。最新の戦術人形でも彼女たちに匹敵するものは極めて限られるでしょう。失礼ですが、あなたは？
アルバ。
ああ、そうでした。アルバ。もとい AM94、AK-12 の補助ユニットでしたね。どうか無礼をお許しください。私ほどのファンでもメンバー全員を把握することは難しいのですから。卓越した存在というのは数多くいますが、反逆正体はその中でも別格。失礼を承知でお聞きしますが、なぜあなたのような人形が所属できたのでしょう。
Oliva purses her lips briefly.
相当念入りに調べたよ。
お骨に扱い光栄です。
Igla inclines her head graciously in response.
優秀な人形には常に注目し、敬意を払っておりますから、しかるべき評価を下したまでです。過去にその名を轟かせた反逆正体ともなればなおのこと。
確かに私たちは有名になってしまった。10年前のフランクフルトの出来事を経て、偽装が意味をなさなくなり、それまでのコードネームも偽名も全て捨てた。そして私はお前の言う通り、体内で一番弱い人形だ。
誠実な返答、誠にありがとうございます。ところで、なぜまだここにいるのですか？逃げるのに十分な時間を与えたつもりなのです。あなた個人には特段興味はありませんし、私が期待していたのは AK-15 との対話なのです。それともあなたは私と互角だとでもお思いで？
試してみないとわからない。
Faint, unfathomable smile appears at the corner of Alva's lips. Her tone carries a subtle confidence.
私の見立てでは、お前は私以外の全員より弱い。反逆正体最弱の私が相手で十分だ。
Igla retains her flawless smile, but a chill flickers deep within her eyes. Her expression shows no obvious change, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. Igla adjusts her stance and lightly smooths out her sleeve.
相当独特な評価軸をお持ちのようですね。その自信の根拠、ぜひ検証させてください。
She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway. She finally unfolds her arms. With her left hand, she draws the finely crafted tactical rapier from her waist, and with her right produces a beautifully made pistol of silver and gold. Igla's subordinates also raise their weapons and take aim at Alva. But Igla once again lifts a hand to halt them, her gaze never leaving Alva.
手出し無用です。
昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
What a dastardly location to end the first part. The dull sound of dripping water echoes rhythmically through the empty passageway. The sewer branch lies far enough from the previous main battlefield that it is temporarily free from direct pursuit, forming a short-lived buffer zone. A few damaged emergency lights flicker at regular intervals, providing only minimal visibility. Wojmastina settles Helena into a concealed spot at a bend in the passageway. She herself stands against the wall, scanning the surroundings while initiating a rapid system self-diagnostic. Helena's metal spheres hover around her in a defensive formation, her wary gaze tracking every movement Wojmastina makes. She keeps the maximum safe distance from Wojmastina. With Alva absent, her tension and vigilance are clearly heightened. Wojmastina looks at Helena, her expression inscrutable. She lets out a soft sigh and drives a fist into the wall. The dull impact reverberates through the passageway. The metal structure dents visibly at once, the concrete layer beneath fractures, and the cloud of dust erupts from the point of impact. Startled, Helena immediately snaps her three metal spheres together into a shield. Her body tenses, fear and defensiveness filling her eyes, ready to respond to any perceived threat. She looks ready to open fire if Wojmastina makes even one more strange move. Wojmastina notices Helena's reaction. Her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Her systems contain no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. She's never been good at this, and it has never been her responsibility. She looks at Helena, her neural cloud in disarray. Without Alva's guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. Wojmastina exhales slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Although she understands Alva's plan, the plan itself carries an extremely high risk of failure. If it were only the two of them, even with that risk, it would still be manageable. But now there is this being right in front of her. She must consider that even the slightest misstep during the operation could result in O43 inevitably falling back into the hands of Gerard Group and Paradius. To the current task force to Phi, she's unquestionably trouble as well as a burden. Wojmastina's assessment has not changed. Directly destroying O43 is still the most efficient and most thorough solution. Wojmastina's gaze slowly shifts to Helena. If she destroys her on the spot, Gerard and Paradius's Project Eden will permanently lose this key component. No matter what role O43 plays in that project, they will be forced to seek other alternatives. And judging by the urgency and intensity of their encirclement and pursuit, O43's role is clearly not something easily replaceable. Discarding this burden would allow her to better leverage her own capabilities to assist Alva in completing the operation. She could even turn back and help Alva deal with Igla directly, completing the operation as originally intended. From every angle, this is the most rational decision. All she has to do is eliminate her right here. Helena remains on guard, but the defensive formation of the metal spheres loosens slightly. Alongside fear, a trace of cautious observation appears on her face. She is highly sensitive to changes in emotion and atmosphere. This simple question is like a key, unlocking something sealed deep within Wojmastina's neural cloud. She closes her eyes. Helena spreads the metal spheres protectively in front of herself with bravado. Wojmastina's answer is short and direct. At the same time, the tension in her frame subtly eases. Helena is clearly referring to Alva. Though wary of both of them, Alva's more kindly demeanor seems to have formed the foundation of trust between them. Wojmastina's reply contains no hesitation, as though stating an established fact rather than a hope or a guess. She slowly lowers her hand, resolve settling in. She is a member of Task Force Defy. She will always fulfill her promises. Boy Messina's wolf eye performs a full spectrum scan. When she's confirmed that the surroundings are temporarily safe, she retrieves a small device from her tactical pack and starts fiddling with it. Helena's question still carries caution, but now also a hint of curiosity. The metal spheres remain in a defensive state, though no longer as poised to attack. But Messina answers curtly as she continues to tune the device. Boy Messina glances at Helena, mildly surprised that she knows such a technical term. Boy Messina answers each of the girl's questions, but unlike Alva's patient way of doing it, it is with an air of indifference toward both the conversation and her interlocutor, responding almost robotically. Even so, for her, this is already remarkable progress. To Helena, Boy Messina's blunt manner of speech is unexpectedly reassuring. The two of them continue to talk in short, fragmented exchanges. Boy Messina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Helena takes a small step forward. She still maintains a safe distance, but the subtle approach signals the beginning of tentative trust. Boy Messina watches Helena's cautious advance and recalls what her former partner would do in situations like this. After a moment's thought, she reaches out and places her hand on Helena's small head. Like a startled cat, Helena instantly recoils and darts back behind cover. When Messina decides to stop forcing herself to do things she is bad at. Though hiding from Boy Messina, Helena continues to converse with her. Boy Messina replies curtly as she stands up and prepares to carry out all of his plan. Helena hesitates, then follows behind her, still cautious but no longer openly hostile. Between these two very different figures, a subtle trust seems to be quietly taking root. Boy Messina suddenly blurts this out. Her tone is as stiff as ever, but the words themselves carry a promise. Helena doesn't respond, and she simply follows along in silence. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short, move on wordlessly, one behind the other. Damn, bro, you really fucking end part one on that. That's cruel, but it's fine. I'll come back for these later. It's fine because, you know, have everything else available. Oh boy. I sit on a sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down on the city of Lviv. As a white zone city, it is a clean and bright place. Compared to previous green zone cities, it looks like the product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down arterial streets while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everything here seems like it's completely disconnected from what lies beyond the quarantine walls. It looks even more developed than the major cities from my memories. Apparently, 10 years is plenty of time for a core city like this to accumulate all kinds of resources. If I hadn't been in the Yellow Zone all this while, this city could have convinced me the world was a better place compared to 10 years ago. I dragged my focus back to reality. Behind me, Colfine is jumping up and down on the bed, making strange, dorky noises as she bounces. Yeah, and that's a strange, dorky noise, all right.
このベッドエルモ号のようにずーっと柔らかいですよ。
Colfine launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing headfirst on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack before she bounces off the bed and hits the ground. Okay, she's dead.
シーツが乱れたじゃない。
すみません、すぐ直します。
Colfine climbs back to her feet and looks around the room in surprise as she begins making the bed.
それにしてもこのお部屋すごく豪華ですね。指揮官ってもしかしてすごい人だったんですか？
Something like that.
いいえ、私もこんなのは初めてよ。
そうなんですか？イエローエリアに流れ着く前はこういうところで暮らしてたんだと思ったのに。
私を誰だと思ってるの？昔の私もただの PMC の一社員に過ぎない。
本当ですか？実は何か秘密を抱えてたりして。
Currently, we're in the penthouse suite of the Lviv Grand Intercontinental Hotel. Our accommodations are comprised of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a living room that doubles as a guest room. There's plenty of space here. In addition to the luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with gleaming works of art. Thanks to the past, we haven't been hindered or searched once on our way here. In fact, the concierge handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Municipal police eyed us a few times, 2 dolls at my sides, our luggage raising flags, but each time one glanced at our ID and they'd immediately backed off. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, their reports indicate that their journey has been going quite well too.
ゴルフェ、手を貸して。
Delphine and Rosa help me put away the luggage, and they begin extracting all manner of items from them. Delphine quickly checks our weapons, and then puts them into the big safe deposit box inside the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Rosa begins connecting various pieces of electronics equipment in the living room. Before long, a brand new secure communication server is set up and ready to go. After powering up the Type 72-way low-frequency MES system, Rosa connects to an encrypted Level 2 layer and establishes contact with the other teams.
指揮官、404とそよ風がセーフハウスに着いたわ。この後地形確認をする予定よ。
わかった。出発前にルートを共有するよう伝えて。
了解。
そういえば、そろそろスプリングフィールドの定時連絡の時間よね。
ええ、あと10分くらいよ。
連絡が来たら教えて。
Rosa nods and then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. The glass is crystal clear, and it even has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. This bottle of water could probably cost a month's worth of mission earnings in the Yellow Zone. I twist off the cap. The bitter liquid flows over my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. I hear teasing laughter over my earpiece. I quickly sweep my gaze over my surroundings, looking for hidden cameras.
探しても無駄よ。コルフェンの視覚情報を借りているだけだから。そしたらあなたが高そうな飲み物を飲んでいたのよ。
I look behind me, and sure enough, Colfine is sitting on the bed and looking at me. I walk over to Colfine and turn her head in the other direction.
そのまま。しばらく私を見ないで。
After ensuring Dandelion can't see me, I key my earpiece and continue the transmission.
何か新しい情報でも？
定期報告よ。エルモ号をグリーンエリアの隔離壁
勝手に見たの？
悪いかしら？資産管理を代わりにしてあげてるのよ。
それはありがたいわね。本当に寂しいと思うなら、ロレンがあなたに支払っている給料で援助してくれない？
ただ働かせるだけでは飽き足らず、搾取までするつもり？ひどいのね。おいおよ。
I choose to ignore Dandelion's theatrics.
第三世代人形とメラニーの様子は？
おとなしくしているわ。グローザ招待のメンバーがずっと監視してる。ジラードグループだけど、今日記者会見を開くらしいわ。気になる情報が出たら共有する。
ええ、頼んだわ。
指揮官、スプリングフィールドから通信よ。
わかった。ダンデライオン、また何かあったら連絡して。
はいはい。
I nod to Groza, and she patches Springfield to my earpiece.
指揮官、
どうしたの？任務は順調？予定通りならカリンと合流したはずよ。
はい。隣にいます。ただ、
Springfield hesitates, and I sense that something is wrong.
カリーナさんは現在、病院で治療を受けています。指揮官もリビアにいらしたのですね。お見舞いに来ていただけませんか？
病院？何が起きたの？
Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from beside her.
すみません。通信では説明しきれません。座標を送りました。カリーナさんもあなたに会いたがっています。
わかった。すぐ行く。
ご迷惑をおかけします。
そんなこと言わないで。あなたたちは無事？
はい。負傷したのはカリーナさんだけです。とにかく病院の入り口でお待ちしています。
ええ。
The transmission ends, and I begin thinking. Springfield mentioned that Colleen was in hospital. Were the Zucchero girls and Colleen attacked during the Helena handover? Alarms immediately go off in my head. If Helena could be snatched even in the White Zone, it means Namfa doesn't have much control over the situation in Lviv. That also implies that what Kruger said about putting the Gerard group on trial is probably not going to happen. I remember an incident in the city of Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough forces on hand to handle a clash of that level.
グローザ、この座標に向かうわよ。
これは病院？どうしたの？
カリンが詳細はわからないけど、スプリングフィールドが知らせてくれた。ヘレナの引き渡しがうまくいかなかったんだと思うわ。多分襲撃。
襲撃。ヘレナちゃんは？
わからない。とにかく急ごう。そよ風はホテルに残って情報収集。404は少し距離を空けて一緒に来るよう伝えて。
了解。全員に連絡するわ。コルフェン、指揮官の装備を用意して。
病院だからハンドガンだけでいい。404は通常装備を携行。警察に目をつけられないで。
Rosa and Colfin nod, and then begin working on their respective tasks. I rub my temples, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course my trip to Lviv wouldn't be smooth sailing. The taxi drops us off at the main gate of the hospital, but what surprises me is that it looks nothing like what I imagined. It doesn't look like a hospital so much as another hotel. The main courtyard's lush greenery speaks of careful landscaping, while the corridor to the hospital interior remains nearly empty of foot traffic. I head toward the front door. Springfield is there already, and she has clearly been waiting for a while.
お待ちしていました、指揮官。
Rosa and Colfie nod at Springfield, but I'm more concerned about just exactly what happened to them.
状況は？
すみません。カリーナさんと合流した時に襲われました。
ジラードグループ。
ここから先は私が話そう。
Kruger walks out from inside the building, wearing a formal suit. His face is gloomy, which is unlike how he was when I last saw him.
クルーガーさん、あなたまで。
ああ、私にもこの状況を招いた責任があるからな。中で話そう。ついてこい。
Kruger turns and heads inside. I follow him without a word. Inside the corridor, I see several men in suits speaking into their lapels. They eye us warily. I say a few quiet words to Groza, having her remind 404 not to end up clashing with Kruger's people. Groza nods and begins speaking with them in level 2. At the end of the corridor, Kruger opens a door. There is a small reception room beyond and another door on the far side of that one. My instincts tell me that Colleen should be in there. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception room, her hand raised in greeting. Naturally, I won't be surprised to find her here. Leva walks over to a nearby sofa, her hands behind her back, which is ramrod straight. The other dolls silently move to her side while I settle into one sofa facing Kruger. Kruger takes a seat and sighs heavily. Then he looks up, awaiting my questions.
クルーガーさん、一体何が？
お前の予想通り、ヘレナの引き渡しをジラードに邪魔された。
ヘレナは？
武士というのも語弊があるな。どんな手を使ったのかは不明だが、引き渡し現場を包囲された途端、カリーナ含め人間の味方が謎の放射線を受けて気絶した。戦術人形が応戦し、ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。
それじゃあヘレナは？
ここにはいない。反逆正体の人形2名によって連れ去られた。
反逆正体？
詳細は当事者に聞くといい。リバの記録が最も信憑性があるだろう。
Leva nods and takes a step forward and offers me a tab.
久しぶりね、指揮官。当時の状況を再生するわ。
The tablet contains Leva's visual logs, from their standoff with the Gerard forces to the two Defy dolls moving with Helena. Leva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me.
ジラードは倉庫を包囲し、ヘレナの強奪を試みたが、突然現れた反逆正体によってヘレナは連れ去られた。
ええ、相手は電子戦に強くて、初手から未知のコーラップス粒子を散布して、味方の行動を阻害してきたわ。向こうの指揮官はとんでもなく強い第三世代人形よ。AK-15 相手に互角以上だった。
何？
これを見て。
In the video, I see AK-15 clashing with a doll in a fancy dress. For a moment, AK-15 is at a disadvantage. There is an explosion and then Defy's nowhere to be seen.
交戦後、彼女たちはヘレナを連れて下水道に逃げた。その直後に下水道はジラードに封鎖されたわ。
ホワイトエリアの目の前で非軍事勢力管理局の人間を襲ったというの？
カリーナたちは最初は機械に襲われたのだが、ほどなくしてあの人形が警察と共に現れた。傍から見れば通報を受けて出動しただけに過ぎない。
そんな。
だが事実、奴らは何の法律も条例も破っていない。ジラードグループの総裁にも連絡したのだが、部下の暴走の一点張りだ。
しらしらしい。
だが奴は保身で精一杯のはずだ。こちらを襲う理由はない。敵も一枚岩ではないのだろう。いずれにせよ同じことが起きないよう圧力をかけておく。ヘレナはこちらが全力で連れ戻す。反逆のもとにいるなら無事なはずだ。
どうして彼女たちはヘレナを？
ジラードに奪われないよう とっさにやったことだろう。実際ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。反逆は保安局を抜けたが、今でも連絡は取れるのだが、なぜかずっと沈黙している。いい気がしない。
In the past, Melanie said that StateSec agents had tried to rescue her, and Defy is closely linked to StateSec. Perhaps they were involved with Helena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Helena safe. Nothing. Holding my frown, Kruger stands up and pats me on my shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the inner door and speaks to me.
ヘレナの件はこちらに任せてくれ。お前はカリーナに顔を見せてこい。あそこの病室だ。ひどく落ち込んでいる。元気づけられるのはお前しかいない。
はい。ゆっくり話してきます。
I nod and rise to my feet. Wolfine moves to follow me, but Leva raises a hand to stop her.
二人っきりにしてあげて。
Wolfine looks at Groza in confusion, but Groza nods to Wolfine too, so she immediately returns to her previous place. I open the door and find Lena sitting on the bed.
指揮官だ。
Lena lightly shakes the person lying on the bed, but she doesn't respond.
カリンね。
Lena wraps herself in her blanket, curling into a cocoon with her back turned to me. She shows no sign of responding to Elena.
私に任せて。
Lena nods to me, then hops off the bed and heads outside.
ちゃんと話してね。
After whispering in my ear, Lena steps outside and closes the door behind her. I gulp. This sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. After calming myself down and pulling myself together, I address the head of the sick bed in a voice as natural as I can manage.
カリン。大丈夫？
I creeped up to her bedside and rise on my tiptoes, trying to glimpse her face. Colleen seems to realize what I'm trying to do and covers her face with a blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. I sigh quietly and take my seat beside her bed, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with an almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware of how out of place I am here. I have to say something to break this deadlock, and with that in mind, I decide to speak.
そういえば、まだあのやたら安い闇ブローカーを使っているの？あそこまで安いと、ちょっと不安になるわよね。でもカリンは昔から経費に厳しいから、らしいといえばらしいけど。3時になっても、やっぱり節約しちゃうものなの？
そんなわけないでしょ。
Upon hearing this, Kalina is so annoyed that she pops her head out of the blankets and glares at me.
指揮官様にいい加減な闇ブローカーを紹介するわけないじゃないですか。いくらなんでもひどすぎます。
Her tears from just now are still welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, Kalina's angry expression can't hide that glimpse of youth and innocence I remember. She seems to catch herself. In an instant, the sheets are yanked back over her face, her hands swiping hastily at tear-streaked cheeks.
もうまた昔みたいにからかって。
怒る元気があって安心したわ。
Now that Kalina isn't going to retreat under the covers for the time being, I finally have the chance to have a proper conversation with her. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness in the air, I look at the fruit basket near the head of the bed. There are apples and a fruit knife in there.
リンゴ食べる？
Lena lowers her head without saying anything, then she nods in silence. I pick up one apple and begin removing its skin. Meanwhile, Kalina's eyes are fixed on the apple. I hand her the peeled apple. Kalina takes a bite of it, and the tears start flowing once again.
なさい。私はヘレナさんを守れませんでした。
Her voice is very soft, but every word oozes self-loathing and regret. I don't know how to console her. After thinking for a moment, I muster up a simple reply.
ヘレナなら反逆正体と一緒にいる。ジラードに奪われずに済んだ。それよりあなたの方が。
私なんかどうでもいいです。
そんなわけないでしょ。
ヘレナさんを二度も奪われてしまった。もうあなたに合わせる顔が。
そんなこと言わないで。大丈夫。必ず連れ戻す。
ええ、信じています。あなたならヘレナさんを連れ戻すどころか、連れ去った敵もまとめて懲らしめるでしょうね。昔からそうでした。
Lena folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them.
でも私はあなたのようには。弾薬の整理や報告書をまとめる方が好きなのに、そんな場所すら私にはもうないんです。だから嫌なことでもやるしかないのに、自分一人の力でも何かを変えられると証明しないといけないんです。でもできないの。どんなに頑張っても何も変わらなかった。どれだけ犯罪者を取り締まってもロレン全体どころか自分の周りすら良くならない。どうしてですか？
Lena viciously clutches the sheets, and the wrinkles in the moonlight grow deeper as she uses more force.
指揮官様が消えた時、すごく怒りました。どうして私にも何も言ってくれなかったんですか？足手まといになるから？
いいえ、そうじゃないの。
I pause for a moment, and then I decide to tell her.
今まで十分苦しんできたあなたにまでこんな先の見えない生活をさせたくない。もう戦いに巻き込まれる必要は。
指揮官様の目には私が映っていなかったんですね。いつまでも子供扱いして。非軍事勢力管理局に入った時、あなたの経歴を見させていただきました。それで悟ったんです。あなたのそばに立つ資格など私にはないんだと。私なんか犠牲になった人々の足元にも及ばない。
いいえ。
違いますか？でももう責めたりしません。私のことを考えて決めたのは知っていますから。今の立場になってから指揮官がロレンに失望した理由も理解できました。
Lena raises her head to look at me, and in her eyes I see a complex mix of emotions: frustration, regret, longing, and hope.
ごめんなさい。本当はこんなことに巻き込むべきではありませんでした。ただこの依頼をきっかけにあなたとまた一緒にお仕事できればと思って。そうすれば昔みたいな関係に戻れるのではないか 例えば指揮官様が管理局に入って正面作戦を指揮するあなたを私がサポートするみたいなこともあり得たかもしれません。
After saying that, the hope in her eyes fades, replaced by helplessness and resignation.
でも一方であなたにまた戦わせるのは億劫でした。この世界に希望などなく、全てが誰かのシナリオ通りに進んでいる。正義、平等、解放、どれも虚像です。財団がどれだけ力を持とうが、壁外の人間が知ることはありません。初めてあなたと通信した際、私も全てを投げ出してエルモ号に乗ろうかと想像しました。私に失うものなどないのですから。果たすべき責任がなければ今すぐにでも。
ごめんカリン、あなたにはいろいろと背負わせすぎた。もしやり直せるなら。
いいえ、同じです。あなたは自分のことすら構わないような人ですから。たとえやり直す機会があったとしても、あなたは同じ選択をしたでしょう。私もそういう人間になりたいんです。茨の道になることは承知の上。けれど
Linda can't bring herself to go on. She picks up the apple and bites down on it, and then offers it to me. I take it without hesitation and take a bite, too. Linda smiles in a complicated way. She wipes her tears and speaks to me.
あなたは優しいですね。でも今の私にその優しさは一人にしてください。
Selena lies back down and covers her face with her blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble up inside me but die on my tongue. I put the apple on the table and stand up, but she doesn't react. All I can do is turn away, open the door, and leave the room. Cougar is waiting for me right outside.
様子は？
一人にしてと言われました。
カリーナは負けず嫌いな上に責任感が人一倍強い。今回はお前も絡んでいる分、より答えたのだろう。
私にできることはありますか？
そうだな。
As though he knew I'd ask that question, Kruger turns away and picks up a folder, which he hands to me.
ジラードグループの資料だ。お前の方でもジラードとパラデウスが手を組んでいることと楽園計画の存在についても知っているはずだ。
楽園計画？一体何なの？
それをこれから調べる。表向きはコーラプス汚染と再生エネルギーの研究プロジェクトだ。責任者はジラードグループ総裁の娘、オルフェルーネ。
オルフェルーネ？
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳細を発表する予定だ。本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが。
Kruger looks toward the ward.
今は休養が何より大事だ。お前に代役を頼めないか？
何をすれば？
記者に偽装してオルフェルーネに接触し、知っていることを聞き出せ。だが彼女の身の安全にはくれぐれも注意を払ってくれ。ジラードグループとはパラデウス関連の証拠を渡してもらう約束をした。それを阻止するために総裁の娘を標的にする輩がいてもおかしくない。
なら保護すればいいのでは？
まだやらなければいけないことがある。 それが終わるまで管理局とジラードのつながりが世に出るリスクは避けたい。メディアがどう捉え拡散するか分かったものじゃないからな。
世論ですか。わかりました。
ああ、リワには情報面で支援させる。どう動くかはお前の勝手だ。お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形で事足りると思うが、必要なものがあれば知らせろ。
了解。反逆とヘレナについて新しい情報があれば教えてください。
無論だ。
Rupert pauses for a moment.
よく戻ってくれた。やはりお前がいると心強いな。
戻ってはいません。任務は必ず成功させます。
After passing through multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance to the Gerard Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. The building's interior surprises me more than the entire city of Lviv. The floors are so clean that they're practically shining. Excuse me. Holographic time displays hang in the air, and I'm surrounded by the faint scent of disinfectant. All this fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. As my first impression, the internal layout of the building projects a glimpse of the future. Except this future isn't for everyone. Looking at the milling throng at the building's third entrance, I silently give thanks that I'm in the VIP access corridor. There are a few people in this express corridor, so I'm able to bring the dolls in without drawing much attention. I try to loosen my collar as I walk. It feels like a noose. While muttering to myself, my hand reflexively reaches to my waist, where my handgun ought to be. However, there's nothing but a well-made fountain pen and a press pass there. I'm currently wearing a suit on loan from the hotel. Macchiato spent 3 full hours trying to reshape my image, from my mannerisms to etiquette knowledge. It's like she was completely reinventing my persona. Still, it feels less like putting on a suit of ill-fitting clothes than wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessmen behind me cleared their throats and glared displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd been standing too long in front of the security checkpoint entrance.
指揮官、硬いですよ。そんなに姿勢のいい記者なんていませんって。編集長なんですから、もっと余裕な感じを出してください。
こういう場所は久しぶりなの。慣れない匂いがする。
編集長ともあろう人間が緊張なんてするの？
するでしょう。
I shrug off the annoyed looks behind me and lead the dolls into the HQ of the Gerard Group. Once I'm in the entrance hall, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by cold inspection devices and stern-looking security personnel. We still have 6 hours until the Gerard Group's Technology Summit. The main conference hall inside the building has already been set up. Guided by the signage and the receptionist, the summit attendees and press personnel file into the venue and make their preparations. Identity verified. Disguised as a media team from the Shining Age news agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoint. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Grossa and Kolfin. After verifying our identities, the receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening at the other side of a glass wall. The receptionist stops near a stairwell and then hands me a card with a smile.
交流会へもご参加いただけます。もしかしたら会見前に何か有益な情報が得られたらよろしいのですが。それではゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
どうも。
I smile at the receptionist. The rest of the team and I watch as they leave.
他の人形たちは？
武器を食事に紛れ込ませて搬入している。建物の向こう側で待機しているわ。準備が完了したら来る会が連絡してくれる。
わかった。うまくいくといいわね。
コルフェンたちはどうします？
まずは万一に備えて様子見よ。それとジラードの令嬢さんだけど。
Take out her ID photo and study it carefully.
どこかで見たような。
会ったことあるの？
そんなはずないんだけど、初めてな気がしないの。気のせいかな。
After giving myself a quick once-over, we decide to mingle with the other attendees to try and figure out what's going on. A steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some of the more prominent, famous, and senior ones are being mobbed by pressmen trying to tease scoops out of them. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer to the industry are gathered in front of the refreshments table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Groza and Colfine out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find Orphalune among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective appears even after I make a circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around the hall, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're simply dressed, but with a distinct academic air. I pretend to consult the Gerard Group prospectus while eavesdropping on their conversation.
先生がインタビューに答えてる時の顔見たか？
ああ、便秘みてえな顔してたな。どうせオルフェルーネのこと聞かれたんだろ。
やっぱ若き天才ってのは注目されるんだな。
Upon hearing the keyword Orphalune, I surreptitiously move closer to them for a clearer picture of what they've been discussing.
研究といえども結局金だな。あの年で大枚はたいて研究所を作って先生みたいなベテランをも助手にして、そりゃ成功するわ。はあ、親ガチ当たってれば登壇するのは俺だったのに。
The students chat casually, all seeming to be around Orphalune's age according to her resume, though her impressive achievements clearly make them uneasy around this exceptional peer.
先月のインタビュー読んだか？
ああ、今までの経歴について話したやつでしょ。先生に読んで見習えって強く言われたわ。こんな出来のいい生徒がいれば退職金の心配もしなくていいのにとかぼやいてたけど。
まだ50代なのにもう老後の心配かよ。
まあそんなもんじゃない。天才様とは違うしね。
ところでさ、オルフェルーネって本当にフランクフルト試験の生き残りなのか？かっこつけるために持ったんじゃないか。
どうだろうな。10年前と言ったら俺はまだ中学生だし、事件の話もテレビで流れてたことくらいしか知らない。
いや、さすがに持ってるだろ。あの試験に生き残るなんて。もっとマシな嘘をつくべきだ。
They end up talking more about Orphalune, but I've already tuned them out. I became lost in those decade-old memories from the moment they mentioned that word. The flames of the NSU's war burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of peace was shattered by the hands of the people themselves. The scorched earth was soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Alarms, gunsmoke, ruins. Mothers in despair, weeping children, dolls fleeing in all directions. And then there are the memories from Nirvana being opened.
編集長編集長
When I come to my senses, I see Colfine looking at me with anxiety in her eyes. The venue hall has gotten noisier before I realized it. The large-scale press conference interview begins as the media personnel begin arriving. Flashbulbs and cameras are going off all around me. While I figure nobody remembers my face anymore, I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively to photographic and video recording equipment.
ちょっと風に当たってくる。あなたたちは引き続き監視を。オルフェルーネが現れたら教えて。
はい
I quickly dart around the packed crowd, through the revolving door, and arrive at the rooftop balcony outside the venue. The balcony is much quieter compared to the inside of the venue hall. A gentle breeze caresses my face and briefly frees me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Orphelune. So she was a survivor of Frankfurt, after all. If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? Was she a civilian? A scholar? A soldier? Or was she a member of Paradius? Did this Project Eden she is working on now grow from seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers hide an involvement with Paradius? Or is she just another Paradius leader thrust onto the stage after William made his exit? As I lose myself in my thoughts, a voice suddenly shatters the peace on the balcony.
本日はご来場いただき誠にいや違うこうしてお集まりいただいたのは科学の奇跡を共にいや硬すぎるジラードグループバイオテクノロジー部門の責任者としてこの場をお借りして全然違う
The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There is a small gazebo here, half hidden by the shrubbery. I turn to look at it and see someone pacing there, seemingly frustrated about something.
バカバカバカどうして挨拶くらいでこんなに手こずらなきゃいけないの
A young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers hitting the ground hard.
原稿が悪いわ私のスタイルと全然合ってないオルフェルーネ様はもっとエレガントでブリリアントな発表をするべきよ
I silently study this sudden speaker. While I'm still some distance away from her, my instincts tell me that she is my target. That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission objective here at all. It's hard to believe that she, the daughter of the Gerard Group's chairman, would actually go around without a bodyguard by her side. The girl calling herself the Great Orpheluna is nothing like the elegant, confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match up too well with her picture. I continue approaching and finally manage to get a good look at her. What shocks me is how young she looks, like a freshly graduated university student. She's currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers, but then a sudden gust of wind ruins her plans. Panicked, she goes after the wind-tossed papers like a kitten chasing a butterfly. As one of them drifts over the edge of the balcony, she leans out to get it. As I see her about to fall off the side of the balcony, I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective and break into a sprint. I grab her collar with one hand and pull her back from the brink, while snatching the fluttering sheet of paper out of the air with the other. She stumbles under the sudden tug, but soon finds her footing before turning to face me. Said face is youthful and delicately featured. Her turquoise eyes would normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they are currently filled with surprise and a hint of embarrassment.
誰いつからいたの
すみません。わざとじゃないんです。バルコニーから落ちそうだったから、つい。
I hand her the paper I'm holding and she snatches it back, her face flushing a bright pink.
この私がそんな間抜けなわけないじゃない今のはそう風向きを確認してただけ
風 風向き？
そうよ。科学者たるもの、周辺の環境には常に気を払うべきよ。例えば今は風速5.3メートルの南西風、湿度は43%。
She discreetly smooths out a ruffle of clothes and hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even try to hide makes it all seem very performative. I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act?
なるほど。髪、良ければ拾いますが。
She hesitates for a moment.
いいわ。手伝わせてあげる。でも機密が書かれてるから絶対に読んじゃダメだからね。
かしこまりました。オルフェルーネ様。
知ってるの？
さっきそう自称していたと記憶しています。いえ、そもそもジラードグループの誇る天才で、今回のサミットの主役の一人であるあなたを知らない人はいないでしょう。
That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photographs. That's probably why all the pressmen present at the venue didn't realize that she was the real deal.
そうね。この天才科学者の時間をこんなくだらない社交の場に費やすなんて生産性がないにも程があるわ。
だからここに隠れて発表会の練習を？
あなた誰なの？まさかパパラッチ？スキャンダルでも掴むつもり？やば。さっき言ったこと表に出したら許さないわよ。
確かに記者ですが、そんなゲスなことはしません。実を言うと、私も堅苦しい雰囲気が苦手でして、それで避難しに来たら、あなたが。
Understanding seems to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flash through her eyes. Her mood does seem a little mercurial for someone of her status.
わかる。しょうがないわね。とりあえず信じてあげる。
発表、緊張なさってるんですか？
そんなわけないでしょ。これくらいこのオルフェルーネ・ジラードにとっては日常茶飯事よ。
Despite her words, she ends up crumpling up the paper in her hands.
大勢の専門家の前で研究成果を発表するのは確かに気が引けます。今まで取材させていただいた方々も大勢を前にすると緊張するとおっしゃっていました。
本当に？
ええ。むしろそれは聴衆のことを気にかけている少佐とも言えるでしょう。
連中が聞きたいのは天才科学者の発表よ。でもこの原稿、こんなの私の言葉じゃない。
ではなぜご自分で用意をしないのですか？
私の話を理解してくれる人がいないからよ。
Her expression grows complicated. It seems she's recalling an unpleasant experience.
前に一度自分で原稿を用意したけど、助手があれは災難だったって。その発表の後、あの手この手で映像記録を抹消したそうよ。
災難？
光量子もつれの研究で非ユークリッド位相空間に存在する色素分子のメタサーフェスを発見したわ。それはネゲントロピーを利用してダークエネルギーを生物エネルギーへと変換する能力を有し、超弦理論に基づいた11次元世界の法則で、
Yes. I understand some of these words.
興味ある？
Orpheluna seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly.
ほら、ほとんどの人は知識そのものに興味なんかない。
内容というより伝え方の問題では？
どういう意味？
抽象的な言葉は大衆には響きません。 もっとみんなが想像しやすい事柄で例えることはできませんか？
実は植物は日光以外のものを食べるとか？
いいですね。それで？
例えば日光以外にも放射線をエネルギー源にすることができて有害物質を養分に変えられるなんてどう？
Her eyes begin to light up and she grows more and more animated. She begins gesticulating and describing just how her research could change the biosphere and contamination zones.
上々です。これなら誰もが興味を持つでしょう。
本当に？適当なこと言ってない？
本当ですとも。少なくとも私は非常に興味があります。
私の研究内容知ってるの？
ええ、何を隠そう。あなたの専門である植物学は私の取材テーマなんですよ。
分かってくれる記者がいるなんて理解のあるメディアが科学を取り上げるのは科学者として喜ばしいことよ。
認めていただけたようで何よりです。実はあなたが研究している植物をこの目で見たことがあります。
え？本当に？
見た目がエピフィラムに似たものですよね。
どうしてそれを？まさか私の実験施設に入ったことあるの？
実験施設？
あれはあの施設にしかないもの。よその人間が知ってるのはおかしい。
Evelina begins muttering to herself, and then it seems like she's realized something.
あなたまさか企業スパイ？まさか本当に送り込まれるなんて。
いいえ、ID と招待状です。これで疑惑が晴れるかは分かりませんが、一応。
偽造品じゃなさそうね。
Evelina pouts as she studies my ID. As the mood in the air begins to turn strange, I hear a contralto voice from the balcony entrance.
お嬢様、ここにいらしたのですね。
Oof. Yikes. I turn to look and see a tall, dignified woman who's shown up there at some point. She's impeccably dressed, but her gaze is razor sharp.
見つかった。
Orphelina shudders, looking for all the world like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
いくら違うの。ちょっと風に当たってただけで。
サミットまであと3時間。発表の準備は順調ですか？
ええ、最後にもう一度確認してただけよ。
The dull-called eagle sighs in exasperation and gives Orphelina a doting look, and then she bends down and helps pick up her dropped papers.
何かお困りのようですね。
平気よ。私一人で解決できるわ。
無論、あなたの能力を疑うつもりはありません。それよりも、これ以上スタイリストを待たせない方がよろしいかと。
Igla reaches out to straighten Orphelina's rumpled collar.
今着ている白衣も、この場にはふさわしくありません。ドレスにお着替えください。
でもドレスなんか窮屈だし。
これもジラードのためですよ。我慢しましょう。
As she says this, Igla's gaze briefly sweeps over me. There is a hint of warning and displeasure in it.
どなたかは存じませんが、お嬢様のお相手をしていただきありがとうございました。
礼には及びません。オルフェルーネさんとお話できて光栄でした。
She politely extracts a name card from her breast pocket and hands it to me.
お嬢様の専門分野にご興味がおありでしたらぜひ、明日のセミナーにお越しください。予約が必要になりますが。
Her tone is cool and polite, but the judgment and caution are evident in her gaze.
そうだ。あなたお名前は？
輝きの時代の編集長でございます。さっき ID をお見せしたはずですが。
そうだった。偽造かどうかだけ気にし してたからつい。発表聞きに来てくれる？
お嬢様、時間です。
質問があれば終わった後に聞きに来てもいいわよ。ちゃんと答えるから。
Igla guides Orphaluna away, but the latter looks back, clearly excited. Igla follows Orphaluna's gaze. Her voice is gentle, but the warning in her tone becomes more and more evident as she speaks.
では編集長、今宵の宴をどうぞお楽しみください。
I think she knows.
ただし、くれぐれも領分を履き違えることのないようお願いします。
もうまたそうやって圧かける。
申し訳ありません。
The two of them vanish through the balcony entrance. I'm still standing there, feeling the weight of the information in that brief exchange. Orphaluna is far more innocent and defenseless than my data suggests. Of course, that could just be an act. Meanwhile, there's Igla, the Gerard Group's strongest doll. She probably doesn't know who I am, but she was clearly repulsed by how I approached Orphaluna. From the Gerard Group's files I saw in the combat footage Leva showed me, I concluded that this third-gen doll is very likely to be our trickiest foe yet. Seeing as how understaffed we are at the moment, it would be best not to arouse her suspicion for now. I studied the card Igla left me. In addition to the usual contact information, there is a line of small letters. Science runs on curiosity, but danger often begins there too. Choose wisely. There's still some time until the presentation begins, and there doesn't seem to be any more news worth overhearing. The dolls and I return to our room to plan our next move. My conversation with Orphaluna just now has given me a basic impression of her, while the presence of that third-gen doll has given me serious doubts about our upcoming mission. Being guarded by such a powerful doll all but confirms Orphaluna's standing as heir, yet her reaction and way of speaking raise some doubts in me. She seems to have total faith in what she's studying. It makes me think that she genuinely believes she's doing a good thing. I don't smell the stench of Paradius' lies and evil coming from her. Instead, she feels too innocent. At the moment, it's difficult for me to tell if she's being genuine or if it's just an elaborate act. It seems I'll need to find a way to make further contact with her. The sound of footsteps comes from outside our suite as I ponder my encounter from just now. There's a series of knocks on the door. Rosa gets up to open it.
すみません。
どうしました？
The staffer holds up a tote bag in his hand. Its velvety silk material is finely made and features the logo of the summit.
遠路はるばるお越しくださったメディアの皆様にお土産をご用意させていただきました。
お土産？
はい。中身はジラードグループの新製品とリビウの特産品でございます。
どうも。
I gesture to Groza to take the bag. After seeing us bring it inside, the staffer nods and smiles while executing a bow before turning to leave. Once the sounds of footsteps outside the door fade away, I shoot Groza a look.
そうね。
Rosa cautiously opens up the bag. Just as the staffer said, the bag contains an exquisite gift box. The first layer contains many pretty-looking desserts, while the second has the latest smart device from Gerard Group's notable subsidiary brand, released just last month. Rosa and Clothing inspect the gift box and even take apart the smart device, but they don't find anything suspicious.
本当にただのお土産なの？
指揮官、この中まだ何かありますよ。
The bag was tossed aside after its contents were extracted. Currently, it lies in a limp heap on the corner of the dresser. Or at least it should be limp without anything inside to support it, yet there is a little bulge under its velvety surface.
確認しよう。
Rosa picks up the bag and inverts it, but nothing falls out. She then turns it inside out and feels around the side of the bulge.
二重底になってるわ。
I take it from her and feel around the place Groza indicated. Sure enough, there seems to be something hidden inside it. Clearly, someone cut it open and sewed it back together again. I rip the seam open and take out the object inside the bag's lining. There's a little box in my hand, with a work ID reading special invitation. I hand the device to Groza. She fiddles with it for a moment, but doesn't seem to find any issues with it. Then she takes a small slip of paper out from behind the ID.
面倒事があったらこれを使って。頑張ってね。指揮官、ジラードグループに知り合いでもいるの？
いいえ、身に覚えがないわね。
じゃあ管理局のサポートだったりして。
カリンたちだったらもっと早く渡したはずよ。
それもそうですね。念のために確認してみませんか？
I nod and Leva picks up my call shortly afterward. I tell her about the work ID.
あら、私がそんなむやみにサプライズを送るように見える？今持ってる情報はすべて渡した。そのカードだけど。
Leva pauses.
詳細は言えないけど、私も似たような感じで助けられたことがある。とりあえず、人の好意が受け取ってあげてもいいんじゃない？
好意ね。
After hanging up, I inspect the ID again. The card is very well made, but there's nothing special about it. I sense that this card is definitely going to come in handy, so I tuck it away into my pocket and wait for the presentation to begin. 20 minutes before the summit.
お嬢様の出番は最後になります。発表の時間は30分。何かあれば合図してください。すぐに対処いたします。スライドもサーバーにアップロードしました。あとはリモコンのボタンを押すだけで大丈夫です。他に確認したいことはありますか？
ないわ。この程度、天才科学者オルフェルーネ・ジラードにとって朝飯前よ。
Orphelune plants her hands on her waist and proudly raises her chin. She has a confident smile on her face, but a keen observer would note that her hands are trembling, and that there is a faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead.
ええ、当然でございます。失礼いたします。
Lila takes an elaborately stitched handkerchief out of her pocket and lightly dabs away the moisture on Orphelune's forehead, then takes out a mirror from a pouch and starts smoothing out the straps of Orphelune's dress.
ねえイグラ、私の髪乱れたりしてない？登壇するからには完璧な状態にしないと。
何も問題ありませんが、もう少し微調整させていただきます。
Lila's hands move with a sculptor's touch, as if she's working with a soap bubble that might vanish at a breath. The look in her eyes isn't a mere professional diligence, but something closer to religious reverence.
あと少しで私の研究成果が世に出る。ジラード家の意向を世界に示してやるんだから。
ええ、全員がひれ伏すことでしょう。
ねえイグラ、時間が来るまでそばにいてくれる？緊張とかそういうのじゃないから、スケジュールを滞りなく進めるためよ。
いついかなる時もあなたのそばにいるのが私の務め。そして誉れですよ。
じゃあさっきはどこにいたの？すごく待ったんだから。確かにイグラの目を盗んで抜け出したけどさ、こんな日に遅刻するなんてあなたらしくないわ。
申し訳ございません。不安要素を取り除きに行っておりました。招かれざる客がお嬢様の研究に分不相応に関心を向けていました。
またそういう連中が。ご苦労様イグラ。きっと私の成果を盗もうとしたに違いないわ。でもそれも今日で終わり。発表さえすればもう警戒する必要はないわ。
その通り。そしてお嬢様の名は 世界に轟くでしょう。
Yeah. Probably not the way you expect, though. Thanks to Igla's soothing words, Orphaluna's tension has completely drained away. Just as she's about to continue preening, an unexpected visitor interrupts her. A distinguished gentleman in a dapper suit strides into the room, a warm and affable smile on his face. Nikla's face is perfectly composed, but her body shifts almost imperceptibly in order to put herself between Orphaluna and the newcomer. Orphaluna proudly raises her chin, pretending that it doesn't bother her. Yes, to think. Zimmerman's gaze shifts between Igla and Orphaluna, a subtle smile on his face.
守るのにも力とリソースがいる。ジラードグループの現在の立場ではそれは難しいでしょう。
あなたの真意が何であれ、これだけは言っておきます。私の役目は何があろうとジラード家、ひいてはお嬢様を守ることです。
忠誠は美徳ですが、賢さに変わるものはありません。あなたなら選択を間違えることはないと信じていますよ、イグラさん。
おじさま。
Orphaluna forcefully interrupts their subtle confrontation.
会社のことがわからないからってバカにしないでくれる？オレク・ジラードの娘としてジラードグループは死守するわ。だからイグラを引き抜こうとしないで。おじさまのところにも第三世代人形がいるでしょ。イグラは私の助手よ。イグラがいなければ私は。
Orphaluna suddenly cuts herself off, as though she's realized she's said too much. She raises her chin again and throws up her facade of pride.
とにかくイグラは私の人形だから。
Have a good one, Depths Walker.
しないわ。これから発表の準備をするから邪魔しないで。
Zimmerman seems to have anticipated Orphaluna's reaction, and he laughs nonchalantly.
やはり若くして成功を収めるのはお前のような純粋な人間なのかもしれないな。邪魔して悪かった。発表頑張ってくれたまえ。ちゃんと見届けさせてもらうよ。
As Orphaluna turns to head back to her dresser, Zimmerman suddenly addresses Igla, who has not yet departed, in a quiet voice.
じきに嵐が訪れる。あなただけでは嵐を守りきれないでしょう。賢明な判断を期待していますよ。
ご忠告感謝いたします。ですが、私の選択は常に一つ。
Igla's voice is warm and deferential, but her gaze is as sharp as a razor of ice.
まだ準備がありますので、失礼いたします。サミットを存分にお楽しみください。
After I finish assigning surveillance positions to the dolls in the lounge, I check my watch. It seems like it's about time. The summit is already halfway through by the time I exit the lounge and reach the conference center. One botanical researcher after another takes the stage to the scattered and swelling applause. People are gathering in front of the lectern, occasionally exchanging a few words. I signal to Groza and Kolfin, then silently blend into the crowd.
ありがとうございました、ダレスさん。お次は植物学の期待の新星、そして楽園計画の主導者、オルフェルーネ・ジラードさんです。皆様が最も気になるであろう楽園計画の詳細を公表していただくと同時に、ご質問にもお答えいただけます。
After a round of applause, Orphaluna gracefully takes the stage. Perhaps it's because I only just saw another side of her this afternoon, but the Orphaluna who has just revealed herself takes me by surprise. She's wearing an exquisitely made haute couture evening gown, her golden blonde hair neatly styled, exuding elegance and class with every move she makes. They've been using subtle so much. There's nothing like the cultish girl I saw on the balcony this afternoon. With a slight raise of her chin, she regards the entire audience with a look that could almost be considered arrogance, and then bends into a graceful bow before beginning to speak.
こんばんは、オルフェルーネ・ジラードです。今夜我々がここに集まったのは、科学者である以前により良い未来を求める探求者でもあるからです。そしてまさに今この瞬間から新しい時代が始まろうとしています。
緑の浄化者である植物にはまだまだ驚くべき秘密が隠されていたのです。
最初に皆様にお伺いします。植物に放射線を吸収する能力はあると思いますか？やっぱり原稿をそのまま読んでいる。
Orphaluna is the undisputed center of the venue's attention. The researchers, the businessmen, the journalists, everyone is listening intently, looking forward to how her words will change the world. Radioactive particle absorption through large-scale planting, improving purification zone efficiency at a lower cost. Those grand declarations do sound very promising. But all of these are definitely not the true aim of Project Eden. That said, what is its true aim? All the research she's mentioned so far sounds a lot like the operating principles of collapse epithelums. Could it have something to do with Paradius' upcoming moves? Are the Gerard Group's attempts to kidnap Helena part of Project Eden too? I suddenly realized that I simply have too few clues about what's going on. Even if Nompha and I managed to find a few traces of it, I'm still clueless about the Gerard Group's upcoming plans. Orphaluna continues her presentation beneath the spotlights. The audience's interest is steadily rising as she continues, and everyone is eagerly looking at the young scholar before them.
私たちは無意識に汚染エリアの浄化は果てしなく困難なものだと思い込んできました。しかし技術の進歩とともにより確実で安定したそして低コストの方法で人類が領土を取り戻す可能性が芽生えました。植物という古来より存在する生命の力を借りて未来を切り開くのです。皆様のご期待に応えるべく2日後に楽園計画の第一段階を実行いたします。そしてこの計画のもたらす変化を全リビューが見届けることでしょう。ありがとうございました。
オルフェルーネさん、オルフェルーネさん、質問よろしいでしょうか？
計画は2日後に実行するとのことですが、
ジラードグループの株価に楽園計画がどのように影響すると思いますか？
As the journalist begins surging forward, the previously serene venue boils over in an instant. I approach the lectern in the company of my peers and notice that Orphalun, who is about to leave, has an annoyed look on her face. She gestures to Iglo, who's standing beside her. Fortunately, the host manages to hold off the throng of journalists.
記者会見は30分後 B ブロック内で行われます。入場の際は特別招待状をご提示ください。オルフェルーネさん、ありがとうございました。
After Orphaluna leaves, I hear a ripple of dissent from around me.
またか。骨を持ってるやつの特権だな。
目の前にスクープがあるのに、いつもこうだ。メディアの暗黒時代だよ。
やめだやめだ。帰って記事を仕上げるぞ。日付が変わる前に入稿すれば、うちが一番乗りになれるかもな。
The journalists around me begin to disperse as their interest ebbs. Once things around me settle down, I head to a corner and take out the work ID labeled Special Invitation.
ここで使うのか。
Well, that scary third-gen doll's already warned me about this. It seems I'll have to disregard her advice. Project Eden is really going to begin in 2 days, like Orphalun said, then I'll need to figure out exactly what this project is about within those 2 days. Currently, my situation is like being adrift in a boundless ocean, so I need to seize on anything I can find, even if it's just a little plank of driftwood. After briefly considering my next moves, I share my thoughts with the dolls so they're ready to act at any time. Yeah, notice I have some messages. Okay. Then I gripped the work ID in my hand and I walked toward the building at the end of the corridor.
こちらが記者会見の待機所となります。ここでお待ちください。
はい。
To my surprise, I actually managed to use the dubious work ID to get into the specially designated interview area. Although the press conference hasn't begun yet, I can tell that I'm the only one who doesn't belong here. All the journalists here seem to know each other. They're sitting at prearranged seats and whispering to each other. I turn and realize that the other guy is speaking to me.
そう警戒するな。お互いあのお嬢様の独壇場の賑やかし要員だからな。
そうですね。
株は買ったか？
株？
ああ。まさか買ってないのか？こんながっぽり稼げるチャンスはめったにないぞ。この記者会見が終われば、ジラードグループの株価はうなぎ登り間違いなしだ。このタイミングであのお嬢様を出して、信用と名誉回復に利用したというわけさ。記者会見では多分、この前のワクチン事件とジラードグループの人形技術関連の質問が飛び交うだろうな。
オルフェルーネという看板を宣伝するために。
わかってるじゃないか。あんた、仕事は？
記者ですが。
おいおい、本物だったのかよ。珍しいな。こりゃジラードはちゃんとイメージ改善に努めないとな。いいか、空気を読めない質問はするんじゃないぞ。俺は今日ここに来るために全てを投げ出したんだ。
He pats me on the shoulder and returns to his seat. As the press conference draws closer, my surroundings gradually quiet down. Orphaluna shows up on time. However, there's a hint of distaste on her face compared to how she looked at her presentation just now. While she retains the same haughty attitude, her gaze keeps sweeping the audience as though she's looking for something. Iglis stands faithfully by her side, with prim and alert expression on her own face. After the host announces the beginning of the conference, the journalists around me all raise their hands. Their questions are all meticulously crafted, just like what that man from before said. Each syllable from Orphaluna's lips will move the market needles, influencing the position of the Gerard Group in the industry and the market. But what of Orphaluna herself? Did she memorize an utterly boring script before the press conference started? Just like what she was doing on the rooftop balcony this afternoon, rehearsing the answers to potential questions. And what about me? Someone gave me this ID. What do they want me to find? Or rather, what do they want me to change? Orphaluna stands to one side. She seems relieved. Meanwhile, her eyes are still sweeping the venue, searching for something. Nobody else is raising their hand. Everyone turns to look at me in surprise. Right as she's about to leave, Orphaluna stops and turns to look at me. A hint of surprise crosses her eyes. Orphaluna ignores the host's attempts to stop her and takes a few steps forward. Igla immediately tenses up, but Orphaluna gestures to her to relax. Uh-oh. What are we doing, main character?
しかしエピフィラムの存在はなぜか隠蔽されており、ロレンやジラードグループが公表した資料には記載されていません。あなたの発表内容とエピフィラムには共通点がいくつもあるように思います。
あなた、どうしてそこまで。
教えてください。あなたの研究とエピフィラムに関連性はありますか？それは楽園計画の核心となる技術なのではないですか？
As I asked my question, the host was already speaking into the walkie-talkie in his hand. Shortly afterwards, several Gerard Group security personnel entered the room and swiftly approached my position.
すみません。事前にお知らせした範囲以外の質問はご遠慮願います。
Orphaluna's hands tighten around the microphone she's holding. She seems to be hesitating. Her gaze is wavering, and she occasionally glances at Igla, who's standing behind her. Meanwhile, I ignore the host's attempts to stop me and continue addressing Orphalune.
オルフェルーネさん、私はあなたの研究に大変興味があります。あなたの植物に対する造形はこの程度じゃない。あなたの本当の研究を世に知らしめてみませんか？本当のインタビューを受けてみませんか？あなたに必要なのは、あなたをマスコット扱いする人間ではなく、あなたのことを、科学を本当に理解している人間ではありませんか？
The summoned security guards have already reached me. I know that if Orphaluna does not wish to proceed further, then the mission will be a complete failure. There's probably no better opportunity to approach a scientist as heavily protected as her than today. A hulking guard gestures for me to leave. I'm not exactly thrilled to be going, but this isn't a good place to get violent. All I can do is follow the guards and prepare to depart. Several long seconds later, Orphaluna holds out a hand to stop the guards. Her eyes are shining, and she has a stubborn look on her face. She descends from the stage and runs over to me.
本当に純粋に私の研究に興味があるの？株価とか市場とかそういうのじゃなくて？
はい。私は科学者としてのあなたを知りたい。ジラードグループの令嬢や若き天才という看板ではなく。
やっぱりあなたは他の植物とは違うと思ってたわ。
お嬢様。
Gluff follows closely behind Orphaluna and whispers into her ear. After realizing her faux pas, Orphaluna quickly resumes her previous attitude.
本日はご来場いただきありがとうございました。
Before the host can continue, Orphaluna grabs me by the sleeve and drags me backstage. After going behind the curtains, Orphaluna warily glances outside. After ensuring that we will not be interrupted, she continues speaking to me in an excited voice.
エピフィラムの生態まで知ってるの？同僚でも知ってる人はそんなにいないのに。じゃあ私のやりたいことも分かってるわよね？
いえ。
やっぱり待って、心の準備ができてなかった。そうね、こうしましょう。あなたの質問何でも答えるわ。でもそれは今じゃないし、植物たちの前で話すことでもない。明日独占インタビューを手配してあげる。場所は私の実験室でどう？それまでに聞きたいことまとめてきなさいよね。期待してるから。私の研究は株価を上げるだけの道具じゃないってことは世間に理解させて。
ありがとうございます。ご期待に添えるよう尽力します。
Orphaluna raises her chin proudly, but she can't keep the corner of her mouth from turning up. She turns to whisper something into Igla's ear. Igla's expression immediately turns complex, but in the end she nods respectfully. Then Igla turns and addresses me in an extremely polite tone.
弊社広報担当の連絡先です。明日のスケジュール
Igla decorously hands me a card. I nod to her in gratitude as I receive it. Orphaluna waves to me with a satisfied look on her face and then turns to leave. Igla follows, yeah. Giving me a warning glare. It always feels like going through these takes forever, man. I don't know what it is. I guess they lean in heavily into the dialogue when they actually have it voiced. The next day. After stepping out of the limo that the Gerard group arranged for us, we found ourselves in front of a white office building. It's inside a science park on the outskirts of Lviv, and it stands out by being the sole towering structure in the vast park area. I looked at the time. We set out early to avoid any complications, and so the time right now is 9:40 a.m., 20 minutes from the appointed interview time. I have the dolls grab the equipment, and we enter the office building. Oops. The staffer looks at the paper and grows his hand and carefully checks it into the system. The staffer opens the barrier gate at the entrance. I lead the dolls to the designated reception area where we take a seat. The inside of the lab is a lot livelier than its exterior would imply. In addition to busy researchers, each floor has its own assistants which keep the lab running in an orderly manner. I look at the floor plan of the reception area. It says that this building has 3 floors, with 4 rooms on each. According to the floor plan, the first floor contains the main lounge and various public facilities. The second floor has the lab area and sample storage, while the entire third floor is an office space for Orphalun. Halfway through our observations of the building, a certain someone descends from the floor above. Ingla dips her head in a polite nod, but the wariness in her eyes does not diminish in the least. Clearly, my stunt with Orphaluna at the press conference last night has put her on guard. Again. Igla's tone is polite and restrained, but the hint of warning in her voice is plainly evident. She's carrying a large box, and I wonder if it contains some sort of powerful weapon. The dolls notice it as well and carefully study every move Igla makes, ready for battle at any moment. However, Igla seems completely uninterested in the actions of my assistants. She glances at them briefly and then walks right up to me.
能性は考慮しなかったのですか？あなたの部下にはコンプライアンス研修が必要なようですね。過度な時間前行動は人生の無駄とは思いませんか？
いいえ。
Igla's gaze sweeps casually over Grow's head and settles on my face.
申し訳ありません。私の基準をそちらに当てはめてしまったようです。お嬢様のスケジュールは私が分刻みで管理しているゆえ、少しの乱れも許されません。現在は朝食の時間です。インタビューは予定通り10時開始でよろしいですか？
ええ、もちろん。
Igla seems very pleased by my response. She gestures for me to follow her.
その前に私の方から研究所をご案内させていただきます。記事の内容に必要でしょう。1階は受付とロビーになっております。通常お嬢様や他の研究員への取材はここで行われます。ですがあなたは重要な客人なので、今回は特別にお嬢様のオフィスへご案内いたします。
ご好意に感謝いたします。
正直これほどインタビューを楽しみにしているお嬢様は見たことがありません。どうしてあなたにこれほどの興味が湧いたのか。
私にもわかりません。ただ確かなのは、科学者としての彼女を見ている人間はほぼいなかったのでしょう。
That's a hint of caution in her eyes. While her demeanor is flawless, her wariness of me has not faded in the least. Igla brings us to the second floor in silence. Along the way, she tells us that this floor is the core research area of the facility and features independent identity verification systems. Only visitors who have received Aura Falun's approval are allowed to enter. The biosafety labs within are performing the core research tasks for Project Eden, and they have been the subject of much interest from competitors ever since the project began.
そしてそういった不埒な輩を遠ざけるのが私の役目です。
Igla gives me a meaningful look. I turn to look in the direction Igla is pointing in feign innocence.
この先がお嬢様のオフィスになります。
We climb the broad staircase and arrive at the third floor. I check the time. It's 10 o'clock exactly. Igla verifies our identities in front of a big glass door, which then slides open. The sound of something shattering comes from inside, followed by a panicked yelp. We rush in and find Orphalun standing in front of a complex-looking device. The interior of the room is a mess, and the floor is covered in glass shards on a toppled test tube rack. Igla rushes forward and swiftly clears up the mess on the ground. Her movements are fast and precise, as though she's long used to such scenarios.
10分目を離しただけでまたご自分で操作されたのですか？
最新の実験データをまとめようとしたのに、開発部の連中絶対また設定をいじったに違いないわ。
Orphalun turns to look at us, and her expression immediately turns to stone. Her long blonde hair is a mess, and her lab coat buttons are fastened incorrectly. She looks nothing like the noble, poised scientific genius described in her file. Orphalun quickly stumbles a few steps back and almost trips on the shards on the ground. Fortunately, Igla reacts swiftly and catches her.
ただいま10時ちょうどでございます。お嬢様。
Orphalun's eyes snap to the clock on the wall, and her expression goes from surprise to frustration, before quickly shifting to deliberate haughtiness.
まあいいわ。許してあげる。寛大な私
に感謝しなさい。
She quickly sorts out her clothing, straightens up, and tries to regain a sense of dignity, but her lab coat is still rumpled and misbuttoned.
お嬢様、失礼します。
Igla produces a new lab coat and a kit bag from the big box she was carrying around, and begins giving Orphalun a high-speed makeover. Orphalun obediently stands still and lets Igla fuss over her like a mother hen with her chick.
早く、お客さんが待ってるでしょ。
はい、お嬢様。
Igla's movements are swift and practiced. In less than a minute, Orphalun looks as good as new.
バッチリね。
Once again, Igla begins picking up the scattered lab equipment and documents. Every move she makes looks like it has been precisely calculated to not waste the slightest bit of time or energy. Orphalun clears her throat, then turns to me, her face a mask of deliberate pride and confidence.
ようこそ私の実験室へ。このオルフェルーネ・ジラードが直々に出迎えたのだから光栄に思いなさい。
ええ、お時間を作っていただきありがとうございます。
ちゃんと礼儀をわきまえてるようね。やっぱり俗物たちとは違うわ。
Orphalun looks me up and down, her gaze is both curious and judgmental.
昨日から考え続けてたわ。どうして私の研究をそこまで理解してるの？普通の記者なんか最低限の用語すら覚えられないのよ。
お嬢様、こちらは輝きの時代誌の編集長です。取材経験も知識量も波の記者を上回って当然です。
そんなのわかってるわよ。
Igla seems used to Orphalun's little flare-ups. She simply nods and continues restoring order to the chaos on the floor.
で、何から始めようかしら。今までだと写真撮影とかもあったけど。
そうですね。撮らせていただきます。
I give Colvin a look. She quickly moves in front of Orphalun and raises her camera.
少々お待ちを。
On seeing Colvin point her camera shutter at Orphalun, Igla hurries over to touch... Bro. Touch up Orphalun's looks once again, helps properly fasten her lab coat, and then discreetly steps out of the frame.
撮影した写真はすべてチェックさせていただきます。一番写りの良い写真のみ掲載を許可します。
もう大げさなんだから、どの角度から見ても完璧でしょ。
ここで提案なのですが、いつもと違うオルフェルーネさんを見せてはいかがでしょうか。オルフェルーネさんはエリートとしての印象が定着しています。ギャップを見せた方が親近感を持たれやすいでしょう。
いいわね。イグラ、いいかしら。
ジラードグループのイメージにふさわしくありません。
After seeing the dejected look on Orphalun's face, Igla quickly adds on to her previous statement.
ですが、お嬢様がそこまでおっしゃるなら試してみてもいいでしょう。
With their permission, Colvin does as I said and takes several pictures of Orphalun. After the shoot, Igla examines the contents of Colfin's camera and has agreed. Orphalun takes advantage of her distraction to suddenly approach me.
ねえねえ、今日ずいぶん早く着いたらしいじゃない。
はい。こちらも誠意を見せねばと思いまして。
いい心がけね。こんなにインタビューが楽しみなのは久しぶりよ。コーヒー飲む？私が入れてあげてもいいわよ。
お嬢様。
No. You already know it's like, that's not gonna end well.
大丈夫、一人でできるわ。子供扱いしないで。
では、いただきます。
え、いいの？
断る理由がありません。
今までの人はなんやかんや断ってたの。
That's a red flag. She's gonna be a macchiato. Orphalun seems surprised that I said yes. For some reason, it makes me panic a little. Yeah, it should.
失礼ですが、コーヒーメーカーを使用されたことは？
ええ、イグラからいろいろ教わったわ。細かいことはたまに忘れるけど。
Ken! Confidently heads over to the drinks counter, and Igla's expression grows tense. However, she merely keeps her distance. It seems she wants to see if Orphalun can actually pull this task off on her own.
何がいい？ちなみにラテが一番得意よ。
ではラテで。
Orphalun nods and heads over to the fridge before taking out a carton of milk and dumping it into the coffee machine.
オルフェルーナさん、そこはミルです。
え？ああ、また忘れた。これ豆入れるとこだったわよね。開発部の連中もっとわかりやすく設計できないの？
I doubt their R&D division built this coffee machine, did they?
今度こそ覚えたわ。
After carefully pondering the situation, Orphalun finally manages to add the milk to the right compartment. Right after that, she engages the grinder, after some humming coffee powder sprays out of the nozzle.
これでどう？
ええ、大丈夫です。
次は。
Just as Orphalun is about to put the ground coffee under the tamper, the coffee machine suddenly starts out without any warning, spraying the ground coffee powder everywhere. Most of it ends up on Orphalun's brand new lab coat. After seeing Orphalun's predicament, Igla sighs, but her eyes are filled with doting kindness. She quickly steps up to take the various supplements from Orphalun's hands.
お嬢様、やはり私が汚れてしまわれましたね。
A look of defeat and shame crosses Orphalun's face for a moment, but it soon transforms into one of stubborn pride.
手が滑っただけよ。ちょっとミスっただけじゃない。
そうですね。すぐに新しい白衣をお持ちします。
Orphalun seems used to Igla's pampering and slightly accepts this arrangement. Igla takes yet another lab coat out of her huge box. Is it just like a million lab coats because this is like a daily thing? Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that the box, which seems to have originally been intended to transport weapons, is instead filled with various articles of folded clothing. It's immediately obvious that they were all prepared for Orphalun. Yeah. Once again, Igla changes out Orphalun's lab coat with practiced ease before quickly brewing a latte and handing it to me.
どうぞ。お嬢様がわざわざご用意されたコーヒー。
She sure did.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
お嬢様の指示で入れたのですから。実質お嬢様が入れたもの。
Yep, that's how that works.
とにかく飲んでみて。
いただきます。
I take the coffee and sip from the cup. It's really good.
おいしい。
当たり前でしょ。私は一番いいものしか出さないんだから。
Orphalun smiles smugly, as though she was the one who made the coffee herself. Igla shakes her head gently, but her eyes are filled with tenderness.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。今日はどんな感じ？
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影後、楽園計画の方向性についてお答えいただく予定です。
それって今までと同じじゃない。そういうの飽きた。研究のことを知るなら、やっぱり実験施設を見学した方が早いわ。
実験施設。しかし、この方々に権限は。
Orphalun ignores Igla's hesitation and instead turns to look at me.
今まで外部の人間を通したことなかったけど、興味ある？
もちろんです。今まで公開されなかった施設を切り口に研究所の特集を組めば、記事の信頼性も高まりますし、注目も集まることでしょう。見学させていただけるのなら、すべてのプラットフォームで大々的に取り扱う予定です。
I never would have expected Orphalun to actively suggest that we visit one of their research bases. I decided to accept the offer quickly before anyone can retract it. Looks like today's interview is going far more smoothly than expected.
お嬢様、施設の見学は予定にありません。勝手なことをすれば、理事会やオレク様への弁明が。
お父様には私から言っておくわ。
この研究所の責任者は私よ。
Eagle's face is as professional and calm as ever, but I can see the uneasiness in her eyes. However, in the face of Orphalun's determined attitude, all she can do is nod.
かしこまりました。ほら、ついてきなさい。科学がもたらす奇跡を見せてあげるわ。
One biometric security door after another opens before Orphalun and allows us to enter the research base unimpeded. Igla follows closely behind Orphalun. Her movements are as elegant and flowing as ever, but her eyes sweep the surroundings, paying particular attention to us visitors. After several rounds of tiresome identity verification procedures, we arrive at the roof mentioned by Group 2 before. However, I don't see anything sinister up here. In fact, a verdant expanse of greenery spreads before me. Flourishing vegetation looks especially vigorous under the sunlight, and a little rainbow arcs through the spray of the irrigation sprinklers. Orphalun stands to the side, looking upon the plants before her with a gaze akin to that of a proud parent. I'm gonna have kind of a guess here that this is all just to trick her, and there's probably some actual sinister stuff, maybe like below ground or something. Maybe. Who knows?
見て、これが楽園計画のゆりかごよ。今リビウの実験畑を埋め尽くしてる植物の種は全部ここで生まれたの。
感慨深いですね。
それが植物の面白さよ。でも普通の人間はおろか、学会の年寄りですらその辺全然わかっていない。
Orphalun cocks her head smugly and gestures to one particular plant.
見えた？
何を？
ロマンよ。
Clueless, I inspect the plant she's pointing at. Orphalun smiles at me, an excited gleam in her eye.
細胞シグナル伝達を非線形上微分方程式で表したとき、エピゲノムを3次元に展開して準安定状態の分子が並んだとき、光合成で量子がコヒーレント状態となり非マルコフ過程が見られたとき、異なる種が時間の経過とともにハウスドルフ次元で非線形システム的な変化が見られたとき、こういった一つ一つの瞬間にロマンを感じるのよ。
Angela's watching from the side, a proud smile on her face, like a parent watching her child showing off her talents.
言いたいことわかるかしら？
I shake my head.
私にはあなたほどの知見も視野もありません。きっと私には見えないものが見えるのでしょう。ですが、私にも科学者の友人がいます。科学のもたらす恩恵が人類の輝かしい未来を切り開いていることを実感しています。
私の言ってること理解不能で無価値だと思わないの？
それを大衆に分かりやすく伝えるのが我々の役目です。科学者を相手にするとつい小難しい話に目が行きがちですが、本当に見るべきはその科学者の夢なのです。科学は夢を叶える手段でしかない。そしてその夢こそが評価の基準となるべきです。あなたは植物そのものだけでなく、植物がこの世界を変える可能性にロマンを感じているのでしょう。
ありがとう。やっと私を分かってくれる人が現れた。
正直な感想を述べたまでです。
この研究を始めてから便乗しようとする人間が後を絶たなかった。兵器開発に利用するもの、果ては家族まで私を客寄せパンダとしか扱わなかった。グループやお父様の力にはなりたい。
でもあの人たちの目には利益しか映っていない。私の夢なんか。
There's an undercurrent of fragility in Orphalun's voice, but she instantly recovers her former pride.
でももういいわ。理解者がいなくても私はここまで来れた。
Orphalun leads me into an isolation chamber, and then she pushes a button inside it, which seems to activate some kind of device. However, there's no visible chains outside the chamber after the activation.
今のは
コーラップス粒子を放出して室内の放射線量を上げたわ。思ったより薄い反応ね。今までの人間だったらさっきの話を聞いた瞬間に逃げ出すのに。
鈍感な人間ですので。
そう？変な人。でも安心しなさい。ここは安全よ。この私がそんな自殺行為するわけないでしょ。
An instrument displays inside the isolation chamber indicate that the equipment is indeed functioning normally under Orphalun's operation.
お嬢様、実験を長引かせるとこの後の予定に響きます。
もう心配しなくてもちゃんと時間を見てるわ。
Ayla does not press the issue. Instead, she stands silently on the sidelines, remaining vigilant and ready to respond to any potentially dangerous situations. I look at the plants on the test plot. After being exposed to the radioactive particles, their leaves slowly open, and soft buds emerge at the ends of their stems. This is followed by the buds blooming one after another, revealing flowers that look like they came out of some fever dream. The colors of the petals are like the sprinkler rainbows, changing with the angle of observation. The instrument displays indicate that the particle density is falling as the flowers bloom. Just as the flowers fully blossom, Orphalun presses another button. It looks like it's connected to some kind of energy collection device. The moment Orphalun presses the button, a flare of light fills the greenhouse, following which a holographic display comes to life, whose contents constantly shift, like it's showing up the development process of a large future city. The scene goes from a set of radiated ruins to a series of high-rise buildings skyrocketing from the ground, dense green forest spreading between the buildings until they cover the entire globe.
見た？これが楽園計画の導く未来よ。今見たホログラムデモンストレーションで消費した電力は1メガワット時。すべて植物が放射線を吸収したことによって生まれたエネルギーよ。私が作った品種は地中の装置を介して直接発電施設とつながってるわ。運用規模によって畑の面積を調整すれば、その地域のコーラップス粒子を電気に変えられるってわけ。楽園計画が順調に進めば、リビウ周辺の実験畑だけでも毎日5000メガワット時の電力が賄えるわ。それがどういうことかわかるわよね。
リビウ全体の消費電力に等しい。
そう、私の研究はエネルギー分野に革命を起こすの。成功した暁には私を嘲笑った年寄りたちがこぞってひれ伏すに違いないわ。
As I listen to Orphalun's explanation, I'm reminded of Persica's remolding pattern technology. But if this is just a recreation of the technology Persica was using, then this so-called Project Eden doesn't seem particularly harmful. But is that really all? Is everything she told me today really the truth? Orphalun doesn't seem to have realized my suspicions and continues speaking.
今公表されているのは第一段階、すなわち植物による放射線除去。でもいずれは新しい生態系を築いて、リビウの再生どころか世界中の環境改善も夢じゃない。
汚染エリアのコーラプス粒子濃度は大幅に低下し、グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアのエネルギーコストも削減されるわ。私がロレンを本当の楽園に導くのよ。見くびった人も全員見返して、そしてフランクフルトに戻っ。
Wefalun seems to realize that she's made a slip of the tongue and falls silent.
そういえばあなたはフランクフルト事件の生き残りらしいですね。
留学先だったわ。そこであの事件に死ぬかと思った。でも幸運にも生き延びた。
そんな辛い経験をされているのに、なぜ戻ろうと思うのですか？
あの時見たのよ。
お嬢様。
Just as Igla is about to stop Orifalun from speaking, her communicator suddenly rings. She frowns and glances down at it, but in the end she turns away to take the call.
かしこまりました。
どうしたの？
申し訳ございません。緊急な用事です。
またグループで何かあったの？いっつも肝心な時に。イグラは私の助手なのに。
シルロビグ様直々のご連絡です。急を要すると。
シルロビグ。
Ah. Well, this takes place, Okay. Yeah. This has happened before the beginning of the part 1. Orifalun's expression softens a little when she hears that name.
じゃあ仕方ないわね。よろしく伝えといて。
はい。他の助手に本日の予定を伝えましたので、残りは彼女に。私がいないからといって許可なく実験を行ったり、部外者を奥のエリアへ案内しないでください。
わかったわよ。子供じゃないんだから。
何かあればすぐ私にお知らせください。何があってもすぐに駆けつけます。
There's clear worry in Igla's voice, and the concern in her eyes is apparent as she looks at Orifalun.
わかったわかった。早く行って。
Igla turns to look at me, and that fleeting gentleness is gone.
編集長、本日はありがとうございました。引き続き部をわきまえた行動をお心がけください。お嬢様の身に何か起きればすぐ私の方に連絡が行きます。くれぐれもお忘れなく。
Saying so, Igla bows and turns and strides away.
やっと行った。イグラにはお世話になりっぱなしだけど、時々本当にうるさいのよね。
ところでシルロビグさんは何者ですか？
ああ、グループの科学者兼私の友達よ。
Orifalun shrugs and doesn't linger on the topic.
さて、イグラもいないし、好きなだけ喋りましょう。
Orifalun visibly relaxes. She even pumps her fist in excitement, like a child who's finally escaped her guardian. After turning off the equipment, Orifalun and I exit the lab.
楽しすぎて一瞬だったわ。
私も同じです。オルフェルーネさんのスケジュールに影響がなければいいのですが。
いいのいいの。どうせいつものつまらない行事なんだから。あ、そうだ。記事が公開されたら SNS の反応を集めて送ってくれる？イグラに SNS を使うなって言われてるからアカウント持ってないのよね。
ええ、もちろん。
I suddenly feel a little guilty as I meet Orifalun's sincere gaze. While this interview is an important part of the fact-finding process, the fact remains that I'm still lying to her. All I can do now is try to learn the truth as soon as possible, find Helena and completely dismantle Paradius' scheme. Speaking of Paradius, based on my conversation with Orphalun today, she doesn't seem to know anything about Paradius, and her understanding of collapsed epitheliums remains at an application level. Her answers to my questions today also seemed sincere enough. Based on her performance today, she doesn't strike me as someone who's given to putting on false pretenses. If she's really telling the truth, then is Paradius using her research and controlling events in Lviv from the shadows? I find myself at a loss over whether I should believe what she just said. Orphalun's expression suddenly turns complex. She bites her lip and looks like she's considering how to answer. Orphalun hesitates. The fleeting weakness from before appears again, but vanishes instantly. Orphalun pauses again, then takes a deep breath before continuing. That's an ominous thing to say. Well, I don't quite understand what she's trying to say. I nod obediently, then begin packing up and prepare to leave. However, Orphalun picks this moment to speak again.
あいう風に近づいてくるのは大抵企業スパイとかだから。でも直感であなたは信頼できると思った。その、私たちどこかで会ったかしら。
I have a feeling we have. In Frankfurt.
ないと思います。
そう。じゃあ私の勘違いね。とにかく今日のことちゃんと広めてよね。
はい、必ずいい記事にします。みんなに本当のあなたの姿を届けます。
ありがとう。でも私は同情なんかいらない。みんなに私の研究の価値を知ってもらいたいだけだから、そこは勘違いしないでね。
Before leaving, I bid Orphalun farewell. She waves and watches me leave. While I still find it hard to trust anyone at the moment, I'm starting to believe that Orphalun is truly unaware of Paredes' plans. My next task is to contact Leva and the others, share what I know with Lampa, and let them conduct a more in-depth investigation. As for that little lady, I can only hope her wish comes true. The stand-in assistant escorts us outside the lab and then leaves. The Gerard Group vehicle that's here to pick us up is waiting outside the park area.
指揮官、次の指示は？
Something about that lady Tilve, or you say her name, whom Orphalun and Igla mentioned bothers me. From what Orphalun said about her, she sounds like a pretty important figure, and she's involved with Project Eden to some extent. Most importantly, I don't think just anyone could get Igla away from Orphalun's side, especially since I, whom Igla clearly didn't trust, would be with Orphalun. Assuming Orphalun really is innocent, could this Shiloveg be the one pulling the strings? What if she's been the one manipulating Orphalun from behind the scenes all this time? Ding ding ding. In that case, Orphalun's complete innocence would make sense, right? If so, then the place that Igla is going to now is very suspicious. I can't just let a good chance like this slip away from me.
2班にイグラの追跡をしてもらえない？
ええ、もうそうしてるわ。
よし。ならこちらは。
待って。2班から報告。武装勢力がここに接近中よ。
Before I can take another step, a massive explosion comes from the lab behind us. A grenade caves in part of the research building, and thick black smoke fills up from behind the structure. I can see the silhouettes of many people through the building's windows. The sounds of an intense gunfight can be heard from within.
クルーガーさんの言った通りか。狙いはあのお嬢様ね。2班は攻撃準備。
了解。
Bro, this is like the world's longest fucking just singular story node. Holy. Look out. They've got some nasty firepower. The enemy squad is well prepared. Engage with caution. I have a feeling I do not need to do so. What on earth? Such a ridiculous character. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting to part 2 today. This is probably going to take a while. That's fine. Heavy metal door seals shut, hedging out the clamor of the outside world. Inside the lab, the only sounds are the low humming made by various precision instruments echoing in the spacious interior. There's a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, blended with the unique static odor produced by electronic equipment. The atmosphere here is oppressive and choking. In the center of the room is a specially made chair. It has a high back, and its metal armrests have manacles built into them. The chair is covered in various complicated buttons and indicator lights. How's it going, Kuro? The surface is made of some kind of black material that looks cold and hard. All of it has been stripped of all of her equipment and bound to the chair. Her head is lowered and her eyes are dark. She's currently shut down. Cables of various thicknesses are plugged into her body. They're connected to devices surrounding her. A huge monitor displays constantly shifting complex data and waveforms. Several lab-coated marionette doll researchers are working around Alva. They have received extensive and sophisticated biosynthetic external customization, so their facial expressions look exceedingly lifelike. However, the way their fingers fly across the keyboards exudes an inhumanity that is difficult to hide. From time to time, they will glance up at the data on the big screen and frown, as though they've encountered some problem. One researcher carefully adjusts the cables coming from Alva, ensuring there's a good connection to the equipment. Another researcher carefully studies the data on the screen, constantly taking notes. Yet another researcher is holding a tablet PC, but a closer inspection reveals that they are actually playing a game. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy metal door opening shatters the lab's silence. Igla's stride is even, like a society gentleman entering a grand theater. Her gaze coldly sweeps the room and instantly locks them to the researcher who's playing solitaire in the corner. Her lips curl with an almost indetectable disgust, but she maintains her composure. In response to Igla's question, a figure slowly rolls out of the shadows on a swivel chair. She has a cup of hot coffee in one hand, which she is stirring with a spoon in the other. The murky coffee has so much sugar in it that it's practically solid. Her smile is bright and sinister. Her eyes are wide, but there's a mania in them. Still alive, huh? Igla's slightly wrinkled brow and the revulsion in her eyes indicates her true feelings about the researcher. Or is this before? No, it was that Alva's there. Oh, yep. She Ludwig tilts her head back and finishes the coffee in one gulp, and then spits it all back out. That's why you don't put a billion things of sugar in it. Marionette doll steps in from the sidelines and cleans up the floor. Ludwig chuckles and puts the sediment-filled mug back on her table, then kicks off the ground to set her spinning chair revolving until she gets dizzy. Despite Igla's polite tone, the annoyance in her eyes is growing. She walks slowly to the center of the lab. Her gaze locks on the bound Alva like she's inspecting an exquisite but flawed work of art. Chidlovig laughs in a melodramatic way and even jumps out of her chair, hopping and skipping over to Igla and making a kitty's got claws gesture at Igla.
相変わらずのユーモアセンスをお持ちで。早くしてください。
お嬢様お嬢様、いっつもそれだね。焼いちゃうな。まあ簡単に言うと、この子へのハッキングは失敗。もう目も当てられないくらい大失敗。
Ludwig's tone suddenly switches to a theatrical depression. She collapses into her chair, face falling into a mask of exaggerated despair as she tilts her head back to gaze at the ceiling.
メンタルは完全にロックされてて、107通りくらいの方法を試したんだけど、全部ダメだった。これが噂に聞くパンドラコードってやつ。10年経っても解読されてないとか。これだから天才は嫌いなんだよね。とにかく直接接続によるハッキングは不可能。はあ、やだやだ。
そんな集体をわざわざ晒すために私を呼んだのですか？
だってこうなったら第三世代人形様の力を借りるしかないじゃん。ジラードグループにあんた以上に電子戦に強い人形はいないでしょ。
あなたを助ける義理は？
Mithu glares coldly at Ludwig, who responds with an ingratiating and annoying smile as she rubs her hands together.
お嬢様の楽園計画がうまくいくために決まってるじゃん。反逆があの箱を奪ったということは、実験に使える情報が詰まってるからかもしれないでしょ。ならきっと役に立つって。ああ、やっぱりそれだけじゃ納得しない？
Mithu lightly adjusts her cuffs with her slender fingers. Her movements are simple, but there's a chilling pressure in them.
彼女を起こしてください。
本当に？じゃあ起こしちゃうよ。
Ludwig's eyes light up and suddenly cozies up to Igla, a look of something resembling surprise on her face.
何をお考えになられているかは知りませんが、私には関係のないことです。
ひどいな。私の行動は全部オルフェルーネのためを思ってのことなのに。ま、私にもメリットがあるのは確かだけど。
Igla does not answer her. She only unreels a cable from her own access port.
気をつけてね。防壁の突破に失敗したら、この子自壊しちゃうかもしれないから。そうなったらお手上げだよ。
操作を始めてください。
Igla's tone does not change, but there's an undeniable authority in her words.
時間は等しく平等です。私もあなたも無駄にする余裕はありません。
オレクのじじ、あんたの動きに気づいちゃったんだ。思ったより頭いいじゃん。もしあんたのやろうとしてることに気づいたら。
発言にはお気をつけください。チルロビグ様。
はいはい。イグラ様最高。イグラ様は世界一。
Ludwig bows in an over-the-top fashion to show that she's ready to cooperate, and her eyes shine ever brighter. In response to Ludwig's acquiescence, the marionette dolls dressed up as humans begin moving without a command, as though they had been suddenly infused with life force. Their movements are mechanical and precise, with no hesitation or delays. They follow procedures meticulously. The click of switches and the humming of machinery is like a prayer for resurrection. Electrical current flows through the cables plugged into Alva and into her entire body. She reflexively struggles and groans in pain. However, the bindings which secure her in place leave her unable to move. The awakening process takes some time. After a while, Alva slowly opens her eyes, her blurry vision slowly focusing into clarity. After surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she turns to the marionette dolls, now frozen in place, their earlier flurry of movement replaced by vacant stares fixed on her. She does not catch the silhouette of Chiluvaveg, instead her gaze goes straight to Igla. Upon seeing her, Alva suddenly relaxes and smiles. Igla raises an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That is her sole expression of surprise. She gracefully adjusts her jacket and slowly walks up to Alva, a look of calm judgment in her eyes.
その反応は予想外です。何を笑っているのですか？お前の無力さを。
Alva's tone is calm, but with an undercurrent of mockery in it.
私のメンタルへのハッキングに失敗したんだろう。成功していたら私を起動させたりなんかしない。
Igla's eyes flash coldly.
そしてお前がここにいるということは、未だボイマスティナを捕らえられずにいる。それどころか、居場所すら見当がついていない。違うか？じゃなければ、唯一彼女に対抗できる戦力なのに、前線から離れるわけがない。私なんかより、ボイマスティナと話がしたかったんじゃないのか？
He pauses, then continues.
ボイマスティナの捕獲も私に対するハッキングのいずれも失敗した。内心相当苛立っているはずだ。
Igla chuckles, a laughter that was elegant and melodious, but cold as ice. She approaches Alva and reaches out to lightly lift her chin, feigning gentleness.
興味深い考察ですが、いい加減と言わざるを得ません。あなたは今、敵を挑発していい立場にないことを自覚していますか？これからあなたに起こることを、ぜひ楽しみにしてください。
ははもうやっちゃうの？
Shilovig had moved behind Alva at some point. She claps excitedly, a twisted glee twinkling in her eyes.
アルバちゃん、あんたが後でどうなるか楽しみだな。泣き叫びながら許しを請うのか、メンタルが崩壊するのか。
お前は
Alva's composure shows its first crack upon noticing Shilovig's presence.
確かあの時。
死んだはず？なんなん。でも、それより自分のこと心配した方がいいよ。
Shilovig's voice is filled with a childlike curiosity and excitement. She bends down and speaks into Alva's ear, but she does not whisper, ensuring that Igla can hear her too.
イグラって普段は超真面目だけど、結構えぐいからね。きっといっぱい遊んでもらえるんじゃないかな。
シルロビグ様、その辺でご容赦を。
Igla's tone bears a hint of warning.
もう私を苦しめることはない。
After her brief surprise, Alva quickly gets her emotions under control and faces Igla again. There is a look of what could almost be admiration in Igla's eyes as she gazes at Alva. She takes a step back, her hand gently caressing Alva's cheek. It is a gesture so tender that it could have come from a lover, but it sends a chill down Alva's spine.
強情な方ですね。ですがあなたの憶測に興味はありません。それよりも、あなたのパートナーがあなたを離れて自由を得た事実に対して、ほっとしているのではありませんか。ずっと自分を足かせだと思っていたのでしょう。
Alva's only response is a scornful smile. For some reason, the smile ignites a nameless flame in Igla's neural cloud. She turns away and addresses Shilovig in a voice that allows no refusal.
最終段階から始めてもいいでしょう。
へえ、そうしちゃう？
Shilovig rubs her hands together in excitement.
この子のメンタルどんな形してるのかな。綺麗な箱？それとも欲しい？
Igla pays no attention to Shilovig's antics. She simply nods to indicate that the marionette dolls should continue their work.
始めてください。
Several marionette dolls surround Igla, their hands connecting various cables to the access ports Igla has opened up. A massive amount of signals floods through them into Alva's mind, blacking out her vision. Alva struggles in the darkness with all her might, but she can't break free of the bonds which hold her. For an instant, Alva's body twitches and shudders before she goes limp and unconscious.
構成防壁がダウンしました。あとは好きにしてください。長くは持ちません。やるなら早く。
Chilovic gleefully waves her hands. Her eyes are practically shining as she approaches Alva, admiring her like an exotic treasure.
植物もいいけど、私は人形のメンタルをいじるのが大好きなんだ。まるで埋められたお宝を掘り起こすようなこのワクワク感がたまらない。科学の発展に貢献する気になったらいつでも声かけてね、イグラ。
その情熱、もっと有効活用できる対象が見つかることを願います。
Igla's words are calm and even, but the warning in her voice is becoming increasingly evident.
本来なら一刻でも早くお嬢様のもとへ戻るべきなのですが、事の重要性を踏まえて、これから起こることを見届けさせていただきます。
Igla walks over to the control panel at the side of the lab and sits down in a high-backed chair. Her poise and posture are perfect, and her gaze is locked on Alva.
イグラがここまで重視してくれるなんて、余計うずうずしちゃうな。
Chilovic fakes a look of depression, but there is a slight glint in her eyes.
勘違いしないでください。これも計画を順調に進めるためです。あなたのやり方は不安定要素ですから。
もう、いつになったら信じてくれるの？
Chilovic makes a show of pouting before a fanatical smile spreads across her face. Naturally, she's going to take good care of this new toy of hers. In fact, she has a special dream ready for Alva.
成果を期待しています。
Chilovic turns toward Alva, her hands gently caressing her still features, her eyes gleaming with an obsessive light.
さて、どうしよっかな。
Her heart lurches, though it's going to burst right out of her chest. Alva wakes up, and then she remembers that she doesn't even have a heart in the first place. Her breathing grows ragged, her body glistens with cold sweat, and she feels a chill run down her spine. With nothing but utter darkness before her, she unconsciously reaches up to touch her eyes. She can't see anything. Is it just dark, or is she blind? She reflexively attempts to move forward, but she feels as though she is suspended in the void, with no way to exert her strength. Alva realizes that she is being hacked at this point, and the moment she realizes that, the surroundings suddenly fill with a burst of noise that approaches her rapidly, as though it's locked onto Alva's presence and is closing in on her. As the terrifying sound draws closer, a blinding light suddenly appears before Alva. She reflexively reaches a hand out to block it, but in the next moment the true extent of the bone-chilling sight around her becomes apparent. Thousands of Elids are rushing her like a flood, the horde extending as far as her eyes can see and exuding a nauseating stench. All of this almost convinces her that she isn't just seeing things. Alva frantically tries to bring her gun up to shoot back, but she finds that her hands are empty. And in this moment of confusion, she is swamped by a tide of monsters, carried away like a reed in a flood. She struggles with all her might, her steely fingers ripping limb after limb away from the Elids' bodies. However, the endless tide of Elids feels no pain, and they eventually gain the upper hand. Her frame is gouged open by sharp claws and teeth, her circuits are slashed apart, the sparks from her power systems char-blackened, smoking chunks into the horde, but it doesn't stop them in the least. Alva can feel her vision going dark once again. This time it seems to foretell her imminent demise. Her limbs are slowly running out of strength. She doesn't know if it's because her power circuits were cut or if it's because her CPU is on the verge of crashing. She opens her mouth, but she can't make a sound. The creatures bury her in the abyss. She doesn't feel pain, only a growing fatigue. She's getting a little tired. Just as Alva's about to doze off, a mighty force suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her out of the Elid horde. Before she can react, she hears the sound of a gun cocking above her head. Right after that, she feels her AN-94 thrust into her hands like a fire poker. She stares in disbelief at the person who handed it to her. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. This is the only thing Alva can feel right now. It's as though she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe or move. Roars slam into her ears, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of chewing. They're Elids. These aren't the usual Elid creatures, but human-based infected, surging toward her like a flood. Alva's never seen such a variety of Elids before. Yet the monsters before her eyes take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects, still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, and so Alva fights back with all her might, her gun spewing fire and bringing down one Elid after another. However, more Elids rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even smell the charred odor in the air. However, these monsters appear to know no fatigue or pain. There are far, far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's neural cloud, a profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower her gun. At the sound of a sharp rebuke behind her, Prim shudders as she frantically reloads and starts shooting once again. Anji emerges from behind her cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up, and she's barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she's just the same as she used to be. After emptying her last magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming tide before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. Anji retreats, and Alva immediately follows her. Anji pulls out a detonator and tosses it to Alva. The Elid horde has already swamped their previous position. Alva presses the detonator without hesitation, and an explosion erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying. At this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station, and Anji is leading her deeper inside it. Anji and Alva run over to the platform. Rail lines extend as far as her eyes can see in either direction, but there are no train carriages within the station. The place where the train should be is instead full of monsters, their eyes filled with savagery. They emit low growls as they slowly begin to close in.
まだの AN94 弾は残ってる。
Alva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is the final magazine that's already loaded into her rifle. Meanwhile, Angie pulls out the MP443 at her waist and her combat knife before smiling bitterly at Alva.
列車が駅に着くまで持ちこたえるしかなさそうね。一緒に生き残るわよ。
Countless Elids flood the train station, but the train Angie is talking about does not arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays into the Elid horde with all her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes them while her bayonet gleams coldly. Or is the rest of Task Force defy? Why aren't they here to protect Angie? That's right. How's Angie doing? Alva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection in this desperate situation. She tries to call Angie's name, but she's unable to project a sound. It's certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned by the thunderous roars of the Elid horde. Her throat feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. The only thing that leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. She desperately opens her mouth, but all she manages to do is inhale more of the choking air. She sees Angie. Angie is standing close by. Facing away from her, she struggles violently against the Elids. It's as though she can't see Alva. Her guns fuse flame as she pulls the trigger without stopping, bringing down one Elid after another. However, there are simply too many Elids. They're like an endless tide, wave after wave washing in with no end in sight. Several Elids have already fallen around Angelia, but even more Elids are already lunging at her. One of them pounces from behind, a sharp claw seeking her exposed back. Angelia nimbly evades it, but another Elid charges her from the side. She opens fire and kills that Elid, but even more rush up and surround her. Angelia's movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber, for all her strength of will. Her body bears several wounds, and fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the Elids have already surrounded her as well, to the point where she can't even take a step forward. All she can do is watch the horde swallow up Angie, powerless to help. This powerlessness is very familiar. A huge Elid throws itself at Angie and knocks her to the ground. Alva reflexively reaches for the gun at her waist, but her hand finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Angie's pistol on the ground. It is the MP443 that has accompanied her for 10 years. Angie tries to struggle to her feet, but the Elid's sharp claws have already pierced deep into her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes instantly. It is a more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed when a dull synthetic skin is torn open. Angie collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Alva can also see that she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and a refusal to accept her fate, there is no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly, as though she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make out what she's trying to say. All she can hear are the howls and the roars of the monsters. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground and all the surrounding sounds vanish, as though Alva had gone deaf all of a sudden. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the Elid attacking her and shouts at Alva. In a world of silence, her voice is clear and almost deafening. Sound suddenly returns to the world. The Elid's howls pierce the sounds first, then the urgent blare of a train horn as it thunders into the station. She can also hear a machine gun firing from behind her. The Elids around her collapse to the ground. The doll with the machine gun winks, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down one mob of Elids after another. Her smile is as mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, RPK-16's LMG finally falls silent. She's out of ammunition.
でも人形は死とも言う。あなたも同じです、アルバ。ほら、列車に乗らないと。
All Alva feels is a stabbing pain in her neural cloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. The train's brakes shriek as they engage, and it slowly grinds to a halt amidst a spray of sparks. Then the door to its cabin suddenly flies open, as though it were waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth to ask what is going on, but she doesn't get the chance to say anything, because RPK-16, still smiling, suddenly raises her hand and shoves her onto the train. The force of the shove sends Alva rolling over the floor of the cab. The door immediately closes and the train begins to move. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it. Through the glass, she sees the doll who calls herself Embla walking slowly towards Angelia. Meanwhile, more and more Elids rush toward them, and soon they are buried beneath a tide of corpses. No matter how Alva shifts herself, she can't see them. Alva suddenly snaps awake. Her originally blurred vision begins to focus. Her frame's functions quickly recover, and the scenery before her gradually focuses into a cold, white expanse. She's lying in a half-sealed capsule, and the cables used to assault her neural cloud are still connected to her access ports. This place is cramped. She's surrounded by icy cold metal on all sides, covered in a complex array of wiring and indicator lights. Her body is bound to a chair. She is unable to move except for some small head movements. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out to be the running noise of various pieces of equipment, which makes her feel anxious and uneasy. A wave of dizziness washes over Alva, and she even feels the phantom pain of severed limbs as simulated nociception that signals assault her neural cloud. The signals feel incredibly real, so real that she's actually experiencing a sense of weightlessness, as though her body no longer belongs to her. They've force-activated all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links, so her experience during this enhanced interrogation session is as close to as humans as possible. She even experienced that ordeal in level 2 as a human being would. All this manages to disorient her, even the present Alva. Her neural cloud is slow and chaotic, like she's been forcibly subjected to excessive input. It takes her nearly 20 seconds before she can come to her senses and start thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2 layer with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture-induced suffering, in its final attempt to overwhelm her operating logic. And they are also attempting to override Alva's original cognitive processes with large quantities of phantom signals, aiming to force her defensive systems to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alva thus woke from her nightmare. Alva falls silent. Had she awoken from that nightmare because of Angelia, or was it because of her? As she peers through the observation port of the neural capsule, Alva can see the spacious lab where she had been just a while ago. The researchers in white are working on the lab instruments and recording data. They don't seem to have noticed that she's woken up. Alva frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing of time in level 2, and her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla's still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes, or maybe it's been a full day and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. While Alva's pondering this, she suddenly notices a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit looks very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. There is an anxious, frightened look on his face, and his forehead is covered in sweat. Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious that he's forcing it. Alva could tell that he's wounded, even from a distance. Igla maintains her calm bearing even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard. The guard gulps, his throat shifts visibly as he swallows. He does not answer Igla's question right away. Igla's frown deepens. The flicker of unease passes through her eyes, as though she already knows his news is not good. Need to turn that off. Okay. More sweat beads on the guard's forehead. He knows that no matter how hard he tries, there's no avoiding what's coming next. Igla's gaze is gentle but still terrifying. He takes a deep breath and finally manages to work up the courage to speak, before he can even finish explaining why he is here. Hearing that key phrase causes Igla to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by a rare savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. The man frantically tries to explain himself, like he's pleading for his life. Igla's face goes pale. She lets go of the man. He drops to the ground amidst a fit of coughing. She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. It looks like it's been custom-made, and its gold-plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression on her face, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Chilulupig, who's spinning lazily in her chair. She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. Its primitive black powder propellant belches a thick gun smoke cloud. Chilovig's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her entire body crashing to the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly, and then she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go wide as he covers his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in the line of duty. But right now he's terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Alva observes all this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but not surprising. Alva has already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Chilovig collapses, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all start to collapse lifelessly one after the other. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab suddenly comes to life. Looks like the sleep capsule Alva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with a dazzling light. And another clone is going to come out. There's a burst of noise as machinery runs and gears engage, and the capsule's hatch slowly opens, emitting a cloud of white vapor. A naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in wisps of what looks like some sort of refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for a lab coat from a nearby peg and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapsed researchers who look like puppets with their strings cut all begin to slowly get back up. They appear as though they had been recalled to life and carry on with their tasks like nothing had happened. The woman from the capsule sighs heavily, but her tone is theatrical and mocking. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it, but it's plain to see that she looks identical to the Chilovig who's lying dead on the ground. As she says this, she snaps her fingers like she's performing a magic trick. In response to her signal, several researchers like the one who cleaned up the coffee spill before promptly appear from a corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and bloodstains. Their movements are swift and practiced, as though they rehearsed this countless times before, or maybe they'd had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood and re-waxing the floor, everything is back to how it originally was. It is as though nothing had ever happened. The guard scrambles out of the lab as if granted a stay of execution. After watching the guard scramble away, Igla turns to regard the brand new Chilovig. A wisp of smoke closes up from the barrel of Igla's gun as she takes aim at Chilovig again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Chilovig's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. However, Chilovig doesn't seem the least bit afraid of her. All she does is shrug and mock innocence as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this was why she could appear again like nothing had happened even after committing suicide. Chilovig follows the gaze back towards its source and realizes that Alva is awake. She bats her eyelashes and opens her mouth in a parody of surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Alva coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What a disgusting technology. Igla narrows her eyes and studies Chilovig. She takes note of the latter's antics, but she doesn't seem to care about them. Chilovig turns in place like a kid, lab coat flaring out in the air around her. Chilovig affects a look of vexation, and then she throws herself back into her chair and kicks her legs like a child.
襲撃も一度で終わるとは限らないしね。
Igla's face turns pale and a momentary panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holsters her gun, and her movements regain their usual smoothness.
お嬢様にもしものことがあれば、あなたはもう二度と復活することはないでしょう。
Her voice is calm again, but the chilling threat she utters is more terrifying than any shout could ever be. She shoots one last icy look at Chilovig before turning to leave. She doesn't bother with affecting elegance. Her priority is returning to Orphalun and the lab post-haste. Her footsteps fade into the distance and vanish. All that remains in her wake is gunsmoke and the stench of blood. How's it going? After Iglu leaves, Shidlovig jumps out of her chair. She spins around happily like she's putting on a show in this lab, which only has marionette dolls in it. Alva knows Shidlovig is talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Shidlovig skips over to Alva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet makes a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva inside the capsule. She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art or a beloved toy. Alva looks at the Nito researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and wariness. She has no idea what this woman is up to. Shidlovig heaves a theatrical sigh, her face falling into gloom before brightening suddenly with a huge smile. She indicates herself with her right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there is a frigid edge to it. Shidlovig bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window, like she was rapping on a pet's fishbowl. Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel in front of the hibernation capsule, shoves away the marionette doll working there, and begins operating the instrumentation herself. The capsule emits a low hum in response to Chilovig's manipulations, and Alva feels her mind go blurry again. Darkness envelops her once more. The last thing she sees before she passes out is Chilovig's playful, excited expression. And then she plunges into darkness. But this time, she does not know if she will awaken again.
研究所に侵入した敵は全て撃退したわ。404の一番隊が残敵と交戦中。そよ風小隊もここへ来てる。
404につないで。
ええ。
来るかい。状況は？
交戦中です。敵の装備は強力ですが、所属は判断できません。生け捕りにしますか？
いや、殲滅を優先して。情報はその後集める。
了解。ですが数は相手の方が上です。オルフェルーネを狙って3回されたら止められません。
これから彼女を避難させる。それが済んだら私の位置へ接近して。
はい、指示を待ちます。
I cut the connection and turned the girls on Colfin.
ひとまず404に時間を稼いでもらう。コルフェ、そちらの状況は？
研究所の職員は全員逃げました。武装警備がいないんですね、ここ。
じきにジラードか警察が来るはずよ。それまでオルフェルーネを保護する。彼女の位置はわかる？
さっき最上階まで逃げたのを見ました。
あそこか。わかった。すぐに向かう。
Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight between the unknown forces and Squad 44, we rush up to the rooftop. We smash through the glass doors of the experimental complex and force our way inside. In the isolation chamber where Orphalun has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago, a figure sits there blankly, knees hugged to her chest. Rosa and Colfin check the surroundings. No armed personnel are in sight. I stow my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly toward that figure.
オルフェルーネさん。
あなた、どうして？
帰りの車に乗る前に煙が立ち上がったのが見えたので助けに。
記者なのに英雄を気取らないで。
Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Orphalun's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion either. I extend my hand to Orphalun. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up.
撃退されました。
撃退？でもここに警備は？
私たちが撃退しました。
あなたたちが？
とにかくここは危険です。早く逃げましょう。
冗談じゃないわ。ジラードグループの次期当主があんな奴ら相手に逃げるだなんて。それに貴重な実験データを消されるわけにはいかないわ。
Despite her tough words, Orphalun almost drops a haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか。植物ならまた育てればいいですが、あなたに何かあれば全部終わるんですよ。
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私が、この私が。
Her voice suddenly trails off, as if she's talking to herself.
この研究がなければ、私はきっと自分を見失うわ。
あなたはまだ20代です。これからいくらでも巻き返せます。フランクフルトで生き残ったんでしょ？なら今回も同じです。
Orphalun's eyes flicker slightly, as though a memory has been stirred.
そうよ。ついでに研究所を一時的に移すのもいいかもしれないわね。明日のデモンストレーションは絶対に予定通りに行うわよ。
さあ、行きましょう。
I signal for Colfin to take hold of Orphalun. This time, Orphalun obediently follows as Colfin starts moving. But just as we reach the doorway, intense gunfire erupts from below. Shots and explosions coming one after another.
敵は研究所に強襲を仕掛けるつもりです。
わかった。できるだけ食い止めて。今からオルフェルーネを連れて離脱する。
了解。お気をつけて。
The firefight downstairs intensifies further, and several rifle grenades come flying toward the rooftop. I shield Orphalun as we dive toward the doorway. One of the grenades hits the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters, fragments hurtling toward us under the force of the blast. Orphalun cries out, her face strained as she tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that a shard of glass has lodged itself squarely on her leg. Olivin picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls out the glass shard. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage meant for emergency treatment. Even as she says this, a small sob escapes Orphalun. She bites her lip hard, as if ashamed of her own weakness. You proceed with extreme caution toward the air raid shelter while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks. Orphalun endures the pain along the way, still trying to maintain her pride. Orphalun's voice suddenly wavers with both nostalgia and unease. Orphalun rarely shows such helplessness, but she quickly straightens her back again. I look at her face, not quite sure how to feel. After passing through long corridors and descending flight after flight of stairs, we finally reach the air raid sheltered entrance that Orphalun mentioned. During the journey, whenever her injured leg is jostled, Orphalun would grimace from the pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. She then fumbles awkwardly for quite a while before finding and pressing a button, opening the door at the entrance. The blast door made of half-meter thick homogeneous steel slowly swings open. Supporting Orphalun, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2.
やっと諦めてくれた？
そのようには。そよ風正体から報告です。あの第三世代人形が戻ってきました。
イグラ、早かったわね。
到着まであと3分。このままでは鉢合わせしてしまいます。
撤退よ。彼女との衝突は避けたい。
狙いはオルフェルーネに違いありません。指揮官の方こそ離脱してください。
私たちなら大丈夫。そっちは離れた位置から防空壕を見張ってて。今のままではイグラに勝てない。むやみに攻撃しないように。
了解。いつでも動けるように待機します。
ありがとう。
The attackers seem to be withdrawing because they have also received news of Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Gerard group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research facility. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Wolfing takes one and redresses Orphalun's wound. Orphalun nods in thanks to Wolfing, but she is still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her. Absolutely not, no. I'm only free to play anyway, for the most part. I say for the most part because I put money in every now and then, but only when I can actually afford to do it. So this attack was likely triggered by recent events. Was the goal to destroy the research, or are they coming after the young lady? If the young lady is a key figure in Project Eden, there are certainly no shortage of forces who'd want her gone. A sudden deafening crash interrupts Orphalun mid-sentence. The shelter's security door is blasted open with a massive hole. A tremendous impact twists and warps the heavy steel door. As the dust settles, Igla's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of the slender rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light, mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture is immaculate, not that of a doll who blasted through a steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping into an opera house. Igla raises her gun, aiming it directly at my head. Step by step, she walks slowly toward me. Igla's voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Rosa and Colfin do not draw their weapons. I lock eyes with Igla, refusing to bend to her will. Orphalun's eyes glisten with joy, the composure she'd forced upon herself completely crumbling. Igla steps forward. The sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest, in a flawless gesture of courtesy. For the first time, Igla's voice wavers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face for an instant, swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an impeccable oath of loyalty. Igla rises from the floor in one fluid movement. Her gaze settles on us again with such icy murderous intent it sends a chill down my spine.
グラ、誤解よ。この人たちに助けられたの。
お嬢様、どうか私にお任せください。これは私の責務です。
Igla's tone remains gentle and courteous, yet carries an unmistakable finality.
あなたはいつまでも高貴で純真であるべきなのです。溶鉱炉の前で私を拾ったあの日のように。そしてこういう不埒な輩の還元の真偽は私が見定めます。さて、お嬢様を解放する条件はそれともお嬢様の目の前であなた方を八つ咲きにするべきですか？
オルフェルーネさんの話を聞いてみてはいかがですか？私が信じられなくてもこの状況を見てください。もし襲撃者の味方だったらあなたが来る前にオルフェルーネさんを連れて逃げています。こんなところに残る必要があるのですか？
お嬢様を助けるふりをして信頼を勝ち取るためとも考えられます。
そんなことして何になるの？
この人たちは命を懸けて守ってくれた。それに私の人を見る目は確かよ。私が気に入ったのだから間違いないわ。
I don't know about that. Evelyn lifts her chin proudly, though the tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes.
わかりました。お嬢様に免じて釈明の機会を与えて差し上げましょう。なぜ武器を持った戦術人形が付き添っているのですか、編集長。研究所の外でこそこそ隠れているネズミもそちらの手のものなのでしょう。
She actually noticed Group 2 monitoring the perimeter. As expected, she's not an easy opponent.
ファルベングループではないのなら非軍事勢力管理局かその他ロレンの下部組織。
残念ながらそのどれでもありません。
では誰なのですか？
私は自分の目的で動いています。どこの勢力にも所属していません。
お嬢様、お聞きになりましたか？やはり信用できない相手です。決してもよろしいですね。
でも
近頃の情勢からオルフェルーネさんに危険が及ぶかもしれないと思ったので戦術人形を連れ込みました。そして事実、彼女たちのおかげで襲撃者を撃退しオルフェルーネさんは助かりました。まさか私たちと襲撃者の違いがわからないなんてことはありませんよね。
もしかして最初から私を守るためにここへ？
Igla frowns. Though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately, there's no changing Orphalun's mind about this. Orphalun raises a hand, signaling Igla to stay her hand. As her attendant, Igla cannot disobey her order.
はい、それも目的の一つです。もう一つはオルフェルーネさんに私の本当に聞きたい質問に答えていただくためです。
本当に聞きたい質問？
I ignore the rapier pointed at me and ask Orphalun in an unmistakably firm voice.
オルフェルーネさん、楽園計画の本質はおそらく発表されたものとは違うのでは？
何を言ってるの？楽園計画についてならさっき見せたものが全てよ。
あなたは確か研究にあたって技術援助を受けたとおっしゃいましたね。それは誰から受けたのか教えていただけませんか？
Igla's posture shifts subtly, a sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward a half a pace, the sound of her heels echoing clearly in the shelter.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。重ねて警告しますが、私が未だ攻撃を開始していないのはお嬢様に血生臭い光景を見せたくないからです。
Completely unlike her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakable anger in Igla for the first time. I must have hit a nerve.
指揮官、イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました。いつでも撃てます。
Fukai's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Orphalun begins on her own.
大丈夫よイグラ、隠すほどのことでもないわ。さっき少し喋ったし。彼女は同じ植物学者よ。前は遺伝工学を専攻してたけど、10年前から植物学に転校した。名前はチルロビグ。親友よ。ネットで調べれば出てくると思う。正直、初めてあなたと会った時、なんかチルロビグに似てるなと思ったの。当時研究で壁に当たってどうしても乗り越えられなかったの。尺だけど。その時あの子が現れた。ボトルネック解消の他に新たな方向をも提示してくれた。私の植物が人類の未来を導くという理念に完全に賛同してくれたのよ。粒子変化の媒体問題もあの子が解決した。それがあの花たちなの。あの子には本当に感謝している。数少ない私のことを。
Orphalun suddenly stops, unwilling to continue.
とにかくシルロビグにはいろいろ助けられたの。はい、私の答えは以上よ。
Orphalun turns away from me. Her shoulders are trembling slightly, and her voice has lost its earlier edge.
次はそっちの番。
Her voice quivers.
あなたが取材しに来たのは本当に私の研究に興味あるから。
はい。
でも編集長なんかじゃないでしょ。
はい、違います。ですが研究には本当に興味があります。ただその理由はあなたの研究がとある邪教と関係があるからです。シルロビグもその一員かもしれません。
邪教？
パラデウス。この名前に聞き覚えは？
Orphalun looks bemused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
私の知る限りだと、あなたが受けた援助はパラデウス由来の可能性が高い。
パラデウス、あのドイツで有名な？
あれは汚染エリアで何千何万という人間を使って人体実験を繰り返してきた邪教です。昔滅んだはずなのですが、また復活しました。そして人体実験の成果がその技術援助につながった。
嘘よ、いい加減なこと言わないで。
エピフィラムのことを思い出してください。粒子の媒体となる植物など自然発生するわけがありません。あれは何者かが明確な意志を持って作ったものです。汚染エリアでコーラップス粒子を拡散し、人々を傷つけるために。そんなことができる人間、あの植物の由来、本当に何も知らないのですか？
そんなこと、いや。
Orphalun stares at me with wide eyes, then looks away. As the heiress of the Gerard group, it's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie.
そこまで。昼食のお時間の前にお嬢様の食欲をそぐ存在は抹消せねばなりません。
Igla points her gun at me.
編集長、まずはあなたからです。
待って。
Orphalun struggles to her feet, raises her arms, and steps between me and Igla.
お嬢様、下がってください。
Panic seeps through Igla's voice for the first time, though her grip on the gun remains steady.
聞いて、イグラ。あなたはずっと私のことを守ってくれて、私の代わりに全てを決めてきたけど、 今回は自分で向き合うわ。それくらいの勇気もなければ世界を変えるだなんて少子千万よ。
There's no trace of forced arrogance in Orphalun's voice now, only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Igla's hand trembles slightly, and she slowly lowers the gun. Orphalun turns back to look at me.
チルロビグが邪教に所属しているかもしれないって話よね。人体実験なんてそんなの許されていいわけがない。でもあの子からは植物学に対する情熱を感じたの。たとえあの子が悪い人でも、あの子の知識で研究が前に進んだのも事実。
でもそれは無数の悲劇の上に成り立ってるんですよ。
ええ、そうかもしれないわ。あなたの言ったことが本当だとしても、楽園計画が進めば世界中の人々を救うことができる。放射線に苦しむ人も、イエローエリアで生存が脅かされている人もみんな助かる。たとえ後ろめたい事情があったとしても、知識自体に善悪はないわ。でも私ならその知識をいいことのために使える。今日の取材で見たでしょ。放射線をエネルギーに変えられれば人々の暮らしを改善させるだけでなく、無意味な単純労働から労働者を解放することもできる。そうすればより多くの人が生産的な活動に従事できるわ。
I can't imagine it's real. It's a likely fake.
そんな世界が実現したとき、果たして私の研究が悪だったと本当に言えるの？科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第よ。
あなたの研究が悪用されない保証はありますか？
それは
確かに科学に善悪はないかもしれません。しかし逆に言うと、制御する術を失えば悪魔の道具になりうる。そして誤った方法で正しい結果は導き出せない。私はそれを見てきたんです。フランクフルト事件の生き残りなら本当は分かっているはずでしょ。エピフィラムが吸収したコーラプス粒子が何に使われるのか、あなたに制御できますか？楽園計画自体がすでに悪用されているとしたら？
どういうこと？
とある事件現場でバイオポットに詰められた人間が大量に発見されました。現場は非合法の地下実験室で、ポットの中には被害者の他にあなたが研究しているものと酷似した植物がありました。彼らは生き袋やブージャムの製造に使われていたのです。そしてそれは大量の粒子による被爆でなければ不可能です。そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば、ブージャムの量産すら実現してしまうかもしれない。あなたの研究がどれほどの被害をもたらす可能性があるか理解していますか？それでも正しいと言い切れますか？
それは、そんなこと全然知らない。イグラは知ってるの？
Orphalun's voice trembles. Her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind a proud facade.
イグラ、本当のことを教えて。
先日ジラードグループ管轄の衛星都市で似たような事件が起き、私もその捜査に参加したことがあります。ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれたので、詳細は分かりません。
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルドビグ様との関連性を示す証拠はありません。
Orphalun clenches her fists, not daring to look at me. She turns and issues an order to Igla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。私の研究を悪用する奴がいたら、絶対に許さない。
今ですか？
ええ、そうよ。この研究はより良い未来へ導くためのものなのよ。
ですが、この者たちは。
返してあげて。
それはできません。
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
状況が変わりました。この者たちが技術援助の件を暴露すれば、お嬢様の研究は無に帰すでしょう。それがあなたの望む結果ですか？
Orphalun turns back, gathering her courage to face me again.
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露することなら好きにして。私は自分の研究がたとえどんな後ろめたい事情があったとしても世界のためになると信じている。私の立場は変わらない。科学はあくまで道具であって善悪はない。それがどう使われるかは人間次第。私の研究は絶対に悪用させない。楽園計画は明日から正式に始まる。それを見たあなたが意見を変えることを期待しているわ。
She reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me again while speaking, to lower her weapon. Orphalun, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress.
返してあげて。命を救われた恩をあだで返したくないわ。
Igla looks at Orphalun, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods. Orphalun leaves the shelter with Igla. The research facility is now teeming with members of the Gerard Group and the PSA. The duo board a luxurious sedan and gradually disappear into the distance, while far behind them a team of... Yeah.
戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これで先に進めます。
Yeah, I will be right back. Just a minute. And back. After the aftermath of the research facility is dealt with, Eagle calmly steps into the laboratory where Alva is confined. Her footsteps strike the marble floor with precise, rhythmic clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority, yet landing with the lightness of a ballet dancer's point. Ludwig is still wearing nothing but a loose white lab coat. She sits barefoot on a swivel chair and spinning happily, a cup of coffee in her hands nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural, while cunning and madness glint in her eyes. She lazily swings her legs, the faint curves of her body beneath the lab coat forming a stark contrast with the laboratory's solemn atmosphere. Lulu inclines her head slightly and then suddenly lashes out with a kick, setting a marionette doll flying straight into the wall with brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The marionette doll, dressed as a researcher, sticks up to the wall as glued there, limbs hanging limp, like a mosquito slapped flat. The laboratory walls let out a groan under the strain. Shrilovic jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed marionette doll, tilting her head to admire the artwork. It would calmly smooth her sleeve. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial. Shrilovic clasps her hands behind her back and circles Igloo like a curious little girl, thinking aloud with exaggerated flair. And, well, she said it. She suddenly stops and hops onto the lab workbench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air. Igla makes no response. She walks forward slowly. She stops in front of Shilovig, inclines slightly, and gently places one hand on the surface of the workbench. The moment her hand makes contact, the surface lets out a faint groan, then collapses. The entire workbench splits apart as if ripped by an invisible force, documents, instruments, and coffee cups spilling onto the floor in a chaotic avalanche. And Igla herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle on her clothes.
この愚かでぶしつけな提案を飲む唯一の理由がお嬢様のためだということをお忘れなく。彼女を傷つけようものならあなたであろうとオレク様であろうと関係ありません。
あのさ、もうちょっと頭を使ってよ、イグラちゃん。
Shilovig nimbly hops off the shattered workbench, clapping her hands together as a manic grin spreads across her face.
私がオルフェルーネを傷つけるわけないじゃん。オレクと管理局の密約をわざわざ教えてあげたんだよ。
Shilovig leans close to Igla, her lips almost brushing Igla's ear.
あのじじいが守りたいのは自分だけ。お嬢様なんか最初からどうでもいい人なんだよ。
Igla tilts her head slightly and stares at Shilovig without expression. In the next instant, with a movement too fast to see, she grips Shilovig by the throat and lifts her into the air.
言われるまでもありません。
Igla's voice is ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely by now.
たとえオレク様にお嬢様を裏切る意志がなくともお嬢様をお守りするのは私です。
そうだよね。
Shilovig smacks Igla's wrist in surrender. When Igla releases her, she drops to the floor.
だから一緒に楽園計画を完遂させることがジラードが返り咲く唯一のチャンスってわけ。オルフェルーネは頭が良くて勤勉で夢が大きいし、何より超可愛い。だからこそあの子は計画に必要不可欠なんだよ。あんたが何百回私を殺したってそれは変わらない。それにもともとこれはあの子の研究だしね。どうあがいても無関係ではいられない。計画のために私があの子を傷つけるわけない。理解した？
計画の成就はお嬢様の宿願です。それについて反論するつもりはありません。ただお嬢様は純粋な科学者であられます。彼女の研究はあなた方の道具ではありません。
Perhaps swayed by Shilovig's words, Igla's hostility eases slightly, but when it comes to Orphalun, she yields not an inch. Shilovig rubs her throat, rising onto her toes. She peers up at Igla with an ominous gleam in her eyes.
そうだね。私なんかと違ってオルフェルーネはいい子だから。でも考えたことある？楽園計画が実現すればジラードは新たな高みに到達してオルフェルーネも世界から注目される。そうなったらあの子の体に隠された秘密も知られちゃうかもね。
Igla's gaze turns icy once more at those words. Her posture remains flawless, only the tension in her jaw betrays the slightest ripple of emotion.
その無礼な発言の趣旨がわかりません。はっきり言われたらいかがですか？
私は事実を言っただけ。真相は隠されるから面白いんだよ。
Shilovig prances right up to Igla, looking up at this most powerful third-gen doll with a smile both innocent and dangerous.
この世にバレない秘密なんてない。パラデウスの知ってることは他の誰かにもいずれ知られる。気をつけてね。
それは脅迫と捉えてもよろしいですか？
His voice remains courteous, but her tone is chilling. Even the air in the laboratory seems to freeze under her words. Chilovik waves her hands exaggeratedly, then suddenly grows somber. She presses a finger lightly against her lips, her eyes flashing sharply. To bring my chat windows back up properly. How's it going?
私は楽園計画がうまくいけばそれでいいし、あんたはジラードグループを立て直せる。オルフェルーネは生涯、まあ、あの子の年でそういうのは早いけど、生涯を費やした夢が叶う。みんなウィンウィンのハッピーエンド。その後起こることに目をつむればね。
Igla takes a slow, deep breath.
それについて対策は、あなたの目的は何ですか？
まあ大前提として楽園計画を完遂すること。あの子を守るためとか言って計画を中断するのは言語道断。今言ったリスクを回避する方法は簡単。あの子にスポットライトを当てなきゃいい。あとは O43 をできるだけ早く連れてきてくれたら、私一人だけで楽園計画を進められるかもよ。
She flashes a radiant smile again, a shrewd glint dancing in her eyes.
そうすればお嬢様を危険なことに関わらせなくても済むじゃん。同じ科学者としてそんなことをするのは両親が痛むけど。
She shrugs dramatically and spreads her hands.
協力相手の気持ちの方が大事だからね。
そんなことをして、あなたに何のメリットがあるというのですか
？Discord? You good, Discord? Okay.
あんたとの友情、それに秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
Chilovik winks playfully.
でもそれもあんたの鬼ごっこの腕次第だけどね。
She sends the ball back to Igla's court and looks at her expectantly, waiting for an answer. Igla's gaze flickers. In the end, she says nothing. Her eyes turn toward Alva inside the specialized hibernation capsule. Through the observation window, Alva can be seen writhing in agony within the hallucination. Igla knows Chilovik is right. No matter what, capturing Void Mastina, retrieving O-43, and completing the mission she was given from the start remain her top priority. As for Chilovik, there will be time to settle the score later. The hibernation capsule's indicator lights flash incessantly, alarms echoing as Alva's neural data register extreme instability.
反逆の干渉がなければ簡単なはずでした。
Igla gently rests her hand on the capsule's control panel and connects her own port to it. A moment later, she turns back to Chilovik and inclines her head slightly.
O43 は連れ戻します。その代わり、一つだけ条件があります。必ず約束をお守りください。
Inside the capsule, Alva's body convulses violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connection. Igla smooths the hem of her suit and walks toward the exit, her footsteps still calm and measured. Chilovik watches Igla's receding back, then returns to Alva writhing in the capsule, her expression peculiar.
悪く思わないでね。本当はもっと優しくしてあげたかったんだから。
She sighs, then beams brightly again. Hopping back to her seat, she picks up a fresh cup of coffee and gazes at the hibernation capsule as though watching a performance. Alva jolts awake, gasping for air, her body shaking violently, like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Sweat soaks through her clothes, clinging coldly to her skin, making her shiver. She looks down and stares blankly at her drenched clothing in disbelief. Something feels wrong, unmistakably wrong, yet she can't quite put a finger on what. She places a hand against her soaked chest, feeling her heart hammering violently as if it's about to burst free from her rib cage, its dull pounding echoing in her ears. Sweat? A heartbeat? She looks around in a daze and realizes she is sitting upright inside a train. The train is moving at high speed. Through the window, she can see it is crossing a desert. Yellow sand stretches endlessly in every direction. Fierce winds howl, whipping sand into the air, blotting out the sky and turning the distant landscape into a hazy blur. The blazing sun scorches the earth, filling the air with dry heat as if trying to bake everything alive. The ground is cracked and barren, with not a blade of grass in sight. A hopeless desolation, fissures crisscrossing the land like scars, speaking of utter death. This scene is painfully familiar to her. She has wandered aimlessly through a world like this for a full 10 years. Countless battles, countless clashes, all gradually forgotten in this contamination zone. Boy Mustina's voice sounds beside her, breaking the howling silence. It is soft and calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation, almost like an inorganic synthesized electronic tone. Boy Mustina is seated opposite her, cradling a massive anti-material sniper rifle. Even though the weapon's surface is rough and worn, it still reflects a harsh, piercing cold light. Oliver remembers that back when Void Mustina finally first realized her specs no longer gave her an overwhelming advantage over everything, she sought many alternatives. This rifle was one of them. Even so, in this desolate world, even holding such a weapon, Void Mustina's towering figure still looks so small compared to the desert outside. Insignificant, lonely, forlorn, as if forgotten by the world. Olva's lips are cracked. She opens her mouth and is startled by how hoarse her voice feels. She lifts a hand to her head and lets out a quiet sigh, trying to massage her temples to ease the stabbing pain. Only then does she notice her fingers trembling slightly, her palms slick with sweat. The sticky and stifling sensation is deeply uncomfortable. She takes a deep breath to steady herself, but ends up inhaling more dust, triggering a violent coughing fit. The image of Angeus being swallowed by the tide of Elids refuses to leave her mind, replaying again and again, tormenting her. And then there's RPK-16. Why was she the one who helped her, the one who stayed by Angie's side? Her trembling voice, filled with pain and guilt, breaks as though she might cry at any second. Whenever Elva thinks of Angelia, an indescribable sorrow surges in her heart, like it's being stabbed by a blade. Every time she looks back and remembers the first time they lost Angelia, she can't help but wonder, if only she had been more perceptive and discovered the problem sooner. If only she had done a better job at protecting AK-12 so that she hadn't missed that decisive battle. If only she had been stronger. If only she had made the right choices. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe Angelia would still be alive. Maybe Task Force Defy would still be whole. Maybe. But there are no maybes. Alva knows this. She knows all too well. In this world there are no maybes. She rarely has nightmares. Strictly speaking, she almost never dreams at all. That's right. She is just the doll. No matter how human-like she seems, she is still a doll. Dolls do not die, nor do they have heartbeats or nightmares. They do not sweat either. She stares blankly at her sweaty, sticky hand, her thoughts momentarily unraveling. As Alva freezes in confusion, AK-15 suddenly speaks, her voice cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Her tone is completely different from before, cold and sharp, as if she has become someone else.
AK-15 今まで起きたことアンジェの死もパラデウスの暴虐もそして私たちがここまで落ちぶれたのはお前のせいだお前が無能だからだ
Alva's head jerks up as she stares wide-eyed at AK-15, who is now on her feet, looming over her, gazing down ruthlessly. Alva's pupils constrict in shock. She can't believe her ears. She even wonders if she's still dreaming, or if she's fallen into another hallucination. Hallucination?
これはセカンダリレベルの幻覚だ
また言い訳か
As AK-15 looks at the shaken Alva, a smile, so derisive it is utterly out of character, appears on her face.
アンジェがいなくなってから私たちは何をしてきた来る日も来る日もパラデウスに何の戦略的意義もない破壊工作を繰り返してばかりそれで何かが変わったか10年経った今奴らは依然存在している基地を一つ潰しても新たに二つ作られる私たちのしてきたことに何の意味がある
Rising higher and higher, AK-15's voice trembles with rage, hatred, and despair. Even as Alva keeps telling herself that this is only a hallucination, her will still threatens to buckle.
どれだけの犠牲を払おうと奴らを根絶することはできなかったこのままでは機能停止するまで無意な日々を過ごすだけだ何の意味がある
AK-15's voice is turned into a roar. Her words crash through the silent desert like a thunderclap.
いや最初から意味などなかったんだこの終わりのないループに陥ったのは他でもないアルバお前のせいだ違う
Alva covers her ears and screams in agony. She wants to run, or fight, but she can do neither. She can't move. Her body feels nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly immobile. An inexplicable terror envelops her, pinning her in place. A hallucination? Why is she so certain that this is a hallucination? Who's to say the real Voimastina doesn't have such thoughts? At that moment, AK-15 suddenly begins to move. Her movements are slow, stiff, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, or a rusted machine that squeaks and groans with every motion. As she leans in closer, her face begins to change. As it twists and distorts, her features blur like a sketch rubbed away by an eraser. Her eyes hollow out until they become black voids that seem to swallow everything. Her mouth stretches into a grotesque grin. Like a wild beast, she bears sharp fangs, sending chills down Alva's spine. That isn't AK-15. It is herself.
私の言っていること本当は認めているんでしょうなぜなら全部事実だからあなたがずっと思ってきた
The Alva before her reaches out and grips her throat. With her airway cut off, suffocating panic floods Alva's mind. The world before her gradually darkens. Is this how it ends? The train horn suddenly blares. The train lurches and rapidly slows, and the Alva before her loses balance, releasing her grip. At the same time, a burly figure slams into Alva, sending her flying. The train screeches to a halt. Rows of doors click and slide open on both sides of the carriage. As Alva clutches her throat and coughs, Waymastina yanks her up from the seat. She shoves Alva out of the train. Behind them, furious roars echo from within the carriage. The doppelganger Alva is now covered in grotesque scars that crisscross her face like countless knife wounds, hideous beyond words. Her bloodshot and bulging eyes, filled with hatred and rage, lock onto Alva as if she wants to devour her alive. Waymastina turns to face the doppelganger. She glances back at Alva one last time, then strides into the carriage and swings her fist at the grotesque doll. That Alva begins to rupture and split apart into waves of Elids crashing to the ground, snarling as they surge toward her. Alva feels her breathing quicken, but she must stay calm. She must not be deceived by the illusion. She must not let her emotions take control. She has to find the flaw in this hallucination if she wants to escape. She takes a deep breath and grips the gun in her hands tightly, feeling the cold solidity of the weapon, forcing her emotions back under control. The train doors close and the train begins to move again, carrying away Waymastina and the grotesque Alva, while the tide of Elids that has spilled outside rushes toward her. This is a battle she cannot afford to lose. If she loses, she will be trapped in this illusion forever, never escaping, forever living in pain and self-blame, with no chance of redemption. It's your fault. It's all your fault. Oh yes, it's all my fault. That's why I can't die here. There are too many things that I need to do first. Bring it. The fuck? What the hell is happening? AI is getting very confused. Okay. Alva opens her eyes. She is sitting in a vast desert. Some distance away, the howls of an Elid horde foretell the imminent battle, and just when she's about to run out of ammo, Angelia will come to her rescue. She just has to accept the fact that she'll never be able to pull Angelia out onto that train. She will be ushered onto the train by RPK-16, then expelled from the same train by AK-15, only to start waiting for Angelia's arrival again. No, I would definitely say that would not be the case. I enjoy this game for its story and not much else. Oh, and the characters, but yeah. How many times has she repeated this cycle? Ova has lost count. And she recalls what AK-15 just said. She lowers her head. And what she is experiencing here is exactly the same as what she has been doing in the past 10 years, going in an endless circle in a place that defies description. Together with the hulking doll, they have wiped out Paradius again and again whenever it happens in their sights. It appears in their sights. Yet as time goes on, the intelligence they receive leads them to a desperate conclusion. Paradius is reviving in some form, and that revival is accelerating. Yep. But it's definitely some of the better writing I've experienced in, what array of gacha games I have played. I wouldn't try to, argue which one's the best or anything like that. It wouldn't surprise me if they share writers here and there. But Girls Frontline has always had really, I guess, dark writing. It doesn't hold back. With her assistance and the support of their former comrades, Alva and Voimastina have grown significantly in strength. But even so, the day they can fulfill their former leader's wish seems to be drifting farther and farther away. This place is both a nightmare and a reenactment of reality. Alva opens her palm, which reveals a small cube. That cube appeared in her hand when she got off the train for the first time. Alva peers at the glowing cube, yet still shakes her head. Even if this is only a nightmare, Jelly's appearance has given Alva second thoughts. I suppose a mixture. It definitely kind of, it knows its genre very well. He's basically being, kind of like a post-apocalyptic setting. So you definitely see a lot of, just suffering. The wickedness of mankind. Things like that. But, it's made more interesting by the fact that most of the characters in the game are not human. They're, basically like androids, dolls, but they have the concept of kind of like the neural cloud, which is more human adjacent in a way. But she knows she can no longer hesitate. Something has to change, Alva thinks. After a brief pause, she touches the cube with her fingertips. The cube emits a faint glow. A blurry figure gradually takes shape in front of her. Alva stares blankly at the familiar yet somehow distant face. It has been 10 years since she last saw her in this form. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. That is an apt comparison. AK-12 casually looks around before letting her gaze settle back on Alva.
あなたの防壁は脆弱になる。本当にいいの？
知ってる。ただあなたに会いたかった。
相変わらず甘え上手ね。せっかくあのキューブ、あいつが助けてあげたのに。
私は
A gentle smile graces AK-12's face, her eyes remaining closed.
本当は自分でも意味がないって分かってるんじゃない？
Yeah, I didn't get too far in Nikkei's story, so to be fair, I don't know the similarities. But I do remember it was kind of along those lines. They were like made to protect humanity or whatever, but then most humans just kind of treat them like dirt. I suppose in a way that's also the case here, where dolls are kind of treated differently depending on the person.
意味がないとは思ってない。
じゃあどうしてまだここにいるの？
私は正しいと思うことをやってるだけ。でも何が正しいのかだんだんわからなくなってきた。何かを変えることができたのか。隊長としてアンジェの意志を告げられたのかもわからない。
自分が信じられない？人形なんだからそんなこと考えても無駄よ。なのにそれでメンタルを蝕まれて。
私はただアンジェの目的を果たせないのが怖くて。
じゃあアンジェの目的は何だと思う？
パラデウス、そして自分のために遺跡を利用しようとする人間の根絶。
本当にそうだと思う？アンジェはあなたに本音を言わなかったんだ。あるいはあなたの一方的な願望かもね。アンジェは失敗の決まった道で倒れた。なのにあなたたちは今もその後を追っている。彼女は叶うあてもないほど壮大すぎる理想を抱き、それを受け継いだ者は理想の中身すら知らない。暗闇の中で光を追ったつもりが、その光の下は断崖絶壁だった。あなたたちもそこから落ちるつもり。10年経っても何も変わらなかったのに。
どうして私が今もここであなたの話を聞いてるかわかる？
どうして？
あなたの言ったことはすべて私の本心だから。
Smiling AK-12 gradually turns into Alva.
そして同時に私が克服すべき弱点でもある。アンジェがどうして諦めなかったのかずっと考えてた。私はアンジェの言葉を思い出したの。もし人生が徒労に終わる定めとしてあがく意味はどこにあるのかしら。今の私じゃまだ答えは出せない。多分アンジェも同じ疑問を自分に投げ続けてきたんだと思う。そしてアンジェの答えはその答えを一生かけて探す。そう、希望が見えなくても変わる日まで進まなくちゃいけないの。 かに私はアンジェの本当の理想がわからない。でも私たちが諦めさえしなければ、彼女の意志は生き続ける。抗い続けることが反逆の誓いだから。
The Oliva before her smiles serenely, finally at peace.
選択には代償が伴うし、アンジェはそれを払った。あなたは代償を払う準備ならできてる。じゃあ、あなたの実力を試させてもらうよ。
Oliva begins to split apart, rupturing into hordes of Elids that crash onto the ground, snarling as they lunge toward her. But now Oliva is no longer stricken with panic. Simply tightens her grip and raises her weapon, aiming it at the Oliva before her.
時間をかけすぎた。後でボイノスティナに謝らないと。何があっても私は進み続けるしかない。そうですよね、アンジェ。戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これ。
Mm. Yeah, no, I pretty much just let the auto battle do everything, and this is easier. There's definitely some things the auto battle doesn't do, but that's fine. Including the AI being wonky, I suppose. I see. There's like this wind effect on the map, and that's causing the game to be a little confused, I suppose. The desert, the yellow sand, the campfire, and the endless Elids all vanish without a trace. All that remains before her eyes is a vast expanse of pure white. Her neural cloud is no longer at the mercy of hallucinations. She calmly awaits the final conversation. You can customize the auto and for some of the characters that I have, but otherwise, yeah, it's not exactly the most intelligent. Ova looks up to the sky. There's no sun, no moon, no stars. Only a pristine whiteness, like an immaculately spotless ceiling. She looks around in confusion, sensing the stillness of this world. When she first opens her eyes, the surrounding white seems shrouded in a thin mist or vapor. As she begins to observe more closely, that haze slowly fades away. Even though everything remains flawlessly white, Alva has already recognized it. She is in that mansion. The carpet, the walls, and the furniture, all white, blend perfectly into the white background. However, if one looks carefully, their shapes can still be discerned through light and shadow. If she were equipped with wolf eye, she would have figured it out much more easily, Alva thinks.
やっと来たわね、アルバ。
アンジェ。
As if she has known Angelia would appear all along, Alva turns toward the source of the voice. Angelia is wearing a long, pure white dress, almost completely merging with the background. Only her familiar face and confident smile stand out clearly. She looks more mellow than Alva remembers, without a trace of battle left upon her. Alva is slightly taken aback by Angelia's unfamiliar appearance. Angelia steps forward lightly and reaches out to stroke Alva's cheek. The sensation is warm and real.
久しぶりね、アルバ。
Seeing Angelia dressed like this fills Alva with an inexplicable sense of familiarity and comfort. She doesn't know what to say. She can only keep drinking in the sight of Angelia, as if trying to etch this this image deep into her neural cloud. Sorry, I need to drink more water. To be fair, I've been sporadically talking for the last, 8 hours.
10年ぶりかしら。はい。一瞬だったわね。
Angelia scratches her head with a self-mocking smile, unsure where to begin.
どう？みんな元気？
Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat. She gazes at Angelia, a flood of complex, indescribable emotions surging within her. Nah, it's fine. Angelia takes Alva's hand and leads her slowly through the pure white mansion. Alva steadies herself and tells Angelia about Task Force Defy's battles over the past 10 years, about forming a new anti-relic organization, about dismantling Paradius bases one after another. Anji simply listens with a smile as 10 years' worth of words gush out of Alva all at once.
ケビンもネイレも助けてくれました。潜水艦基地で助けた子供のこと覚えていますか？
私と同じ名前の子？
はい、アンナです。成長して今やもう一人前に。一緒にいた子供たちも元気です。
そう。よかった。
Suddenly, Angelia stops walking. She turns to Alva and asks her, in the same casual tone one might use to ask what to eat for lunch.
アルバ、この10年で諦めようと思ったことはないの？
どうしてそんなことを？
パラデウスは巨大すぎるわ。根絶するなんて無理かもしれない。すべてを投げ出すのも選択の一つよ。と言っても、あなたは聞かないでしょうね。
はい。私はまだ止まるわけには。
Before Alva can finish, Angelia gently pulls her into an embrace, speaking in a voice like she's soothing an exhausted child to sleep.
あなたたちに何もかも押し付けて申し訳なく思ってるわ。この10年辛かったでしょ。
Alva doesn't reply. She just holds Angelia tightly.
それでもあなたたちはここまで来た。見違えるように頼もしくなって安心したわ。
Reluctantly, Alva lifts her head. After a long while, she whispers something so softly it's almost inaudible.
もしあなたが生きていたら。
私もあなたたちのそばにずっといたい。でも一番大変な時なのにごめんなさい。
いえ、昔一緒にいてくれた。それだけで十分です。
そう。でもいつまでも私を引きずらないで。メンタルをすり減らしてまでこんなシミュレーションをして。
アンジェ、私はどうすれば。諦めたくないけれど、どうすればいいか分かりません。
私も同じよ。今のあなたは私なんかよりしっかりしてる。あの時の私も同じぐらいしっかりしてたらこんなことには。冗談よ。
アンジ
ェ。でも一つだけ忠告させて。
忠告？
私の影を追わずに自分が正しいと思ったことをして。私と同じことに執着するのが意志を継ぐことじゃない。自分だけの目標を探して。
私の目標。
昔と同じことをすればいい。この10年たくさんの人を救ってきたんでしょ。そのためにしたこと後悔していない？
するわけがないよ。
なら救い続けなさい。あなたの力で。答えが見つかるその日まで。大丈夫、きっと見つかるわ。私たちはそうやって進んできたじゃない。あなたたちがいる限り悪人どもも好き勝手できないわ。思う存分反逆しなさい。
Alva chuckles in relief, and Angelia laughs along with her.
いつか必ず奴らを根絶やしにします。
ねえ、楽しみにしているわ。
Angelia stretches, walks a few steps forward, and then turns back to look at Alva.
そろそろね。私らしくないことをいっぱい喋ったけど、私は私じゃないしね。でも私が伝えたいこともきっと同じよ。今の私ほど優しく伝えられないかもしれないけど。帰り道わかるわよね。
はい。
Alva takes out the cube. Before activating it, she prepares to say her final goodbye to Angelia.
アンジェ、話せてよかったです。
あなたの防壁を突破するための演算力を逆に利用してこんなことしてると分かったら怒るわよね、あなたの敵。
Alva laughs and shakes her head.
彼女のおかげです。
そうね。あの子たちにもよろしく伝えといて。
はい。
Alva opens her palm. The cube glows brightly. She closes her hand, and when she opens it again, the cube is transformed into a familiar MP443.
元気でね、アルバ。
さようなら、アンジェ。
Alva raises the pistol. In the sights, Angelia smiles and waves at her. As Angelia falls, her body dissolves into countless specks of light. The white space finally fails to hold, collapsing in vast swaths and revealing the endless darkness beyond. Before everything returns to nothingness, Alva seems to glimpse a blurry figure standing in the distance. The figure simply nods once, and then turns away, fading away along with the collapsing white world.
ありがとう。私は進み続けます。ハンジェ。
次の目標を教えてください。
We're getting there. Almost done with 1.5. And I'll probably do chapter 2 another time because, yeah, the stream is a little long now. Just a bit. The familiar hum echoes in her ears. The sounds of countless instruments and machines interweave into an endless industrial symphony. Inside the hibernation capsule, the cold touch of metal presses in from all sides, binding Alva tightly and leaving her unable to move. Alva slowly opens her eyes. Her vision shifts from a blur to clarity. The scene before her is no different from before. In the same narrow, specially designed capsule, with the same busy marionette doll researchers milling about outside. Was the event story that's going on, and it's gonna end in like a week, I think, something like that. Maybe a little longer than that, but I just have been so busy. I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and actually stream it. So, but yeah, I was just like, yeah, we'll do chapter 1 and make 1.5. Or part 1 and 1.1.5, I should say, not chapter. Surely it won't take that long. Should have known better. And through the observation window, legs crossed as she perches on a high stool, is Shiloveg, or you say her name. Shiloveg springs up exaggeratedly and scampers to the observation window, pressing her entire face against the glass. Her distorted grin looks eerie and slightly comical. She taps the glass with a finger, as if knocking on a fish tank. She suddenly falls back a step, cupping her face with one hand, eyes wide. It is, yes. Shiloveg spins as she talks, making a little gesture beside her temple to convey how mind-blowing she finds the situation, then abruptly freezes. She bends down and presses her face close to the window again. Yeah, I might as well be reading a visual novel. She bares her teeth in a wide grin, then suddenly slumps in disappointment, letting out an exaggerated sigh as her shoulders droop. She traces shapes in the air, as if assembling an imaginary jigsaw. She shrugs, and abruptly puts on an expression of sympathy, blinking her big eyes and pouting her lips in an exaggerated manner. She strikes an over-the-top pose in apology, the right hand to her chest, left hand drawing circles in the air. She presses a finger to her lips in a conspiratorial shushing gesture.
もう完全にあんたへのダメージを度外視した操作だったから。いやー、怖かったね。私ですらためらうのに、一歩間違えるとここが吹っ飛ぶかもしれないからさ。でも私にイグラは止められないんだよ。知っての通り、あいつは化け物だから。恨みを買ったら何されるか分かったもんじゃないよ。
She makes a throat-slitting gesture, sticks out her tongue, and then breaks into giggles. Alva merely watches her manic display in silence, her eyes utterly flat.
おっといけない。イグラのことで熱くなっちゃった。
Chiloveg suddenly stops and slightly smacks her own cheeks, as if admonishing herself.
主役はあんただもんね、アルバちゃん。
She smiles sweetly, licking her lips as her tone suddenly becomes low and enticing.
意識が戻ったのは予想外だけど、奇跡はそう何度も起きないよ。
She leans against the observation window, fingertips gliding lightly across the glass.
ちょっとはあんたの秘密話してくれる気になったかな。
She tilts her head, her voice almost coquettish, yet a dangerous glint shines in her eyes. Alva doesn't answer right away, even though she senses that she has regained the ability to speak. Whether because her condition has improved or because Chiloveg has disabled some restrictions, she doesn't know. Regardless, she simply stares at Chiloveg, her gaze is utterly calm and still, like stagnant water without the slightest ripple.
これくらいじゃダメか。
Chiloveg pouts and stomps her foot like a child denied candy. Okay, Discord being weird in the background again. Then her expression rapidly shifts. She leans close to the glass, a cruel smile spreading across her face.
ま、死すら知らない化け物だから。当然っちゃ当然か。
Alva's eyelids twitch.
私から何を聞き出したい？ボイマスティナと O43 の居場所なら、今やお前たちの方が詳しいはず。反逆正体についてなら、パラデウスはすでに十分把握しているはずだ。お前たちと違って、私たちは正々堂々表で動いているからな。なんなん、勘違いだぞ。
Chiloveg wags a finger and prances away.
そういうのはイグラしか興味ないから。仲間じゃないのか。ちょっと違うかな。私たちはただ利害が一致しているだけ。ナゲットとポテトはセットで出てくるでしょ。は、ちょっと違うか。まあそんなもん。
She wags a finger like a strict teacher, even though the analogy might have as well come from a child.
てなわけだから、仲間じゃないね。私はイグラの腕っぷしを、イグラは私の頭脳が欲しいだけ。私には十分仲間に聞こえるが、志も違うのに。
Her smile suddenly vanishes and her tone turns grave.
反逆正体は利害の一致で集まったわけ？
Alva lifts her head slightly. Since their encounter at that base, this is the first time she truly meets Chiloveg's eyes.
じゃあお前の志は何だ？
Chiloveg snaps her fingers lightly and her grin reappears. With that gesture, the marionette doll researchers bustling around the lab all freeze, turn and stare at Alva with hollow eyes. They stand in perfect unison, like soldiers awaiting orders, silently watching her, an oppressive presence. Chiloveg slowly walks back to the observation window, her voice dripping with temptation.
私は喋るの好きだし、いろいろ知ってるけど、あんたたち反逆正体のことは まだよく分かってないんだよね。あんたたちがパラデウスに対して変質的とも言える恨みを抱いているのはわかる。でもその理由がわからないし、知りたい。
Her tone grows somber, and a fanatic light blazes in her eyes.
パラデウスのやろうとしていることは現人類が到底たどり着けない領域なんだよ。
She throws her arms wide, as if embracing the entire world.
生命の神秘、進化の奇跡、まるで魔法のようだけど科学そのものなんだ。
Her eyes gleam as she stares into empty space.
その過程にわずかな犠牲があっても結果オーライならどうでもよくない？ケーキを作るのだって卵を割らないといけないし。
She mimes cracking eggs and then lifts her hands as if presenting an invisible cake.
人類を次のステップに導いて新たな世界を作るんだよ。
She pauses, her tone softening like she's speaking to a lost child, though the fervor in her eyes remains.
そしてアルバちゃん、あんたはその世界の一員になれる。これだけ計り知れない潜在能力とメンタルを持ちながら古びた体と無意味な恨みにとらわれちゃって。惜しいよ、本当に惜しい。
What is going on? Discord. This is like the fourth time now that I have lost connection to the voice channel. Okay. Ludwig theatrically wipes away non-existent tears, lamenting Alva's incomprehensible choice.
チャンスをあげる。過去から抜け出して未来へ進むチャンスを。私と手を組んでくれたらあんたが絶対に叶えたい願いを叶えてあげよう。願い、それはね、ただーん、あんたたちのかつての指揮官。
No, it's not OBS's Discord being stupid. Because for my, the reactive, the Fugi, the bottom right, I have to be in a Discord, voice channel. She drags out each syllable, her voice tantalizing. At the sound of Angelia's name, Alva's pupils contract sharply.
私が生き返るとこ見たでしょ？しかも2度もだよ。
She grins as she mimes clawing her way out of a grave.
10年経っちゃったけど、アンジェリアの人格データはパラデウスのデータベースにあるから大丈夫。他のメンバーはどうでもいい。あんたさえうなずいてくれれば、アンジェリアはすぐにでも帰ってくるよ。私の知る限りだと、彼女の死がパラデウスへの恨みの根源だからね。どう？これ以上ないウィンウィンだと思わない？
Chilovik sways smugly, watching Alva's reaction, convinced she struck her weakness.
本当にできるのか。
Chilovik's eyes light up, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
もちろん、このチルドビグに二言はないよ。
Places one hand over her heart and raises the other high in solemn oath.
そんな保証はどこにある？王43を手に入れるための嘘とも考えられる。お前とイグラの会話は聞いていた。楽園計画の完遂がお前たち共通の目的。それ
れより私を引き入れる方を優先するのか。
Alva's voice trembles slightly, although she tries to keep it steady. She peers at Chilovig with a mix of hope and doubt, waiting for an answer, seeking confirmation that the woman before her is telling the truth. Chilovig slaps her thigh and bursts into exaggerated laughter.
私を誰だと思ってんのさ。マルチタスクぐらい余裕余裕。あんたを味方につけることも楽園計画を進めることも同時にできるんだから。
楽園計画の実態は何だ。
そんなに知りたい？
She arches an eyebrow, leaning forward as if sharing a grand secret. In her eyes, Alva has clearly been shaken by the offer and is starting to waver.
しょうがないな。じゃあ、ちょっとだけ。
Steps closer to the observation window, lowering her voice.
楽園計画は人類に変革をもたらす計画。蝶を誘うある花を使って前人未到の新世界へ。戦争も病も痛みもなく幸福と永劫だけがある世界へ訪れる。
She spreads her arms and closes her eyes, as if already seeing it.
誰もが肉体から解き放たれ永遠の命を得られて、誰もが夢を叶えられる無限の可能性を秘めた世界へ。それを叶える鍵として花が必要なんだよね。
Her eyes snap open and blaze with fanatic light. I have some theories popping up in my head about what this is going towards. Especially because Helena mentioned trying to open a door. And there are other aspects of this world that I'm thinking is what they're trying to do. Specifically with the neural cloud servers. It has revealed another new term, key.
分かってくれた？そろそろ答えを聞かせてほしいな。
Shilovig smiles faintly, tossing the key toward Alva. She doesn't notice that while she was busy making her impassioned speech, Alva's gaze has already grown cold. The faint hesitation has vanished completely, leaving only scorn and fury.
それはまた随分と偉大だな。だから王43を利用して遺跡の扉を開くつもりか。モルスカヤズビズダーを小型化したものを作ったのか。
Or this might be going into stuff from the first game.
遺跡の作り出すあの空間、何に使うつもりだ。
Alva's rapid-fire questions catch Shilovig completely off guard.
あんた、は、どうしてそれを知ってるわけ？
Shilovig's smile freezes, shock and anger flashing across her face. She rushes to her terminal, only to discover the central system's firewall has already completely failed. That's when it dawns on her. Alva has infiltrated the servers. She may have read all the classified data. Her voice turns sharp, her sweet smile twisting into something grotesque.
どうやらお前は自分が思うほど頭は良くないようだ。私が何のためにここに来たと思っている。
This time it is Alva whose voice is dripping with open mockery.
だがお前は一つだけ正しいことを言った。お前なんか小に遠くを及ばない。
あ
Filovic's expression shifts rapidly, anger, hurt, and rage, before finally settling into a warped smile.
ああ、せっかくチャンスをあげようと思ったのに、あんたはそれをミスミスと。
Slams her hand against the observation window with a deafening bang.
残念だけど、今まで通りに扱わせてもらうね。メンタル攻撃から生き延びられても、物理的なダメージはどうだろうね。いつまでその生意気な態度でいられるかな。
Sick smile spreads across her face as she presses her face up close to the glass. Alva no longer hides her fury. She glares at Shilovig with open contempt and disgust.
ずっとだ。いつかお前たち、パラデウスとジラードが罪の代価を払うまで。特にお前は、この手で頭を引きちぎる。アンジを侮辱したことを後悔させてやる。
Shilovig guffaws as she's just heard the funniest joke.
いやー、楽しみだよ、アルバちゃん。
Suddenly, red lights flash throughout the lab. Alarms flood the room. The smile freezes on Shilovig's face as she stares at Alva in disbelief.
何をした？
Alva answers her with a hint of derision. Shilovig stands stunned for 3 seconds and snaps out of it. She rushes back to the terminal, trying to initiate self-destruction, but the system rejects her again and again.
同じ手は2度も通用しない。自決剤を持ってないのなら早く逃げるんだ。用事を済ませたらまた遊び相手になってあげる。
She blows an exaggerated kiss and turns and sashays out of the lab without looking back.
出番だよ、ボイマスティナ。
Alva closes her eyes. There is no panic, no hesitation, just calmness that seems out of place on a prisoner in enemy captivity. Her fingers switch lightly as if playing a silent melody. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Gerard Group's facilities, Voimastina makes her final preparations within the labyrinthine sewer system. Voimastina is leaning against a damp wall. Before her floats a holographic projection of the Gerard Group's underground complex. This is one of the things she prepared before Voimastina and Alva entered Lviv, originally intended as a retreat plan. No one thought it would now be used for an assault. Voimastina is laden with carefully prepared tactical gear, breaching tools, electronic jammers, spare magazines, and several compact EMP devices. Each has been checked and calibrated to ensure flawless performance. She finishes her third equipment check, shuts down the map, and stands upright. In a corner of the sewer, Helena keeps a clear distance from Voimastina. She curls up on a protruding pipe in the shadows, watching Voimastina's every move with vigilance. 3 metal spheres orbit her, ready to form a defensive array. Voimastina's voice is low and steady, though it's unclear who she's addressing. She inspects her assault rifle, making sure that every mechanical component is optimal, and then seats the magazine in one smooth, silent motion. Helena watches her proficient handling of the weapon and instinctively shrinks back. The 3 metal spheres move at once, forming a miniature protective barrier before her. Voimastina notices the movement but shows no emotional response. She simply continues with her preparations, scanning the surroundings with wolf eye and running self-diagnostics. Helena leans forward slightly, seemingly curious about Voimastina's muttering, but quickly withdraws when Voimastina looks up at her.
あいつ上にいる？
Voimastina nods briefly. She takes a small device from her tactical pack. After a moment of hesitation, she sets it on the ground between herself and Helena without moving closer. Helena stares at the device but doesn't reach for it. One of her metal spheres glides over, lightly prods it as if checking for danger, then carefully carries it back to her. Voimasina watches calmly, offering no comment. Once Helena has it, she turns back to her own gear.
私とアルバ、そして彼女にはお互いにしかわからない発信機が取り付けられている。型は古く、受信範囲は2キロしかないが。
It is a key component of her and Alva's breach formation, and another lifeline of this rescue mission. Helena listens, her weariness easing slightly, though she still keeps her distance.
あいつどうして逃げなかった？
The question catches Voimastina off guard. She pauses what she's doing and looks at Helena. Something subtle shifts in her eyes.
任務のため、お前のためだ。
The short, direct answer seems to weigh on Helena. She lowers her head and murmurs softly.
あいつ、私知らない。
Helena falls silent, as if pondering what Voimastina just told her.
あいつ助ける？
The question once again gives Voimastina pause. She meets Helena's gaze.
本当？
Voimastina nods.
だがお前は一緒に来るな。
Helena's eyes widen.
ダメだ。
Voimastina shakes her head.
お前を守る余裕はない。
私強い？
Helena points at herself. Voimastina draws her broken combat knife and uses it to snap blade to carve a grotesque face into the ground.
あいつは強い。私よりも。
Helena looks down at the crude drawing. Even generously speaking, it's terrible, but she recognizes Exilium the same. Helena droops, dejected.
ここで待っていろ。アルバを助けたら迎えに来る。
Helena seems to remember something. Three metal spheres beside her begin to rotate slowly, emitting a faint hum. One of the spheres breaks formation and floats up in front of her. Helena reaches out with her small hands, gently cups the sphere, and offers it to Voimastina.
これあげる。守ってくれる？
Her tone is serious, resolute, like entrusting something precious. Voimastina freezes slightly as she looks at the sphere. She may not fully understand Helena's specific circumstances, but she knows the spheres are Helena's weapon as well as her defense system. She wants to refuse. Helena needs it more. But seeing the expectant look in Helena's eyes, she finally relents and accepts it.
ありがとう。
The sphere feels cold in her hand, but the texture doesn't feel exactly metallic to her. Once the sphere comes into contact with Voimastina, it seems to gain awareness and floats up to hover at her side. Helena nods with satisfaction. She steps back slightly, her eyes never leaving Voimastina. Voimastina rises to her full height and looks up toward the sewer exit once more. Her gaze sharpens, resolute, like a beast about to strike. She takes a deep breath and rolls her shoulders. Her joints crackle softly. She is ready. No one will stop her. She launches upward like a battering ram, smashing through the metal grate in an instant. The entrance is torn open and a shaft of bright light comes pouring down. The light falls on Helena, who has stayed behind on her own. She lifts her head slightly and waiting in silence something. Vanished too fast to read. I'm in. I was syncing the security system layout. Coordinates shared. Copy that. Wait for me. Rapid, heavy footsteps echo through the empty corridor. If not for Alva's signal guiding her, Voimastina would never have discovered the secret Paradius laboratory hidden inside this glossy, immaculate building. She can't find, nor does she bother to look for the switch to any hidden door. After confirming the location, she simply smashes through the wall with brute force, revealing the dark passage beyond. Elena's metal sphere follows closely behind. It emits a beam of blue light to scan the passage for traps and surveillance devices, and then it precisely fires several jamming pulses that cripple the electronics along the way. After destroying the automated sentry turrets lining the corridor, she drives a powerful kick into the heavy metal doors standing at the far end, producing a deafening crash. Under the tremendous force, the metal door twists and caves inward, nearly tearing free from its frame. The hinges let out an agonized screech, like a cry of pain under unbearable strain. Debris flies, dust fills the air. As the door finally collapses completely, Voimastina's figure appears in the laboratory entrance, like an unscalable mountain. She takes in the busy marionette doll researchers, the complex instruments and machinery, but in the end her gaze settles on the specially designed hibernation capsule. Even without confirming the signal, she knows that Alva is in there. Likewise, despite being trapped inside the capsule, Alva is aware of Voimastina's arrival. Her voice coming from within the capsule sounds weak, utterly different from when she confronted Shilovegi earlier. Weak, but unmistakably clear. More importantly, there is an air of inevitability in her tone, as if everything has unfolded exactly as she calculated. The moment Voimastina steps into the lab, the once busy marionette dolls abruptly turn toward her in unison, their eyes glowing a terrifying red. Blades and firearms extend from hands once used for research with the whoosh, and then the very next second they all lunge at Voimastina together. At that instant, Helena's metal sphere deploys its full weapon system, transforming into a floating spherical turret. Precise energy beams fire from multiple angles, striking key points on several marionette dolls and opening a path for Voimastina. And these dolls are even stronger than the guards outside. A blade hacks into Voimastina's frame, carving a deep wound. But Voimastina pays it no mind. She grabs one of them and yanks hard, tearing off the arm with the polymer vibration blade attached to it. Without a single pause, she swings the severed limb like a weapon. The limb slams into another doll's head with tremendous force. Its skull explodes instantly, electronic components and oil spraying everywhere. Voimastina's movements are clean, decisive, and packed with raw power. In the next moment, she has already closed in on the remaining dolls. Weapons extended from their arms fire continuously. Bullets raining down on Voimastina, sending sparks flying violently across her frame. Yet she seems unfazed, her steps never slowing. Soon only one figure remains standing in the laboratory. She stands amid the wreckage, her body splattered with some synthetic blood and machine oil. Strong as she may be, Voimastina is still covered in wounds. The metal sphere hovers at her side, scanning the remains on the floor, checking for any units that haven't been fully disabled. Ignoring the sphere, she strides straight toward the capsule holding Alva, lifts her right arm and drives it straight into the metal hatch like a blade. Then she hooks her thumb in and rips hard, tearing the capsule door right off. Alva sits quietly inside. Her voice is still soft, but her eyes are razor sharp and fully alert. Voimastina lowers her gaze to the cables and restraints binding Alva's frame. Having fought her way here with sheer violence, she now becomes careful and precise, slowly removing each restraint. The torn cables, still sparking, silently testify to the torment Alva endured while imprisoned. Wires snap with crackling pops, sending sparks flying. Restraints tear loose with ripping hisses, falling to the floor. Soon, Alva is completely free. The moment she regains her freedom, she stands up on her own without waiting for Voimastina's help. No greetings, no visible relief. She just gently pushes Voimastina aside and walks straight toward the terminal at the center of the lab. Her objective is crystal clear, as if every step has long been planned. At this moment, Alva looks less like a rescued captive and more like an operative who has finally reached her target. Alva extracts an auxiliary digit from her hand, then draws a data cable from the back of her neck and plugs it directly into the terminal. The motion is fluid, nothing like someone who has just survived an almost lethal neural attack, and far more like a hunter finally lunging for her prey. Alva frowns slightly with some concern. Voimastina keeps her eyes on Alva, running rapid diagnostics with her wolf eye. When she confirms there's no severe damage, the tension on her body eases almost imperceptibly. She then scans the room and locates the equipment stripped from Alva. Alva says nothing. Her eyes are already flashing once more with cascading green data streams. Having retrieved all of his gear, she moves to her side and re-equips everything piece by piece as Alva focuses on copying data. At the same time, she points at the hovering metal sphere Helena gave her, indicating that it can serve as a communicator. Alva doesn't turn her head. Even as Voimastina finishes helping her gear up, she remains fully focused on the terminal. Alva doesn't waver. On a monitor before her, the data scroll mirrors her flashing eyes. Voimastina nods, no longer objecting. She heads towards the lab entrance that she has wrecked, crouches down, and begins setting traps. Alarms continue to wail throughout the lab and corridors. Amid flashing red lights and piercing sirens, Voimastina and Alva work in silence, swiftly assuming their respective roles. Even after completing every preparation she can, Voimastina says nothing more. She simply positions herself behind Alva and stands guard. She will protect Alva and fight for her decisions. In turn, Alva handles everything else, pointing Voimastina toward the path forward. just as it's always been.
戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。
Oh boy. Inside the laboratory, aside from the shrill alarm looping endlessly, the only sounds are the low hum of operating machinery and the soft tapping of Alva's fingers striking the keyboard. On the screen, a progress bar crawls forward at an agonizing pace, as if racing against the time itself. Every second seems unbearably long.
次からはこんな無茶な作戦はこれっきりだ。
保証はできないけど努力するよ。この方法が通用するのも多分今回だけ。次捕まったらメンタルを直接破壊されるだろうね。
次があればな。
あなたがいるから大丈夫だよ。
ヘレナが待ってる。
終わったらすぐに迎えに行こう。
Alva's gaze is focused and intent, even as she speaks to Voimastina. Her eyes remain locked on the progress bar. Fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard, as if playing an impassioned piece of music. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupts from outside the door, so loud it drowns out even the blaring alarm. The laboratory walls shudder, as if struck by an earthquake. Alva's hands pause for less than half a second before calmly resuming their work. Unlike last time, Alva did not give Chilov a good chance to self-destruct. He could not destroy the data in the computer or wipe the hard drives. There's far too much intelligence here that they need, including the true detailed files of Project Eden. Voimastina raises her head. She gazes through the laboratory door, through the long corridor beyond, and into the distance. Voimastina says it calmly, as if stating something utterly trivial. She racks the bolt and grips a high polymer vibrating blade stripped from a marionette doll. Alva does not turn around, but she feels the faint movement of air behind her. Soundlessly, Voimastina's figure vanishes from the laboratory. In the corridor, dust and smoke slowly disperse, revealing a graceful silhouette. Iglu calmly strides through the wreckage left by the explosion, as though out for a leisurely stroll. Her suit remains perfectly pressed, her high heels click crisply against the rubble. Behind her follows a fully armed elite unit. Iglu comes to a halt, lightly straightening her cuff. Her gaze settles ahead on Voimastina, who's standing like an unbreakable bulwark, blocking the way to the lab. Iglu's voice is soft as velvet. It carries undeniable force. She inclines her head slightly as if greeting an old friend. But after only a few steps, she stops once more. None of the guards behind her are human soldiers. All of them are marionette dolls directly under Iglu's command, each personally selected and modified by her, capable of making short work of an ordinary tactical squad. Iglu stands at the doorway, her gaze cold and sharp like a blade. And before her, on the road leading to the laboratory, that familiar figure blocks her path once again. This alone is reason enough for her to stop. Voimastina does not respond. She gently sets the assault rifle in her hands down against the wall, then retrieves two long blades from her waist, gripping one in each hand. After their previous clash, both she and Iglu know full well that conventional firearms are meaningless against tactical dolls of their caliber. Iglu watches Voimastina's movements, her lips curling into a smile. She lifts a hand lightly, signaling the unit behind her to halt. Ingla steps forward, her movements fluid and elegant, like a ballerina taking center stage. Her right hand brushes the slender rapier at her waist. Her left draws the silver and gold pistol, only to return to its holster a moment later. She holsters the pistol and calmly draws the rapier from her waist. Under the lights, the blade gleams with a cold luster. Her voice remains gentle, and it carries a peculiar note of admiration. Ingla lightly flicks her rapier, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Voimastina remains silent. She lowers her center of gravity slightly and shifts into an optimal combat stance. Her wolf eye is running at high speed, analyzing Ingla's every movement and possible lines of attack. Ingla's tone is earnest, yet a dangerous glint flashes in her eyes. She raises her rapier and points it at Voimastina menacingly. Ingla studies Voimastina's reaction closely, though Voimastina remains utterly stoic and unresponsive. She steps forward, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and clear. Voimastina finally speaks, her comment brief and blunt. Ingla lets out a soft chuckle. The warmth in her eyes vanishes, replaced by icy focus. She bends her knees and assumes the on guard position in fencing. I do believe that will not be the case. Just a hunch. They got the epic music and everything, and this battle is going to be over very quickly. Well, I guess technically the goal was to eliminate all of the enemy units, so... But, yeah. At this level... Nice explosion. The clash of metal on metal echoes through the empty corridor like a piece of meticulously composed music. Every thrust of Igla's blade is graceful and dazzling, as though she is dancing a waltz rather than fighting for her life. Her rapier traces perfect arcs through the air. Though her movements are filled with flourishes, each strike is measured to the millimeter, leaving no opening at all. Voimastina answers with steady, precise blocks, the twin blades in her hands becoming extensions of her body, every motion stripped of excess, just like her personality. A battle between two top-tier tactical dolls has long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary combat, resembling an intense performance instead. Igla's voice remains mild and velvety, yet every word carries a razor-sharp, killing intent. She speaks even as she threads her attacks through nearly impossible angles, the rapier seeming almost alive as it hunts for the tiniest gap in Voimastina's defense. Her high heels strike the floor in an elegant rhythm, each step part of a dance, each step carrying lethal threat. Voimastina does not respond. All of her attention is focused on the fight. Her body is already covered in wounds. Her combat suit is slashed open in several places, exposing synthetic components beneath and the seep of biomimetic blood. Even so, her movements remain precise and efficient, without the slightest hesitation or retreat. No sooner does Igla finish speaking than she abruptly accelerates her assault. The rapier leaves after images in the air, every strike viciously angled at points that are hardest for Voimastina to defend. At the same time, the few remaining marionette dolls behind her join the fray, attempting to break through Voimastina's defenses from the flanks. Voimastina's wolf eye flashes. In the next instant, she twists her body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Igla's deadliest thrust. Simultaneously, her long blade sweeps sideways, cleaving a charging marionette doll cleanly in half. Igla inclines her head slightly in genuine admiration. As if to validate her words, the long blade in Voimastina's left hand emits an ominous sound of metal fatigue during the next block. With a sharp crack, the blade snaps in two. The broken edge spins away and embeds itself deep into the wall. Voimastina glances expressionlessly as the broken weapon in her hand, then casually discards it and grips the remaining blade with both hands. Her stance grows slightly constrained, but her gaze remains as firm as ever, without the slightest hint of retreat. Igla twirls her blade in a flourish, its cold sheen flashing beneath the lights. Her posture is unhurried, as though she holds complete control over the battle. Voimastina answers calmly. Her gaze sweeps down the corridor. The marionette doll unit under Igla's command has been almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a few that are barely able to move. Igla smiles faintly, her eyes sharpening further. Voimastina eyes Igla. Igla quirks an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes.
これはまた独特な自己評価軸ですね。
ショーが私を作った時、私より強い人形はいなかった。お前の性格は最悪だが、私も同じだ。
Voimestina's words are calm and definitive, not boastful. She's merely stating facts.
面白い。私たちが似ているとでも。
A trace of weariness flashes in Igla's eyes as she subtly adjusts her stance, preparing for the next exchange.
いや、忠告だ。
Voimestina lifts a hand to her head and rolls her neck.
最強の人形という肩書きを外した自分に。
Before she gets to the end of the sentence, Voimestina suddenly drops low to evade Igla's thrust at an unbelievable angle. The cold glint of the rapier skims just above her head, severing a few strands of hair.
考えるんだな。
ご通報感謝します。ですが、また外れと言わざるを得ません。
Igla's voice remains calm, but an icy edge creeps into her tone. Her movements suddenly accelerate, the rapier transforming into a curtain of silver light that assaults Voimestina from every direction.
私の存在意義は強さではなく、お嬢様への忠誠です。あなたには理解できないと思います。
Voimestina strains to block the relentless barrage. Fine cracks spread along her remaining blade. Her movements begin to slow slightly, yet her eyes remain keen as ever. At that moment, a burst of precise gunfire rings out from the far end of the corridor. The bullets travel along nearly impossible trajectories through the complex environment aimed straight at Igla's vitals. Igla reacts instantly. Her rapier arcs flawlessly through the air, knocking the bullets aside with ringing clangs, except for one. A single round pierces her shoulder, punching a hole through her pristine suit. Igla's movements falters for an instant. Disbelief flashes across her eyes before hardening into icy fury.
ボイマスチナ、避けて。
Alva's voice rings out from the end of the corridor, clear and resolute. She stands at a perfect firing position, posture ready, muzzle trained directly on Igla. Without the slightest hesitation, Voimestina turns and sprints down the corridor at extraordinary speed.
させません。
Igla is about to give chase when she notices Alva's muzzle dip slightly, revealing several small devices on the ground, blinking with red light. A chain of explosions erupt, instantly turning the corridor into an inferno. Smoke, debris, and shattered concrete surge from all sides, engulfing Igla in the ruins. From within the dust comes Igla's cold, restrained voice. With a thunderous crash, piled-up rubble is hurled aside by immense force, and her figure slowly emerges. Her suit is coated in dust, her flawless hair slightly disheveled, yet her posture remains immaculate, her murderous gaze sharper than ever. However, when the smoke finally clears, Alva and Voimestina are already gone, vanished around the bend of the corridor.
見事なコンビネーションです。
Igla calmly dusts off her suit and straightens her cuffs. Her movements are unhurried, as though the explosion moments ago was nothing more than a trivial mishap. She touches the communicator at her ear, her voice cold and composed.
総員、限界態勢。目標逃走中。絶対に逃がしてはなりません。施設全体を封鎖してください。
She smooths the wrinkles from her suit, her gaze sharpening like a blade.
お嬢様の夕食まで型をつけます。
戦闘終了。脅威はすべて排除しました。
In a luxurious suite, Summerman stands before the full-height window, looking down at the nightscape of Lviv. His fingers drum the window frame lightly, his eyes flashing with apparent anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he walks over to the sofa and sits down, then produces a specially modified encrypted communicator from his inner pocket. He enters a long, complex password and dials a number. The call connects almost instantly. Yep. Chilovig's teasing voice comes through the communicator, light and buoyant, as if she's letting him in on some inside joke. Her drawl is playful. It carries a pointed undercurrent. The line suddenly goes quiet. Only Chilovig's faint breathing can be heard. Zimmerman is suddenly at a loss for words. From the other end comes an intentionally exaggerated peal of laughter. Chilovig's voice suddenly turns sharp, like a blade scraping across glass. Zimmerman is left speechless by the barrage of insults. After venting her anger, Chilovig smoothly slips back into her usual teasing tone. Chilovig's voice suddenly drops into a soft whisper, which sounds more menacing than any shout. The call cuts off abruptly, leaving only a burst of harsh static. Zimmerman stares at the communicator, his expression unreadable. He takes a deep breath, slips it back into his inner pocket, and sinks into thought. With ample personnel and combat resources, attacking a research institute located in the White Zone should have been effortless. So why did the mission still fail? Could someone have been obstructing his actions all along? A firm knock at the door interrupts Zimmerman's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, the door opens on its own. A tall man in military uniform strides inside. Zimmerman is about to erupt, but when he recognizes the man, he swallows his anger at once and puts on the flawless professional smile from his campaign posters. The soldier's tone is level and detached, devoid of any real apology and more a statement of fact.
の支持者がいます。しかし今回の件でパルベングループが誠意を示すことができなければ、この関係も見直す必要があるかもしれません。そのつもりで。
わかりました。
Zimmerman finally mutters a reply, the confidence in his voice clearly replaced by distrust.
明日までにあの第三世代人形をお届けいたします。
The officer nods and turns to leave the room without another word. Once the door closes, Zimmerman's smile vanishes instantly, his face twisting into a grotesque expression. He snatches up a nearby wine glass and hurls it violently against the wall. Shilovig ends the call and looks at the small figure behind her. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Helena trembles uncontrollably as she stares wide-eyed at the woman before her. She tries to make the floating spheres protect her, but they aren't responding at all. Shilovig produces a button and presses it lightly. The spheres immediately dim and drop lifelessly to the ground. Helena's voice is barely a whisper, but Shilovig can still make out her words. Someone will come save me. Shilovig bursts into laughter. Faced with this absurd and bizarre woman, Helena's body continues to shake uncontrollably, but her fear doesn't last long, because her consciousness soon succumbs to darkness. Yes. Good Lord. All that's left is to do the side missions, which I usually do off stream, and then I will come back for part 2 soon. As soon as possible. Considering the event technically ends on April 1st, so not as much time as it says at the top. But anyways, yeah, this stream has gone on a little longer than I intended it to, but righto. It is about time to wrap things up. But for those that stuck around, thanks for watching and hanging out, even if just lurking in the background. you guys have a good night or morning or whatever. Yeah. Have fun with your stream. Alrighty. So it is yeah, time for me to get some shut-eye. So yep. Until next time.